up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, where you are in grave danger of being brainwashed into thinking for yourself. We have been successful, and we still have some works of progress in our queue. I want to welcome everybody here tonight, coming to you live 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. I'd like to introduce my good friend Something Wong. He is my Chinese Communist Party handler to make sure that I am towing the line and not giving you any credible information. All right. So I was over last night. I showed a video by a creator by the name of Stinky Cash on the perspective, a very well done video. And he just happened to go live a little while ago. And so I'd never caught one of his live streams or anything before, and was in the chat there talking and all, and told him that we'd used his video on perspective last night. He seemed quite happy about that. I said, yeah, it was pretty good. So he said he would try to pop on here later on tonight. He was doing a few things, taking somebody home, had his dog Cash in the car. That was the same dog you see in the video that he used. That was pretty cool. So yeah, I thought we'd kind of cover a little bit more. I saw some stuff in my comments that there were some people, and I think maybe it could be easy for people to misunderstand what field of view versus angular perspective. And I'm going to cover a little bit of that tonight. We're going to talk a little bit about gravity and whatever else. And of course, we have a link pinned in the chat. So anybody that wants to come up, you got a question, you want to talk about something, bring it on, baby. That's what we do here. Give everybody a chance, because we all have little pieces of the puzzle. We all have our own little bits of information, and we put those all together. Isn't that how the Bible was put together? Yeah, indeed it was. Indeed it was. Look at there. So, isn't that right there? He says Something Wong says that's exactly right. 100%. 100%. Don't you get no ramens in the controls again? Damn it. All right. So anyway, speaking of chat, it looks like, wow, we got a good amount of people in here already. 49 people, it says they're watching. And let's see who we got. It looks like I got Mojo Shops here. Kevin the shill, all my good friends. Saddle Bums here, Push Button 62, Mr. Super Sidewinder, Sean Alkey, got, let's see, Chilling. It's very chilling. Or is it just me? I'm just chilling, man. You know? Got, let's see, Malcolm Sheen is with us here tonight as well. Let's see, who did I miss? Anybody so far? Come on, there's Angela Baby Carson. I knew she was here. Chicago Cubby Bears with us. Daniel Watkins in REM, rapid eye movement like that. Diane Red Heifer's with us. Let's see who else we got. Twilight Nights. Twilight Nights is always like one of the first ones here. I appreciate that. There's my dogs drinking space water again. Hey, you can't miss a chance. They'll lay in the front room all damn day long until I come in here to go live, and every one of them got to come in here and drink a half a gallon of water. I swear to God. That'll be done here in just a moment. Metal Pancakes is with us as well. Let's see. I think I got just about everybody. The True Few, Jonathan Pernice, Tartarian Mandela, Mike Finnan. Let's see who else we got that I may have missed. ZXL Master is here. This dude's probably on about 15 other channels all at the same time. I don't know how you multitask like that. The man must have some kind of an advanced operating system for a mind. That would drive me nuts. Absolutely drive me nuts. So anyway, yeah, it was some pretty good information going on. I did watch a debate yesterday on Modern Day Debate, and I vacillated on whether or not to cover that tonight. I think I found somebody that I can't listen to even worse than McToon. And that's got to be this PhD Tony guy. And this guy looked like he was ready to, I was like, man, are you about to have a stroke or you got to go shit or something? What the hell is wrong with you, bro? I mean, he looked like he was angry and pissed off right as soon as the guy started giving his opening presentation. I thought, man, if I went up against that dude, I'd use that. I would get him to stroke out on a live debate. That would be it. That would be my goal, would to get him to stroke out. What an irritating, condescending, whiny mouth little bitch. Holy crap. I thought McToon, I don't know. They're all terrible in their own ways, but my God, that man. His partner wasn't so bad. I could probably deal with him. But man, PhD Tony, what an absolute little bitch, for real. For real. I mean, if that dude if he acts like that out in the real world, somebody's going to knock his shit loose. I can guarantee you that, man. I can guarantee you that. Yeah, T-Jump's pretty bad, but not as bad as PhD Tony. Oh my God. We might get into that a little bit. I also tuned into the SpaceX launch of the Crew 8 thing that was supposed to go up. I don't know. Maybe space.com sent me something about it, perhaps here. Photographing the northern lights. No, I don't see anything. We can look it up. But it was really, they're so used to us dissecting their launches and tearing their shit apart. Then I watched this thing, and of course, here's these people about 20 miles away watching it, and they're all jumping up in the air and clapping their hands. And they show it from the launch, and it lifts off real slow. And my wife and I were talking about that. It was like, look how slow that thing's taking off, man. You mean it's actually building up that thrust? You realize that's got an equal and opposite reaction below it, right? Anyway, this thing goes up, and they show it go up. And then from back here, you see this little red glow going up in the air. And then the next thing they did is they cut over to Elon Musk standing in front of people, and he starts selling about fucking Bitcoin or some shit. And it's like, well, what about the product? Oh, it's already launched. You know, we're not even got to bother showing it. It's because, so it was really, I mean, it's like people sat there and waited 2 fucking hours to see 30 seconds of a rocket going up in the air with their T-minus this, that, and the other. And these suits these guys are wearing. Oh my God, they look like, I guess it's to reinforce the idea in the people's minds that, oh, this isn't NASA, this is a private industry. And so you'll see, you silly flirt, when we start sending commercial space flights all the time, which I've been hearing my entire life. In fact, when they first came out with the space shuttle, I thought, oh, wow, they're finally really on their way to actual commercial space flight. This is going to be really cool. And of course, that never came about. And now the shuttle's been scrapped. We don't even use the fucking thing anymore. So it's like, oh, okay. So now we're rides with the Russians. Now we got Elon Musk. We're gonna collaborate with the private industry here, right? And so this is to reinforce that. But these suits, and that helps to reinforce that it's not NASA, because they're like the most ridiculous looking shit that I've ever seen. They're wearing these rubber boots that look like you get if you work at the, like down here at the chicken plant. These guys have to wear these rubber boots. Or like if you have to clean up flood damage or some shit like that. And I thought, those are for space? Those are for space, huh? Wow. And these suits that were not designed by an engineer, they were not designed by, obviously, by any kind of an engineer or anybody with that kind of a background. You look at these things and they were absolutely designed by a costume designer. They look like some kind of surplus wardrobe from a sci-fi movie. It's ridiculous. Let me see if I can. I'm going to find us a picture of these guys. Let's see. That was the Crew 8. 8 SpaceX. There it is. Okay. I think we should be able to get a picture of their funky little suits from this. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. You're going to love this one. So I'm going to put this over here so I can look at it too. And look at you guys too. I have to keep my eyes on you guys. Here we go. Stinky Cash right up there at the top, or you can hit this one, Stinky. I'm going to put this in here for you. But also pinned at the top of the chat, there should be a link. And right there. Are you seeing it? Cool beans. Hopefully. If you don't show up, and I'll put it in the description of the video. Maybe I could do that anyways, right? Well, it wouldn't do no good because somebody in the future be clicking it, going to StreamYard, freaking out. Yeah, anytime, Stinky. Anytime. We're just like the title says tonight, kind of a little Menudo. But look at these. This looks like they're built. These were designed by a costume designer. There's no kind of aerospace engineering or anything involved in that. Look at that crazy stuff, man. Look at these boots. These are like rubber flood boots that they're wearing. I mean, who in the fuck does who's buying this shit? Really? I mean, really hopeful idiots, wishful idiots. Absolutely. Did it work for you? I don't see. Yeah, they go on retro. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's even like, okay, you look at the shape of that rocket. First was the first one they had, their SpaceX rocket, looked exactly off of the cover of a Robert Heinlein book. I believe that's who it was from. And I mean, exactly like that, right? And then when they started doing this shit, the first time I seen them where they had the thing, the rocket lands. Of course, it doesn't land anywhere where anybody can actually witness it. It lands on a barge, which is even worse because you're on wavy, turbulent water. But it lands on some barge standing straight up. And I'm like, this is right out of a 1950s sci-fi grade B movie. Absolutely 100%. Okay, so when you first click on that, Stinky Cash, what it's going to do is going to make you, give you permission for your camera, all that good stuff. You can use your Google sign in if you need to. And you make sure that's on, then you enter the studio. You'll show up backstage, and then I can click you and bring you right on up. Stinky Cash, for all of you that are not familiar, he has some really good material out there. That's where I got the video that we showed last night, dealing with talking about perspective. And that's something that I wanted to get into with y'all a little bit tonight, just based on some comments that I've had. And that's regarding angular perspective and field of view. And I think I've come up with a really good way to describe that for people. It's not real difficult. Okay. So if you could think of your field of view is a cone, it's like a cone that goes out in all directions from your eye. Okay. That's your field of view, goes out like this. Okay. In all directions. So when you're in your angular perspective of something is a cone, so to speak, that goes in. Okay. So you've got, like, if you could think of two inverted cones, one's your field of view and it widens from you, and the other one is your angular perspective, which narrows. Okay. So you got kind of like two cones together. One means one thing, one does the other. So when you're standing on the ground, the horizon comes up to about your eye level. Okay. Your field of view is still that, but when it hits the ground portion of it, it's cut off. You still have this up here, but you're cutting this off right here. So if you could think of it as a circle with the bottom getting eroded. Okay. And so anything beyond that point is just going to be there on that point. So what you're going to end up with is bottom up obstruction. Okay. It'll appear that it's disappearing from the bottom up. Now, if I go up in elevation, now I've moved that line that's blocking the bottom part of my cone. Now I've moved that line down. It's still out there, but it's way further out. So I've increased my field of view. I can see further beneath my viewpoint than I could when I was standing on the ground. And so then you can see objects further and further away until, of course, angular resolution, this part of the cone that's zooming everything down to the middle, down to the smallest, okay, you cannot resolve it anymore. Now we've got other variables that pop in there with the atmosphere opaque. And I hate the word atmosphere because gas does not have a shape, but the atmos opacity. And that's an index that it exists. And I don't know how these globers can walk around thinking anything other than it not existing, or thinking that it doesn't exist, when right on everybody's phone, most people, I would assume, have a, yeah, I'm waiting for Stinky Cash to join if he's having a problem. Is it that you can't get a hold of the link, Stinky, or is thing? It might just be signing in. We'll give him a few minutes. Geez, what was I saying? So anyway, the atmospheric opacity. Okay, so this does exist because on your weather app, everybody's weather app, there's this little thing on there. And you'll see the humidity. It'll tell you the temperature. It'll give you a wind chill. And it'll also give you a thing that says visibility index. And what does that mean? Well, it's how far you can see. It's not really, let me sign in a Stinky Cash. Hold on. I think you have to use like one. Do you have a Google sign in? Whatever you use to sign into YouTube, use that. Hey, Sea Lightning 300 miles. Good to see you. So that does, and it will be different every day. Your visibility index is going to be different every day, right? So some days you can see further than other days based on the amount of moisture in the air. Of course, there's other things at play. You have dust. We are and if you're looking over water, criminally, of course, are you going to have any moisture? Yeah, I would imagine you're looking over water. So if you're going to have any moisture, where's it going to be? Probably right above the water and then dissipating away from that. Now, you've got that. You've got the angle that the light is hitting that soup from that's going to be at play. I mean, there's a number of different variables there. Okay. So this prospect of, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower from New York City if I have a powerful enough telescope? Well, All a telescope really does is magnify what is visible in the first place. Okay. Just because it's, or not obstructed, I should say. Now, just because you can't see it with your naked eye, of course, that's due to your angular resolution. So we compensate for that. I'm compensating for it right now because over years, my eyes have lost some of their ability to resolve things. So I correct them with corrective lenses, right? Okay, but I still only have a limited visual perception. Now we can increase that with magnification, but you're still only going to be able to see what would be visible anyway. Okay, you're just magnifying what can already be seen. But if you're also magnifying hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles of the thickest, soupiest shit that we reside in, okay, and then also over that period of time, like I've shown you, over that type of a distance, we've shown that a 3-foot wave can indeed block out a 250-foot tall object. That wave only needs to be a quarter mile away, and the distant object 25 miles away, that little tiny wave, because of the angular size, the apparent size to your eyesight, to your field of view, is going to be much smaller than that 3-foot wave is that's closer up to you. Just like my hand can cover my whole face, my thumb can cover up my entire face, but now my thumb doesn't cover my entire face. Now, if there's a wave in front of you like this, if you do this, right, and you zoom in on my face, that's not going to be any better for you. It's not going to be any better for you. It's not going to stop obstructing. And this is what people don't understand with this thing with perspective. But does that make sense to most of you all, that your field of view is a cone going outward, and your angular perception, your visual perception, is a cone going inward? Cool. I hope so. I hope so. So I think that Stinky's having a little bit of trouble trying to get into this thing, but I know he'll figure it out. This guy's a whiz kid. Let's see. Anna and Amos maps are flat. Yes, they are. Who's got it? What do we got going on in here? Somebody got a question about maps? Ha! He made it. Look at that. We got you, brother. What's up? Oh, trying to get some audio going here.
I hear?
Yeah. I got you. You just don't have your camera turned on, is all.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can definitely hear you.
Awesome.
You have to have YouTube closed. You have to either mute YouTube or close it, or else you get an echo.
All right.
And then you just operate and listen right through this StreamYard app. Did I bring smokes back here?
Let's see. Is that better?
Yes, absolutely.
I can still kind of hear myself on echo, but
was that a good way of explaining it? Would you say field of view versus angular perception?
I have not been here to listen to what you were just talking about.
I just basically explained your field of view is a cone that goes out from your eyes and widens. That's your field of view.
Right.
But your angular perception is a cone that goes from your eyes and narrows as it goes off into the distance. And I was saying that as you're looking with your cone of your field of view, the ground cuts off that bottom portion of your field of view. So this is why everything disappears from the bottom up. As it
right. It's two different things happening at the same time.
Yep.
And if you're looking at an object that's so large that it's not going to disappear from angular resolution
right
before it disappears from What are we even referring? What are we calling the other? The way the ground ramps up to your horizon.
Right.
It's a different phenomenon than angular resolution.
Well, it's like, I think I can do this real easy on paint, because I just thought of a way to do it. Let me see. I got all apps, and I'm gonna do it like right from your eye perspective. Okay. Elemental paint. There it is. Dun, dun, dun. Let me take this over here, maximize it one time, and I will present it. Share screen.
Sure. And the reason I decided to reshare that perspective video, it was just because I thought it was relevant to what Austin Whitsitt was talking about just maybe the day or two before. And I kind of lost my train of thought there. But basically, the globers, they always try to demonstrate that the sun won't set on a flat Earth. And they do so by using Euclidean geometry. And perspective simply is non-Euclidean. So because they don't understand perspective, they've been arguing with a fallacy this entire time. And I realized that as long as, 8 or 9 years ago when I made the perspective video. But it doesn't matter how well you explain it to them. They just ignore what you say and then just keep repeating the fallacies for 8 or 9 years. It never ends.
I know. It's insane. And it's like they're getting slammed so many times that their arguments are no longer valid even. I mean, they have been debunked in so many different ways that you're really seeing that the only recourse they have is, of course, the incredulity of it, to yell and slander you and mock you. That's all they can end up doing. See? So what I got here on the screen is, let's just say that circle represents your field of view.
Okay.
And you're standing here on the ground. And of course, you've got this ground that you're on is doing that. But this is your field of view. It's cut off here. For as far as you can see to here, that's as far as you can see of the ground.
Yes.
Now up here, this stays continuing out. You can still see this out here. So what happens is when I raise my elevation, let me see, can I grab that thing? So when I raise my elevation, right, and I go up higher, what I've done now is I've increased my field of view, which is now all the way around inside here.
That's exactly right. Because when you're outside, you only have a floor. You don't really have a ceiling.
Right.
The sky is transparent. So as you increase that angle from the floor,
right,
if you kind of think of it like the way the ground is ramping up to your eye line, if you keep that angle constant and then raise your eye line, it just allows you to see further. The triangle gets bigger. You increase one side of the triangle, and then the other triangle is longer as well. So basically, the higher the thing that will
your
elevation.
Robot Nana.
But it's not because you're looking down the curvature of a ball.
Right, exactly. Because let's face it, once you get to a certain point, it's a physical obstruction. It would have to be a physical obstruction. And also your horizon would drop beneath you. At a certain point, you would see an actual physical obstruction of any objects beyond that. We don't see that at all.
Yeah, and that's what the globers always do when they're making their little diagrams. As the observer's elevation increases, they make the observer look downwards to see a horizon. And there has never been a time in your entire life, any experience from any altitude, even when you're on an airplane, you don't look down to see the horizon. You look straight out. And that's because even though the ground's below you, even at 30,000 feet, sure, the ground is 30,000 feet below you, but the horizon is still at your eye level
Yep.
because as Austin Whitsitt so perfectly put it, perspective is non-Euclidean.
Yep.
Parallel lines converge. It's how us as three-dimensional beings observe the three-dimensional world in two-dimensional frames of view. We don't see in 3 dimensions when you really think about it. I can't see the backside of an object. I can only see the front of an object, So
Right.
that's basically what it comes down to. Parallel lines, even though we know they're parallel, they don't appear parallel.
Right.
So,
right. They only meet in they do not meet in Euclidean geometry, but in hyperbolic geometry
Okay.
they do. In a visual perspective state, because like you said, that's your angular percent. There's that cone. There's that cone that's going down from your eyes, but your cone goes out from your eyes as your field of view. And like you're saying, you're going to see the ground come up to eye level, but that's still going to be that there's flat beyond that. I mean, in Euclidean, it would have to be described like, I don't know, it would be like
God is a 4-dimensional being, and he sees the world in 3-dimensional Euclidean geometry, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, we don't see in 3 dimensions. I'm looking at something right now. I'm looking at a car. I can only see one side of the car. I can't see the back side of it, And if I'm looking at a cube, I know for a fact every angle on that cube is 90 degrees. But when I'm observing it, most of the angles don't look 90 degrees. I'm seeing obtuse angles, I'm seeing acute angles, but that's just because of the way they appear. That's not the way they actually are. And it's amazing that Globers, even after 8 or 9 years of explaining this to them, it goes in one ear and out the other. They completely ignore it.
They do. Okay, so best way to explain this in a 2D way, even though it's not really like this is what their thing would have to show in 2 dimensions. So this little red line sticking up, that's my guy. This is the ground, and this is the limit of his sight where you see that bending. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So his sight is actually going from here at the top, and it's going down to here, right?
Right.
Okay. So anything that goes beyond that is going to begin to sink down. So let me see if I can.
So I like to make the eye line, right? The blue line is his eye line, right?
Right.
So I like to make that the horizontal line, and then make the ground ramp up to it.
Right. This is what I'm trying to show. For what they draw, this is what would be more accurate, because you can even see as my little crosshairs, right? I'll continue along this line, and you'll see that as I go along, follow this line, you'll see that it obstructs from the bottom down. Now, that's not because it's actually inverted to what we're showing here. In all reality, that would be this going up like that, right? The guy's standing, and the guy is standing here looking this direction. Oops. Damn it. You gotta remember. So he's looking this direction like that, right? But everything here is going like this in reality. And that's why it sinks over. So it's like, wait a minute here. What they're doing is they're fucking with your mind using your own visual. And I think, was it Whitsitt that brought that up the other night, that they've actually taken the formula for angular resolution and transposed it into the curvature of the earth. And it's like, yes, that's what I've been saying they're doing. This is all the tricks, man.
I agree. I've been saying that for maybe, I actually said it in my perspective video more or less, but for about 8 or 9 years, I said to my friend, if you think about it, they're attributing what's caused by angular resolution, what's caused by perspective, they're attributing that to curvature.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's almost like you know, when, especially like 9 years ago, when you went to the Earth curvature websites, you said, how far is the horizon, you know, from a 6-foot man? And they would say 3.1 miles. It's like, well, how did they get that number? They reverse engineered it from how our eyeball works.
Yep.
That's exactly what they did. I'm not really smart enough to put it into words the way Austin did. But the fact that Austin came to the same conclusion independently,
Mhm.
and then him and his friends were able to basically prove it mathematically, that they
Right.
literally took the math of the eyeball to create the size of the globe, of the curvature. And it's because the sky is curved, the ground is flat, and then they reversed it. They made the sky flat, they curved the ground, and then instead of you seeing in non-Euclidean perspective, they claim you see in Euclidean straight lines,
Mhm.
which is just,
Mhm.
it's just not the
It's
case.
ridiculous.
So the entire globe model was built with using observations of the sky, and they made those observations of the sky assuming perspective is Euclidean. And since perspective is not Euclidean, then their observations don't work, and it disproves the globe. Basically, it was all built on faulty logic and a faulty understanding of how their own eyeballs work. But actually, they actually do understand this stuff. They're not ignorant or stupid.
Mhm. Mhm.
They're you know, they're sinister.
They count on your ignorance of it.
Yes,
You see,
yes.
because everybody's see, these people have all gone through these. They don't go to the same schools as you. Yeah, and I'm talking about these elite and whatnot. Even Donald Trump, all these guys have gone to Jesuit-backed schools.
Right.
They're selected. We know that. And they come in and infiltrate themselves and make themselves appear like they're the same as us so that they can get in with us. It's kind of like when Jane Goodall went and acted like a monkey around the monkeys and shit so that they would accept her and stuff, right? But her intentions wasn't really to be part of their little group. It was so that she could study, you know. Well, the same thing, so that they can have this power. Anybody that seeks power should be barred from having it, in my opinion. But they come in, and so they already know this, and there's a whole host of different things. Now, they're visually perspective wise. We know what's being done. I'm starting to get into what they've done with the maps. In order, okay, this is really quite crazy, because I started thinking, I was like, well, damn it, you know, they use nautical miles, and then we've got statute miles on land. Why don't they just have one fucking unit that we use, right? And it works everywhere.
Now, my understanding is nautical miles is more or less like degrees around the circle, right?
It's
Is that more or less?
It's based on observation, right?
Okay.
Where the statute mile is a physical measurement.
Yeah. Right.
Okay?
And I
Now,
guess that's because you can't measure distance on water.
that's right.
Okay.
All right. So you can get relatively good with it in all areas above the equatorial line. But once you go past the equatorial line and you don't have a stationary pole star and everything is moving, now what do you do?
Right.
Right. So the Royal, they had this thing, it's an interesting topic, the Royal College of Longitude.
That's a thing, huh?
Yes, yes. All the Cartesian, any maps that are produced have to coincide with the Cartesian coordinate system that's been set up for, of course, a globe.
Right. Yeah, I have an understanding of that.
Right.
And that's where basically the magnetic declination chart comes in.
Right.
And it's funny, they tell us, I think if you ask like a glober, like a sailor, what's magnetic declination, they tell you it's the difference between geographical north and magnetic north. But that's simply not what it actually is. It's just a way that they're able to convert our flat earth into their globe earth by making adjustments. And yeah, it's a proven fact that traveling in the south has never really worked out according to plan.
Right.
Not just hundreds of years ago, but I mean, recently too, you remember when those airliners go missing, like what was like MH370? That has to do with the fact that the South is not what they tell us it is, and they don't have live tracking on these flights over Southern oceans. That's a fact. We've known that since basically Mark Sargent pointed it out 9 years ago.
Yeah.
These airplanes on the flight tracking websites, they go over Southern oceans and they fall off the map. They disappear. There is no live tracking. And I actually
it's estimated. Yeah. Hey, real quick, I just wanted to say a shout out to a couple people in the
go for it.
Get back in. Melodome's here. I don't know. Do you ever watch Melodome Stinky Cash? He's got a pretty good show, man. He's a cool cat. He really is.
Melodome. No, I don't think I've heard of him, but I'm really not in the loop.
Right. So yeah, it takes me to the when you were talking about on your live stream earlier. You said, "Well, I'm not really asked to participate much or anything. I'm not really in the loop." And it's like, well, welcome to the loop. You're in it now. Melodome, if you get a minute, come on up here, man. I promise if Joe Cool comes up, I won't bring him up while you're here. We've had a couple of people. Yeah, there's a Stinky Cash. Here's the link for Melodome. She just put it in there. And let me put your link in the chat as well so that people can go over there. I did last night, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here's to the... Here, I still have your last thing up. So I'm going to copy that. Put that over here in the chat for everybody. Boring. And so that's the Stinky Cash's channel.
Awesome.
Go on over there, give him a like and a subscribe. Check out his videos. We watched the one on perspective last night. That was really, really well done, I thought. And cute dog. I'm a dog guy anyways. I got 5 of those little beasts around my house anyways right now. So,
and most of my good content is older from the beginning, and it can be found in my playlist titled like the best of Stinky Cash. Those are all the produced videos. Everything recently has been more or less like low quality live streams. I don't have the time for video editing. It's the worst part of being a YouTuber is trying to edit videos together to look good, and I just didn't want to waste my time doing it anymore.
Yeah, it looks like it got some interesting stuff on here, man, too. I was looking through some the Henry Ford.
I recently read his book. He wrote a series of articles to the Dearborn Chronicle or whatever it was called, the Dearborn newspaper in Michigan. He wrote a series of articles titled "The International Jew: The World's Foremost Problem."
Yes, I know.
And then he collected those articles into a book. And at the time he wrote that book,
Austin. I'm sorry, I was just telling Austin. He said he's going to jump on when he gets home.
Austin Whitsitt?
No, Austin Thompson from Melodome.
Oh, perfect, awesome. Yeah, so like I was saying, so when Henry Ford wrote that book, he was obviously a genius. We learn about his genius in public school, how he invented the assembly line and everything like that. But he was also the richest man in America at the time. And he was writing about the protocols of Zion, and the protocols are still relevant today. They're not a hoax. It's basically the roadmap for what's been happening over the past 120 years. And that was a really interesting book. I recommend everybody try to find that book. There's an audio version of it on YouTube. But other than that, it's very hard to find that book. I mean, they've probably been burning it for over 100 years.
I know for a fact that my grandfather had that book. I know for a fact. I couldn't tell you what had happened to it by this time.
It goes for about 100.
I'm originally from Michigan, just outside of Pontiac, Michigan. And my grandfather was plant protection at Fisher Body, which of course made the bodies for all the cars and shit, right? And so yeah, he had that book in his house. I remember it. My grandmother went moved to Florida and sold her house with everything in it on consignment. This thing was like a treasure trove of valuable freaking antiques and shit, man. You wouldn't believe it. In primo condition shit, man. And she just sold it all on consignment and moved to Florida. Crazy as hell. I got Jameson Forever behind backstage. Where'd your camera go to? There he is. What's happening, Jameson Forever? Is that a reference to the whiskey, or is that something else? Okay, well, there we go. Answer. Careful, man. I always see some pretty devastating shit happening around that stuff in the commercials, man. You got Krakens and all kinds of.
That's what I'm sipping on. The best whiskey in the world. I'm sipping right now. How y'all doing?
Not too bad. I haven't. In fact, my body just cringed when you said that. I haven't let any of that shit pass my lips in 13 years. I'm serious. I don't drink anymore. Alcohol is like to me. I can't deal with it. What'd you say, Stinky Cash?
I said I don't drink anymore, but when I did, I definitely drank a whole lot of Jameson in my life.
It's too expensive. You get that cheap shit. When I was drinking, I get the cheapest shit you could. I figured, you're after the effect. I'm not drinking this shit for the taste, So that was my whole thing.
Well, I'm a connoisseur. The cheap shit gives you headaches and hangovers, so I drink the best. No, money is not an object.
Yeah, but if you're like me, you just stay drunk. You never have that.
Well, I'm not really a drinker, but sometimes, I might just take one sip and never drink again, or I might drink it all. It's not that serious.
Oh, if I smoke weed, that's pretty much it, man.
Same.
Oh yeah. I condone I've been smoking since 13 years old. I'm about to turn 38, so it's been many years.
Well, let's see. I started when I was 12 and I just turned 58. So what's that? 46 years?
I guess it's my turn. I started freshman year of high school and I'm now 34. So I'm going on.
I didn't grow boobs. They told us that if you smoked weed back when I was a teenager, he said if you smoke weed, it'll make you grow boobs and shit. They said it'd start feminizing you or something. And I didn't.
They always said it would lower your sperm count too. That's not true.
Yeah.
I've had many babies while smoking. I've known several women that have smoked throughout their pregnancy, and the baby came out healthy and smart as ever.
Yep.
They didn't come out retarded or anything.
No. If we weren't supposed, we have cannabis receptors in our fucking brains.
Right.
Why would we have those? THC receptors. That's pretty specific. It's definitely something. It's definitely something that I've never seen anybody. The only danger I've ever seen in it comes from the violence of the state.
Right.
When it comes to somebody having it. And I just can't even get through my brain of killing or shooting someone, much less tackling them and exacting any other kind of violence on them, over a freaking plant that does nothing but make people happy.
It does seem that alcohol is a tool, and this is straight out of the protocols again, alcohol is a tool pushed on the Gentiles to ruin Gentile society and keep them asleep, where weed seems to actually open your mind and awaken people up to the truth. Alcohol does the exact opposite.
They say that cannabis users are harder to hypnotize.
I can't be hypnotized.
I can't either. Those no smoking tapes and shit don't work on me. I mean, it's subliminals and shit. It's just like,
That's why they call it spirits, right? You put that into your body and you're inviting demonic spirits to, it takes over. You become a different person. I smoke weed every day. I don't become a different person when I'm high. You put alcohol in me. It's a transformation.
It's willing possession, Cash. It's willing. Well, think about it. And I've got a guest backstage. You're going to love this guy.
Awesome.
And I mean that quite sarcastically. But you've heard the metaphysical law that an evil spirit cannot come into your home unless you willingly invite it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Just like the law of the vampire, right?
Right. Well, this is your home. And when you imbibe spirits, you contracted now. You willingly accepted their offer to possess you.
Yeah, I agree. And as somebody who doesn't drink, like I literally couldn't. I probably haven't had a drink since last summer. But I am around, because I'm a professional driver. I'm around drunk people all the time. And when you're not drunk and you're around drunk people, they have an odor that I can't quite describe, and it's universal, and it comes out of their pores, and it smells like something rotten. It smells demonic. I can't quite explain it. And you don't smell it if you're the one drunk.
No.
But when you're sober around some people who have been drinking, there is this distinct odor, and it to me it is some sort of demonic odor. I can't really explain it.
So this guy that's coming up off backstage, I hope this time he can refrain from his crazy fucking giggling that he did last time.
What do we got, a Glober?
Oh yeah. This is
excellent.
Timothy. This is Timothy, who was before Glober Bob, but is also Liam. So everybody, let's welcome Liam.
Yo, what's up, Jew haters?
Jew haters?
What's up, Timothy?
Look, people have been drinking alcohol in Europe well before Christianity came, so you guys are actually contradictory.
Do you think that demons only came about with Christianity?
Good logic.
He's claiming that the Christian, came along with alcohol. No, that's not what happened.
No,
that's not what I said.
Nobody said
I
said that Henry Ford said that the international Jew uses alcohol as a weapon against the Gentiles to basically subvert them and to sabotage Gentile way of life. Look at how alcohol destroys families and destroys promising young people. Is this not a fact?
Not true. No.
But by the way, I would like, it's important to point out that was Henry Ford that said that.
Right, I'm quoting
if you take issue with it, Liam, I would suggest that you go ahead and take that up with Henry Ford. Now, you'll probably need a Ouija board if you're going to do that, but good luck.
Look, I think you guys are just anti-Jew, and it's
I don't
really
give a fuck what you think. How about that?
Timothy, are you Jewish?
It's disgusting. Yes, I am, and it's disgusting to hear.
Timothy, you're
anti-Jew.
So, Timothy, you're ethnically Jewish by blood, or
I am ethnically Jew.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the accent you have? Australian?
No, it's British.
British. So you're a Jew living in Britain. So, do you realize that I am also ethnically Jewish, 100% by blood? I'm Jewish.
So you're racist to yourself.
How is that a race? Wait a second. First off, he came in here and straw-manned the fuck out of this whole thing by making an erroneous claim that we are quote unquote Jew haters. What has anyone said here that would indicate, has anyone here given an opinion of hate toward anyone? No. Henry Ford may have said some things that people would think may be disparaging or not, but there again, that's the opinion of someone that was alive almost 100 years ago or more. Okay.
Right.
So that was a complete straw man. Do you have anything of substance that you wanted to talk about tonight, Liam?
Look, I think that you guys just
Now, we're not worried about what you think. Would you like to discuss the flat Earth versus the globe? Would you like to talk about the perspective, how that works? Would you like to discuss the subject of gravity? Whether or not someone has an opinion on a certain group of people or not is irrelevant to the content of this show. So if you're not going to stay on topic, leave, or you can talk about something that has to do with the topic.
I would have let him
I'm
go
not the
on
one
about
that brought the topic up, so I don't know why you're screaming at
Well,
me. That's just kind
we're
of
not
weird.
talking about that, and that's kind of a topic that the blue-haired fucking communists in the basement of Google tend to frown upon, and
Isn't
then
it, isn't
want
it, isn't
to
it
give
weird
out
how
strikes
he
for.
screams at
Okay,
me for a topic I didn't even bring up?
you
Isn't
did
that
bring it up.
amazing, guys?
You
Like,
did
that's
bring it
so
up.
amazing.
You did bring it up.
Oh, I brought up the Jew hating stuff. Yeah,
No,
me. I brought it
nobody
up.
said anything about the Jew
He
hating. Nobody said
literally was
anything
talking
about
about
it.
how Jews are evil and causing all these problems.
No. He's talking about what Henry Ford said regarding alcohol in society. It was Henry Ford's opinion that international Jewry uses alcohol to subdue the
Yeah, and who
goyim.
brought up Jewry?
now. Now hold on. Let me.
Or was
No,
it this other guy?
Timothy, I brought it up, and let me
So
clarify.
why
In
is
the
he
book,
screaming at me talking about change the topic? What the
he
hell?
I don't know, Timothy, but let me tell you something.
I'll
Have you
tell
ever
you
read?
exactly why. I'll tell you exactly why.
I'm not even the one that
I'm
brought it
not
up.
trying to
You
get a
crazy
strike
knobhead.
on my channel. That's why.
Okay,
I'm not trying to get a strike on my channel. And anytime you talk about an overly represented group of people, there seems to be a host of that goes along. And I think that that's why Timothy has come here to try to exacerbate that to achieve that goal.
Maybe.
Now,
He's an agent of
I don't
chaos.
really care about
he
your
is an
pathetic
agent of
little channel.
chaos. So, Liam, we were discussing, the topic wasn't alcohol. We just had a side topic about it. Okay. In fact, I have a really good video on my channel. You can look it up, and it's on alcoholism. All right. And you may find that rather interesting. That's for everybody that's watching. Some of you have already seen it. I've actually gotten messages from people telling me that that video helped them greatly. So very good. That's a cool thing. We were, though, talking about perspective and how it relates to what we see in globe versus flat Earth. We were also discussing the field of view as it relates to your visual perspective, incorporating parallax. And we were about to kind of get into a little bit on a gravity, which seems to be the magic seasoning that is necessary for the helio-nonsensical model to exist.
Look, I've already defeated you on all of these.
You haven't
topics.
defeated anything at all. You sounded like an idiot, and you giggled like a fucking little girl on acid.
Well, let me ask you a simple question. Do you accept buoyancy?
Yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
if you accept buoyancy, you accept gravity. Congratulations.
How?
You are a moron.
Hold on.
Congratulations.
How do I accept gravity, especially when Archimedes,
God.
when Archimedes had figured out the buoyancy formula 1900 years before Newton ever even existed? There he goes again.
Okay, pull it up. Pull up the buoyancy formula.
Are you talking about
I
that
beg
little?
of you, pull it
Yeah,
up.
I already know. It says weight.
No, you can't make a claim and not show any
Timothy,
evidence.
Sure, I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up for you.
Timothy, how
you
Timothy,
lying dog.
Pulling up somebody else's opinion doesn't prove anything, though. Respectfully.
That's all right. I got
What
this.
the
I've
hell are
done
you
this a
talking?
million
Who
times.
are you, man? You're irrelevant. Shut your freaking mouth.
I'm your God. I'm your God. I'm your Lord and Savior. Worship me, Timothy.
Hey, Tim, listen.
That's who I am. I'm infinite
You don't
power.
need to come. You don't need to come here with that. You want to see a buoyancy formula? I'm going to pull one up for you so that you can see it.
What about the buoyancy formula would prove or require I want to ask him what about the formula would require gravity?
Hang on, I have to unmute him.
Timothy, you muted him.
I muted him because he couldn't remain calm. Okay.
How is buoyancy and density related to gravity? How does it require or necessitate the need for quote unquote gravity? In your own words.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're back.
Okay.
So I asked you a pretty direct question, and we're going to give you the floor.
Okay. There's your buoyancy formula.
Timothy,
It requires
do you own a
gravity.
butt
You
plug?
can't have you can't have buoyancy without gravity.
Okay,
If
but
you
Why?
accept
Why?
Timothy, stop.
buoyancy,
Wait
I
a
asked you
you
a
second. Why?
accept
question.
Why?
gravity.
Where does gravity come into play in this formula?
Yeah. What about this formula requires gravity?
It requires gravity
How?
Answer the question
because
though.
of the acceleration that's due
Ah,
to
so you
gravity.
assume a
Oh,
cause. You assume the
right.
cause of
You see how
acceleration.
you walked? You see
You
how
are
you walked right into
literally,
that,
oh
Timothy?
my
You see
God,
how you
this guy,
walked right into that?
hold on, stop. You
Sure.
are literally showing us a
Yeah.
formula
Yeah.
with gravity. You
Okay.
bloody
No, Timmy. Can I
stupid
take this
old
one?
man. You
No.
dumb,
I'm
Timothy.
showing you,
you dumb freaking
Little
old
G.
Timothy.
man.
It's
Timothy.
little G, not big G. You
You are
fool. Little
literally
G.
showing us a formula with
Timothy,
gravity.
what
You
does the
freaking
G mean? What
idiot.
does that say? It says gravitational acceleration. How
What
do
do you
you
think
know? Shut the
gravitational?
fuck up while I'm talking, you ignorant fuck.
He doesn't know the difference between cause and effect, and
He doesn't.
The G is for
think little
gay,
G.
like Tim.
Think little G is big G.
Bro, he literally
It's
showed us a
circular.
formula with gravity in it.
No, an
That's the
acceleration that you
effect.
assume to be gravity, Leo.
That's the effect, not the
It's
cause. Nobody denies that objects fall at 9.8 meters square. It's the
Oh,
effect.
okay. So you accept little g, yeah?
it's
Yes.
just an
Okay. If
acceleration.
you
I
okay,
deny
guys,
I
did you guys see
deny
that? Did you
that.
guys see that? Did you guys see
I
that?
deny
He
the
said he
formula.
accepts little g.
All right, wait a second. What would happen if I
Hold on a second.
change?
Hold on.
Wait,
Did
it's real simple.
that grown man literally just giggle like a
Yeah,
little girl? He
yeah,
really does that?
yeah,
Dude, you got low testosterone, bro. You need to lay off
yeah.
that soy, dude. No, you got to stop doing that. You sound like a mouse, dude.
Wait, do you accept little g? Yes, I do. Do
No,
you accept
I
gravity?
don't.
No, I don't.
I don't. I changed it to an A. I
It's an
changed it
A.
to an
It's
A,
little
Leo.
A.
Yeah, I
We
changed it
observe
to an A.
objects falling. We can't prove
No.
what
You
causes them.
admitted. You said you pointed out 9 point whatever. You
Yeah.
pointed that out. You accept that, right?
Well, that's the
It's an acceptance.
acceleration. That's
Oh
why I
yeah. Do you
changed it
accept
to
the do you
A.
accept the number 9 point whatever? Do you accept that?
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Okay. If you accept that, you accept gravity, you fucking
No, you
idiot.
don't. No, you don't.
No, you don't know the difference between cause and effect. You're making a fool of yourself, and
Oh
you're
my god.
giggling like a little girl. Like it's a dude.
Because you're so stupid. It's fucking
No, you're
hilarious.
so inbred. Your brain doesn't work properly.
You
Wow, man.
Yo, you got to mute this guy. That giggle makes me uncomfortable. To be
I
honest.
know,
Dude,
right?
you
Okay, so
literally accept
Liam. So I changed the G because I don't accept it. I'm not going to assume the cause of the acceleration. You want to know why? Because it's not necessary. You right? It's not necessary. So I changed it to be E equals P times V times
I
A
don't care about the
times
letter,
A
buddy.
times A. You know what the A is for? The A is for the effect that we're actually using, which is acceleration.
I'm
You
gonna
say
clip
it's due to
this and it's
gravity. Prove that the acceleration is due to gravity.
I'm gonna clip this, it's gonna go viral.
Just like your last one. So
Oh.
prove that the acceleration is due to gravity.
Buddy, I don't care about letters. You said
Timothy.
Prove
you
that the
accept.
acceleration is due to
You
gravity.
said you accept 9
Prove that
point
the
whatever.
acceleration is due to
Can you
gravity.
stop? Let me respond.
No.
Yeah, because
No,
Prove
you're
that the
afraid. You're
acceleration,
scared. You're
well,
scared.
because you don't understand what you're saying is why you think that's funny. Prove that the acceleration is due to gravity. You assumed
Oh
it.
my god, you're making me laugh, bro.
You
You're making
assumed
me
the cause.
laugh.
You're
Sovereign.
assuming the cause.
He actually doesn't know the difference between cause and
Listen.
effect.
He
You
doesn't.
gotta
You said,
mute him. Please mute him. Please mute
dude,
him.
why? Dude, I'm
Hold
trying to
on,
respond to
Timothy.
you.
Timothy,
No,
do
You
you're
you believe
trying
in
to talk.
dinosaurs?
You're trying to
Do you
talk
believe in
over us.
dinosaurs?
I
Why are
guess
we
you
talking
muted
about
him.
what, dude? Why are you derailing the conversation talking about dinosaurs, bro? Like, come
No, I
on,
just
dude.
want to
What the
see like
hell?
your state of mind. Do you believe in dinosaurs? Yes or no?
Dinosaurs, yes. Dinosaurs are real, yes.
Do
Oh
you
my
believe
god,
in
we
mass?
have.
Okay.
We
Do
have
you
the
believe?
I
fossil
rest my
record.
case.
Oh my
Do
god.
you believe in masculinity or
Look,
testosterone?
I have very high levels of testosterone. Okay.
Dude, I
Obviously
And
guarantee you
not.
don't. Dude, I guarantee you don't just by listening to your little giggle, dude. Trust me. You haven't listened
yeah,
Okay,
to
so
one
when
because
you
it's
say
Socrates
funny.
when you say we have
It's
records, when you say
funny.
we have records, who is we? Who is the we
Yeah.
Okay,
that has
I'll
records?
boil
Who
it. I'll
told
boil
you?
it down. I'll boil it down for you, right? We have a fossil of one species.
a
We have
fossil.
another fossil of another species.
Another
We make a
fossil.
Who's
we
though? Do
hold
you
on,
have the
relax,
fossil?
relax,
Did you find the
relax.
fossil,
Can you
or did
relax and
somebody
let
tell
me
you?
finish? Why do these people
Who
keep
is
interrupting me when
we?
I'm
Who the
talking, man?
fuck is we, Liam?
I know I'm saying me, as in me.
You have
Yes.
fossils?
Let me
You've been
respond.
told.
Dude, can you stop? We have fossils of one species, we have fossils of another. Then we make a prediction of, a fossil, an intermediary fossil that would resemble the first one and the second one, right? We make that prediction, and then we go out into the field and find that particular fossil. And we found those fossils. So we have demonstrated evolution. We've demonstrated that dinosaurs
You
existed.
haven't
We've
demonstrated
demonstrated that certain
evolution.
birds, like chickens, come from dinosaurs. We can demonstrate that through comparative fossils. It is 100% real.
Chickens come
All
from
you've demonstrated
dinosaurs.
is that you believe everything you're told. All you've demonstrated is
Dude,
that you
oh my
believe what
god,
you're told.
oh
He
my
said,
god,
she
my
said.
brain, my
You
brain,
haven't
my
come
brain,
up
my
with your
brain.
own thoughts or anything. Somebody told you your whole reality has been dictated to you.
No,
That's
we
the
have
point you
the
just proved.
evidence. We have the fossil record.
So
Oh,
You actually
you
don't
don't
have
my
the
have
fossil
god, you
record.
can
you
No
don't
access
have
the
such
any
fossil
record
fossil
record
records.
exists.
yourself.
You don't
You
have
can
any
access it
fossil
yourself,
records,
bro. Oh my god.
Liam. You don't have a single one. I wanted to show you
It's
something.
literally a talking point with no factual
Hold on.
basis to it.
I
So
just
you
told
you
you
remember
we
the
can all
last
access the fossil
hold
record.
on.
You can
You
do it
can't. They
yourself.
don't exist, you
Oh,
fool. They don't
oh,
actually
the
Oh,
exist.
experts
shut
the
up.
experts told me the experts at NASA told me the Earth is round, and the experts said I should get the jab. And, oh yeah, it exists. They did the
Dude, I'm
research. We have the
destroying
records.
every single one of your points. Just
All right. So little giggling homo. Let me ask you a question.
Did you just call me a homo?
Yeah, I
Dude,
did.
you have to be a homo the way you sound. No straight man sounds like you
Yeah, I
do.
am a homosexual. So why are you
Oh
making
my
fun of
god.
me though?
So are you a taker or a giver? A pitcher or a catcher?
Listen,
Or
that's
do you
none
do a
of your
little bit of both?
business.
Oh,
That's
All
it's
none
right,
of your
not?
so I
He has a
want to
business.
butt
point
Oh,
this
plug in
out
right
right
okay.
here,
now. I
Timothy.
guarantee you,
You
he has
love
a
to
butt plug in him
Hey,
right now.
do you know
you
Brenda?
love to push your sexuality down our throats, but
Hold on,
if we
dude.
ask specific questions, now it's not our business.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
it's
Do you
none
know
of your
Brenda?
business.
I could hook you up, bro. Do you know
Look, I
Brenda?
support Brenda and I support
You
their
do you know her?
transition. I
Him or
support that.
whatever?
I know
What?
that they're
You
transgender
ought
and
to
I
hook
support
up,
that they're
bro.
transition and I support the transgender
You ought to
community.
hook up, bro.
Wait,
Do
what
you
is
support butt plugs?
hey Sovereign, what is Brenda?
It's
No, I know
trans.
who it is, but what is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure
It's
out
a
if it's a
woman.
guy
Okay,
turning
it's a
into a
woman.
woman
Do
or if
not
it's
make
a
fun of
woman turning
It's a
into a guy.
woman.
I can't figure it out.
That
Her
looks like
name
a
is
middle-aged, mentally ill man pretending
no.
to be a
Her name is
woman.
Brenda. Her name is
His
Brenda.
name is what?
No, her name. It's a her. It's
Was
a
All right.
woman.
was he
Let
born with
me
a
hold
penis?
on.
Was he born
Stinky.
with
Let
a
me get
penis?
Stinky. Let me get back on track where we were at. Anyway,
Okay.
I was trying to shut the guy up so I could point something out. I noticed here that when I showed you the other thing and that showed that formula, it had a link there. Some of you may have noticed, and it said for a buoyancy calculator. Now we've got one here that has all this, the density of the fluid, the volume, the B, and down here under mass of displaced fluid, we have it's listed under pounds. So gravity is pounds.
Oh
Gravity
my
is
god. Oh my
weight.
god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh
Is
my god.
gravity
Oh my
weight?
god. Oh my god. You guys are freaking
Is
stupid.
gravity weight? Is that what you're telling me? Gravity is weight?
Oh my god. My brain. My brain. My brain. My brain. My brain. My brain. Oh my
Did you lose it?
god.
Did you
Now, when
lose
It's
you
it?
say
so
brain,
freaking stupid. Oh my god.
Really? Well, I didn't see any G's. All I saw was for weight. So
Oh my
where did
lord. Oh
the
my lord. Oh
G
my lord.
come
Oh my
in?
lord.
Where did the G come in? Are you saying that weight is caused by gravity? Can you prove that? Because things weigh more in a vacuum chamber.
Oh my god. Oh my lord.
You
Oh
want me
my
to prove
god.
that? Would you like me to prove it?
Oh my god.
You can stop calling for God. He's not going to help you. I can
You
guarantee
don't
you
even
that.
believe in God, dude. You believe in sodomy. You're calling us stupid, but like you
Oh
do
my lord.
sodomy. Is there
Oh my
anything
lord.
stupid? Is there anything dumber than sodomy? Is there anything in the world that brings more disease than sodomy, my friend?
What are you talking about right now?
We're talking about sodomy, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's not
because
even go there. I don't
because
even want to.
you
I
love
don't
to
even want to
derail.
listen. That whole fucking idea grosses me out really bad, and it's a buzzkill
What?
to me. I don't even care. Do whatever you do. I don't give a shit. You want to sleep with goats? You want to do whatever? I don't give a fuck. Right? Right now, I'm trying to get you to tell me what weight is caused by.
It's the density. It's the density of the fluid.
Okay,
That's
and
why there's a weight
density
thing
is
there.
mass over
And
volume,
and
right?
so you have the density, and then you multiply that by the gravitational acceleration.
Well, how do you know
And
the
if
accel?
you accept
Wait, back up. You said
uh,
what kind of acceleration?
gravitational.
How do you know
Fucking
it's
hell.
from gravity?
Oh, my brain, my brain, my
Yeah, I
brain, my
know you don't
brain.
have one. Well, how do you
Oh, my
know that
brain,
it's from
my brain,
gravity?
my brain, my brain, my brain.
Right?
Listen,
Density
buddy.
is mass over
I'm gonna say
volume,
it so slow. I'm
correct?
gonna say it slow for you because I know you're
Okay.
old. I'm gonna say it
All
really
right.
slow.
All
Okay,
right.
gravity acceleration, little
Yeah.
g is
Yeah.
from g is from
Okay. Well,
gravity.
prove that then.
Okay,
Can you
Have to
prove that?
If
Can
prove
you?
that.
No, not
you
okay.
accept
Not
if
okay. You
you
just made
accept
that up.
little g,
Can you prove that?
if you accept little g,
No,
you
I
accept
accept
No.
weight.
Respectfully,
gravity.
this guy's just
Thank
this
you,
guy's
thank
just
you
he's
so
just here to
much.
distract us. He's an agent of chaos. Get him up
You
out of
got to
here.
get rid of him.
He came and
Hey,
distracted
hey,
the
Yeah,
whole
get
one
rid of
conversation.
me,
last
get rid of
question.
me, get rid of me, guys, get rid of me. What are you
Timothy,
Okay.
doing, man?
Timothy. Did objects fall at 9.8 meters square before Newton invented the theory of gravity?
Oh my god, my brain. Oh my
Did
god, my
little g,
brain,
did
my
little
brain.
g, did little g
Oh
exist
my
before
god.
big G?
It's always existed.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
fucking
So
hell.
okay,
can
thank
you
you. You
prove that
just proved
little
my point.
g?
Thank you.
Can you prove
You
that
just
little
proved my
g?
point. Dude, just shut up. You're just a
Can you
freaking retard.
prove? Can you prove that little g is due to big G?
Yeah, I've done that in the last stream, man. I know
No, you didn't.
you're
You said Cavendish, and we brought up
I
a
know that you're
Cavendish
forgetful.
and showed you that it doesn't work.
Okay,
Cavendish was
look,
an autist living in
I
his
know
He could
that
parents'
only
you're
prove
basement.
what the experts have told him to believe. He could only prove what the experts have told him to think and believe.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah.
bro. What are you talking about? Oh my god, oh my god,
Well,
oh my god. Look,
how prove to me that big G is or little G is caused by big G?
I've
How do
already
you
demonstrated.
prove that? How did you modulate big G in order to determine that it was the cause of the DV, in other words, the object that was falling, right? So you've got a dependent variable of the object falling. Your independent variable, of course, is your big G. So now what you have to do is be able to modulate big G in order to manipulate the effect on the DV, correct? Correct. That's how science is done. So go ahead.
Sounds
look,
like he's
I've
getting
already
railed.
addressed. I've
You
addressed
didn't
this
address
in the
nothing. You
last.
just
Oh,
hop
you
around in
already did
fucking
it. So
circles
do it
and giggle.
again. It should be easier the second time. You already did it.
Yeah, look, I'll happily do it again, man. Okay, so
Thank you. Do
little
it. The
g.
floor is yours.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
The floor is yours.
Hold on, I think I might need to come back and restart.
No, we hear you. We hear you perfectly. Stop
All you have to
coping.
do is explain it. Anyway, wow, what a fucking fruitcake. That's what I said. See, he was acting like that when he was Globe Lover Bob.
Who can do the best impression of that guy?
Oh my God. Anybody that thinks they can do the best impression of that, I don't know. I'd be afraid to, man.
I'll pass. I'll pass.
Does anybody giggle like that fucking guy? Elmo. That's what I'm going to call that guy. Yeah. Tickle me Elmo. There he comes.
Tickle me Elmo. What
Yeah.
was that?
Here he is. He's back.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, I had to restart my thing, but look, it's what was the question?
Prove that how can you verify that big G is responsible for little g?
Look, it's pretty obvious.
No, it's not.
If you acknowledge little g, you acknowledge gravity. And the
No.
reason why that is because if you look at the little g formula, it includes something called the gravitational
I don't
constant.
care what it's called. Call it
Okay.
unicorn farts if you
Now,
want to. You have
do
to
you want
prove
my
it.
response, or are you going to keep interrupting me?
You haven't proven it. Just because you call
I'm
something
getting
something
there. I know
doesn't
you're
mean that's the
slow, but
actual
listen, I'm
cause.
getting there. Okay.
No, you're not. You're
The
fucking talking like
gravitational
an idiot.
constant. Okay. Gravitational constant. What do you think that means?
That
It
means it's
means
something that doesn't change.
gravity is real. Okay.
It does. How does
Oh
that
my
mean?
god.
Because you called something.
Now,
All right, I'm going to call it a fucking magic elf turd constant. Now, does
Call it
that
oh my
mean
thread.
that
god.
magic
Oh my
elf turds are responsible?
god.
Does it? Does that mean that magic elf turds are what's responsible now because I called it that?
You're
What
so.
if I called it? What if
Why
I
are you
called it
so
the
afraid of
magic fairy
gravity,
dust
man?
constant?
Like, why are
Would
you
it
This
be
is
so
what.
magic
haunted
fairy
by
dust
Let me
now?
gravity?
summarize. Hold on. Let me summarize what
Wait, why are
Timothy
you
just said.
so haunted by gravity? Like, who hurt
Timothy,
you, man?
Timothy, you basically just said that the effect proves the cause. And that makes no sense. And you're here defending
Oh,
science. You're
God.
supposed to be the one defending science. We're the idiot flat earthers. You're here, the defender of science. And you just said that the effect proves the cause. How is that scientific or even logical, bro?
Are you done? Are you done
I'm
ranting?
no, respond.
Are you
It's
done
not a rant.
ranting?
It was a question. Yeah, it's
Okay,
not a
awesome.
rant. It was coherent, bro.
Now, there are many transcendental constants within our reality.
Oh my
Okay,
God, dude. You are such a
and
homo.
on our planet,
We're not on a planet.
right?
We're not on a
We
planet.
can we can
The
do we
word
can
planet
we
means a
can
section of a
accurately.
greater plane.
Why am I constantly like getting interrupted?
Because you're speaking nonsense and you're not
Like I'm
answering.
here
You're
to
not
have a
answering.
cordial
No,
conversation,
you're
but you
not. First of all, no, you're
constantly
not.
interrupting
No,
me.
you're not. I asked you a specific question and
Oh
you
my
didn't
god, I'm
answer it.
trying to answer your question, but you
Dude,
just keep
intelligent people
interrupting.
can answer
Yeah,
with a
yo,
few
Sovereign, can
amount
you
of
just mute
words.
this guy? Can you mute this
You're
guy
not
so I can actually
Yeah.
respond?
concise. You're not concise, dude. You're not
Can you
concise enough.
mute him so I can actually respond?
All right, go ahead and respond. But
All
listen,
right, freaking hell.
respond to what was asked. Don't start talking about,
Yeah, look,
there's
no, I'm gonna
deer that
respond the way I want
wander
to
through
fucking
the
respond. All
forest
right,
and
shut the
shit.
fuck up.
Just get to the
Now
fucking
listen,
point, man.
gravity. We all acknowledge there are transcendental constants within our universe. Okay, one of them happens to be the gravitational constant within our planet. Each planet has their own gravitational
How do you know that?
constant.
How do you have that? Where does that come from?
And the
You
gravitational constant
don't you have to
demonstrates
actually prove something in order?
demonstrates
Wait a second. Don't
gravity.
you actually have to prove something before you can ascribe it to other
Yeah.
objects that you
So
can't
wait.
even
So
go
you don't
to?
accept the gravitational constant then?
What are you talking about? I'm not accepting the cause of what you call the
No. I'm
gravitational
saying, do
constant.
you accept the gravitational constant?
No, I accept acceleration constant.
Okay. Okay. So if you don't accept the gravitational constant, but you do accept the gravitational acceleration. Oh my god. Oh, dude, this guy's.
That's the gayest laugh I ever heard, respectfully.
Dude, this guy
I mean,
said he accepts gravitational acceleration, but he doesn't accept
no, I didn't say
gravitational
anything. I didn't give it
constant.
an adjective, asswipe.
Oh my
Hey,
god,
I
I'm
didn't
gonna
give it an
clip this.
adjective.
I'm
You're
gonna
the one
clip
that
this. You're
claimed
gonna
the
be
cause.
famous, bro. You're gonna be famous,
Am
dude.
I?
This
I
is
already am
fucking
famous. I
hilarious.
already am famous. Hey, Mellow Dome, what's going on, brother?
Oh,
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Yo,
Nothing, bro.
Austin.
Listen, it's cringe ass shit. I got a lot of respect for you, man. I can't handle arguing with retards like this.
Yeah, it
you're
ain't gonna
calling
go on
me a
much
freaking
longer.
retard. You're the flat earther. You're the retard.
You're the guy that just
Oh
came
my
in here. Tickle me, Elmo. You're the one that just came in here and said that the cause and the effect are the same, and you
When did I ever
know
say
this
that? When did I
because you
ever
can
say cause
see
and
it.
effect are the same?
You
You
did.
literally said it a
Listen,
dozen times.
what I said was, you said you accept gravitational acceleration,
I
but
said
you
we
don't
accept
accept the
the
gravitational
effect
constant.
because we can observe the effect. We can't prove the cause. We can observe the effect. Stop giggling like a girl, act like a grown man. We can observe the effect. We cannot prove the cause. How do
He's
you not
gone.
understand that? He's gone. You got to get
Listen.
rid of this guy, dude.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. I ain't dealing
Dude,
with
I
it.
He
live in
just
the
came
real.
here to distract. He just came here to distract from the conversation.
Yeah.
That's all.
I have literally never encountered a human being like that in my entire life.
Well, he showed up on Jaren as Liam. And then he showed up over on this show as Globe Lover Bob. And then when I banned him from the studio, he came back as Timothy. And that dumb fucker never did notice that I changed his name to Tickle Me Elmo on a little thing under his picture right there. I changed it to Tickle Me Elmo. So it no longer said Timothy. Wasn't that devious of me?
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, I put him up as Tickle Me Elmo. I never saw that. I guess maybe the gerbil was running out of air and that made him laugh, you know. I don't. Jesus, crime and
I guarantee you he's an overweight 40-year-old virgin living in his grandma's basement. I guarantee it.
That laugh is exactly like Fight the Fat Shirt laughs. Did you notice that? You know,
Dude, he might be a virgin with a woman, but that dude diddles kids or something, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
definitely needs a
definitely
girlfriend.
owns a collection of butt plugs.
So how was work, Mr. Melodome, Mr. Austin?
It was good, man. It was all right. Got next 3 days off, so
Oh, sweet.
shit. But I'm rolling up this blunt right now.
Nice. Yeah, I just filled my bong and that guy had to intervene. So it was either get rid of this guy or smoke a quarter ounce of weed. I can afford to get rid of this guy. Wow. So this is what you run into a lot because this is what they've done with that gravitational or with a formula, right? So we've got this formula here. And this is the trickery that they give you, right? And so, wait a second, I already have it up here. Oh, I gotta add it. There it goes.
That's the thing about information. Everything you're given is somebody else's theory and opinion. And if you believe it, like you're literally believing somebody else's reality.
Well, and this is how they slip it in. Okay. So there's the buoyancy formula, right? And they got that G in there. And so they say, oh, look, that means that gravity. So gravity's real, or else you couldn't have buoyancy. But when you go breaking it down, it tells you where the buoyancy is, of course, the capital B. It says the density is the P of the liquid of the object is immersed in, measured in kilograms over meters. What is that? Cubed of V. V is volume of the displaced fluid, measured in m3g. Gravitational acceleration. Wait a second. That's assumptive. Gravitational is assumptive.
Well, that's why I asked him that question to start it off, and I tried to walk him right into a trap because he thinks that this formula, buoyancy density, has something to do with gravity, but it's completely circular. The little g. And he walked right into it, and then that's why he has to giggle, because we literally proved in real time that they're trying to use the effect to prove the cause. That's like when Neil deGrasse Tyson dropped a microphone as if he won an argument. Like that was, and he's supposed to be a scientist.
Yep. Well, this right here, you can see, it says G so that you'll form that idea of gravity in your head, right? But all it is the acceleration, right?
Yeah.
And that is going to be a number. Well, gravity's not a number. Okay.
He said Brenda's a woman.
Why is it that all the defenders of science are also completely liberals who defend transgenderism as science? Doesn't that contradict? What am I missing here?
There's a correlation between no consequences to your actions and that we're all space monkeys and, you can piss in kitty litter boxes if you wanted to and all that crazy shit.
Yo, that's a real thing. I know we're laughing, but that's happening in high schools right now.
Oh yeah, that's why I pulled
Well,
my kids out of that mess.
there's this girl here in our town, and I've known her about since I moved here. She was probably about 17, 18 years old when I first moved here. Now she's got a daughter who's grown and dresses and acts like a cat and wears a collar and leash and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? So even here in rural America, we're not immune to this crazy shit. And you'd be surprised that the school will bend over for that, man. They will bend over and accommodate that.
And who runs the schools? It's a bunch of liberal women. It's just women, like weak liberal women are running the show.
And emasculated men.
Oh yeah, the worst men are public school teachers and administrators. Yeah.
Now, it wasn't like that so bad when I was in school. You know, like I can remember my biology teacher, Mr. White. This guy, he was like a real life Brace Bannon.
Cooking some meth.
For real, he really was. And that guy was great with microbiology and shit like that. I still remember stuff from that guy. And he did scuba diving and all skydiving, all this other shit. He was a pretty buff dude. He'd bring in slides from where he was going inside of barrel sponges underwater in the Caribbean and stuff. I mean, it was really a cool dude. And what a method of teaching. This guy, I remember, and he knew I was a stoner, right? So you go into science class and you have those tables. You don't sit at desks. You have a lab. Mm-hmm. This fucker knew I was getting high at lunch, man. I'd come in there. Visine wouldn't help. I'm sitting at the table. He'd come in from the back of the room. He walks by me this one day and he goes, pop, and he slugs me right in the fucking arm and just kept walking up to the front of the class. And I'm like, what the hell? And he goes, is there something wrong, Mr. Kane? And I said, well, yeah, man, you just hit me in the arm, dude. And he goes, I didn't touch you. And I said, you just hit me in the arm. And he says, yeah, but I didn't touch you. And then he went on a whole lesson of how the negative charge of his atoms pushed against the negative charge of my atoms, causing an equal reaction. We never actually touched or we would have melded together. And I was like, oh, fuck, mind blown, man. It was just like really, it brought it all home. He would do shit like that. He would actually do a demonstration and then put an explanation behind it.
Dude, I had a great science teacher in high school too, and we all thought he was a genius, but he also believed in global warming and the moon landing, and he believed in a lot of false science. And we used to think he was a genius, but now I look back at him with like a different perspective. Like he was smart. He had a high IQ. But with that high IQ, if you absorb false information, I mean, now you're just really smart in a dumb way. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah. They're immersed in the academia.
Yeah, but not truth.
Right. It's what the books say. It is a training in accepting authoritative information. It really is, right from the get-go. Because what are you told when you get sent off to school? Now, listen, David, that woman is your teacher, and she's going to tell you things that's going to make you smart, and okay. So you get this idea that this woman knows everything. You're only 5 years old. She's a teacher. She must be really smart if she teaches other people stuff, and so that's where it starts.
Yeah, but the education level that a first grade teacher needs, second grade education level.
Well, that's why I think that one room classes that were smaller with several grades was probably really quite beneficial. I know it was for my grandfather, because while he's doing his second grade work, he's also hearing the lesson that's being given to the fourth graders on math. He's also listening to that while he's also doing his other schoolwork, because she's teaching to different groups of kids, right?
That's kind of what's going on here at my house.
There you go. Yeah.
We all do it at our dining room table is also our classroom. We got all kinds of things on the wall and blah, 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 blah. But my 7-year-old is learning lessons, but he's also right next to his 12-year-old brother learning lessons, and then my 5-year-old is right there listening to the 7-year-old and the 12-year-old. So yeah,
So
and my 4-year-old start.
When you focus that information on those other children as they get older with your like home-based curriculum, they're going to pick up on it faster because they've already been exposed to it. They've already got some information there. See, that's beautiful.
And your youngest child is probably going to be the smartest of all of them.
Oh yeah. I mean, at his age now, he's already sharper than they were at that age at 4 years old.
Because he's around the lessons for his older siblings, so he's experiencing it younger. And
have you guys heard of Tycho Brahe?
Yes,
sure.
So you've heard of the Tychonic system?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I'm not really quite familiar with it. Why don't you enlighten us a little bit, Austin?
Well, I've been reading it the past couple days, and from my understanding, it's from Tycho Brahe in like the 16th century, and he was an astronomer, astrologer, alchemist, and he he took the Copernican heliocentrism. You know, he took like the benefits of that, added it to the Ptolemaic system. I think I'm pronouncing that right. And he created his own system, right? And so what's going on is that the Earth is stationary at the center, and the sun and the moon are going around the Earth, but all the other planets are still circling around the sun instead of all the other planets going around the Earth. It's you know,
Austin.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's 100% correct. I've already come to that conclusion. And
dude, I'm starting to think that's what's going on, dude.
I've got all the math. In fact, I have never put it in a video, but I've got Mercury and Venus completely down to a science. It's how they form these patterns. The flower of Venus, right?
Yeah, the rose of Venus, right?
That's created. I have all the math and the numbers and why it creates the symmetry it does. A lot of it's based on the golden ratio. But yeah, it's because they're circling the sun as the sun circles the Earth.
Yeah.
And there is not a single geocentric model made on YouTube that has it right.
I was looking for it.
Because all the geocentric models on YouTube right now, like the animations basically, they all have it wrong because they would all require the Earth to spin for it to be accurate. So they don't have it. They don't have the ratios of the sun going around the Earth correct because they're all assuming that the Earth, that like an orbit of the sun around the Earth is a year when it's actually a day, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not capable of thinking in the proper geocentric way because they're still indoctrinated by heliocentrism. But what you just said is absolutely correct.
And you know that clown that was just on here laughing, like trying to say we're stupid, right? But when you take this geocentric position, this Tychonic system, and it accounts for all observations in the sky, including retrograde, okay? Every single observation in this solar system can be accounted for in this model. What's the term? There's a kinematic equivalence between this model and the heliocentric model, meaning it's the same observationally accurate, just as accurate, right? But the only difference is we're not, there's no curvature, there's no motion of the Earth ever detected. We're just keep going off of our observations when they're using, what was it that they used? Kepler came in and fucked up the whole system, the whole Tychonic system.
Well, Kepler stole Brahe's work, right? I think he murdered him, if I have the story right.
Someone just said in the chat that he was like secretly poisoned or something.
Yeah, he was the protege, and then he poisoned him, stole all his work, and there's I haven't really done research on that particular subject in maybe over a year. But that's basically what happened.
Like, we don't really need to come up with much else. Like, with this system right here, everything in the sky is accounted for. You know, and of course they're not millions of miles away in large gas balls, but
So yeah, basically,
it works.
No, that right there, God, that's one of my things, man. It's like, and it's since I've become, flat Earth, level Earth. It's like, don't call it an atmosphere. Gas doesn't have a shape, man. This is one of my big things. This is my thing, is gas and pressure, right? So how do you get a ball of gas to form in any freaking condition whatsoever, much less in a vacuum? So you're going to tell me, and I had, what was it, Nick Volt come out here trying to tell me, well, the hydrogen atoms have their own gravity and they pulled together and became a big mass. And I'm like, no, gas does not behave that way. Gas never forms into a volume. The only way to get a volume of a gas is with containment. That is the only way to have a volume of gas.
right. Do you see this graphic you have on the screen right now of the sun and the planets? Yeah, so the sun would go around the Earth once a day, right?
Right,
And it's gonna
this.
drag the planets with it.
Right.
But each planet is on its own, course around the sun. It takes its own amount of time.
Right.
I think Venus is, I can't remember the math off the top of my head, but basically let's just limit it to the sun and Venus. So the Venus and the sun are going to go around together, but then Venus is going to lose, I think it's like 1.6 degrees per day. And it's a perfect ratio. I think Venus absolutely proves geocentrism, because there's a freaking golden ratio relationship between the pattern of Venus and the Earth. It's absolutely insane.
If you look at all of the planetary movements over a flat Earth, it's insane. I'm looking to see where I have that picture.
Also, I'm thinking of the Prague clock.
Yes.
Isn't that the Tychonic model basically on that clock?
It is.
You'd have to put that up on your screen, because I'm not really familiar.
Oh, what, the Anacathera?
He called it the Prague clock, but I can't picture that in my head.
Okay, hang on one sec. I got that.
Well, I don't believe in none of this shit. Respectfully,
yeah, I can look for it.
I don't believe in science. I don't believe in math. I don't believe in nothing I'm told. I'm making my own shit.
All right, so PRAGUE clock. There it is. And let me get some images. And it's this thing here. Boom, boom, boom.
I am God. I am the creator. I control my reality. I get what I want. I make.
There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is based off that. Y'all seeing that okay?
Yeah, yes. Now, I've seen a relationship between that clock and the moon map, right? How this clock represents how our Earth circle is just a small portion of the overall flat Earth.
Yeah.
That's like mapped out in the moon. Have you seen that?
I have. That's interesting. That was that whole field was actually started, but with it was some Russian guy.
I can't remember.
His videos first came out, they had to be translated for you to be
able to... and Anwar, maybe something like that. I can't remember, but those were good videos.
That is some interesting stuff, and they've recently changed what's written in these faces right here, but it used to look different.
They also put a globe in the center.
They did.
They always do that.
That thing there, it is still working. Well, it had to be repaired because of the war. And it was I think it was really difficult for him to repair it. There's some of these things, it's even like, the guy that built that thing down in Florida at Homestead, Florida, they have Coral Castle. And this was built.
Oh, shit. I'm from Homestead. I live right by Coral Castle. That's crazy.
Okay. So that was built by this guy. He was like 5'6", a little short guy from Latvia. And he built this thing all out of coral, blocks of coral. He built it all by himself. and he said that he knew the secrets that the ancients knew to placing these big megalithic structures. And he would have a block of this shit brought to him, and it'd be on the back of the truck, and he'd just tell the driver, go ahead, go take a break, I'll take care of it. And he's by himself. The guy come back in less than a half hour, the guy's got the fucking block unloaded and in a different spot, no equipment around or anything else. And people were trying to figure out what he was doing. And one day some kids hid in the bushes and they watched him do it. They went home and they told their parents, we figured out how the man moves the stones. And they said, how? The kids told him he uses an ice cream cone. He uses this cone. And they thought, oh, this is just kids, you know, they're just making up shit. And they didn't listen to him. But amongst his stuff was a conical object that was found. And it was there again with frequency, resonance, and vibration. Something he was doing to be able to levitate these huge stones. One of the doors in this thing was so perfectly balanced, made out of this multi-ton block of coral, that you could push it open with just your finger. It was so perfectly balanced. It eventually broke, and they still haven't figured out how to fix it back to make it work the way that it used to. So this thing is really, and it's kind of a sad story. He built it in hopes that his love over in Latvia would come over. He built it for her, and he wanted her to come here and marry him, and she didn't, even after he built the castle. So it's kind of a sad story behind it. But to this day, he left hints so that somebody can figure it out. But to this day, no one has figured out what he was doing and how he did it.
Well, they probably know, but they don't tell us.
They won't tell us. Yeah.
Why would they share?
Yeah.
Why would the powers that be share knowledge? It doesn't make any sense. Because
there's a lot of UFOs in that area too. I live by there, and Homestead Air Force Base is right there. You see a lot of weird shit in the sky, UFOs, all kind of entities and stuff. It's just crazy.
That is nuts.
Let's see, what was the guy's name was Ed Leedskalinen. I'm gonna see if I can.
Yeah, he pretty much figured out like anti-gravity and how to move multi-ton rocks and corals with like anti-gravity.
Well, he had some published pamphlets on magnetism that he put out as well, and one of them is entitled "Everything is a Magnet." And some pretty interesting information. I have those, and they're packed away someplace. I'll have to get them out. I've almost forgotten.
That makes sense because we attract whatever we want. So everything is a magnet. If I want to attract some Jameson, then I'm gonna get it. It's gonna happen. So yeah, we are a magnet. If I'm miserable and I want miserable company, I'm gonna attract that. If I want bullshit in my life, if I want health, I'm gonna attract it. So yeah, I agree with the magnet thing.
Well, in 1984, Orwell said that they figured out levitation and invisibility. He said that in section 3 of the book. And he said that their mathematicians figured out a dual system of astronomy. So that goes back to what we were talking about earlier, how they were able to, take our observations and transform it into a globe model. So it's like all that's in the book 1984. Like what you just said about levitation down in Florida, like with the UFOs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I figured out something beyond all that. I figured out infinite power, beyond science, beyond math, beyond gravity. I figured out infinite power.
How's that?
I can't tell you. You just gotta get it. Oh. You just gotta get it. If you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, you're not gonna get it. That's how that works.
Well, I mean, like, what do you mean ultimate power? What does that actually mean?
That just means that, we're going through this experience in this flesh vessel in this body, but even after we die, that's not the end of your journey, your soul, your power. Like I'm literally part of infinite power, infinite possibility, infinite wisdom, whatever you will. I'm in that right now.
Under my name? You see what it, Jameson? Do you see what it says underneath my name? Infinite awareness.
I've seen that.
Having a human experience. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's like that. What is that? The song by the Police, right? We are spirits in the material world.
Material world, yeah. You know, like that's a band I can't listen to though.
No, I'm
Even
not a
though
big fan, but
man, it's just like they don't end the song. They just repeat the same thing over and over and over until you
yeah,
want to smash your radio. About the time you want to smash your radio, it finally stops, you know?
walking on the moon. Yeah,
Yeah, or message.
That's why somebody can believe, and to prove magnetism, somebody can believe they got cancer because somebody told them, a doctor, or they just believe it, and they'll die of cancer. But I can eat cancer cells and believe I'm good, and nothing will happen to me.
yeah. There's truth there for sure.
Yeah, here's one of his PDFs on magnetic current. He put out in 1945 at Lead Skellen, and these people always got to have fucking hard to pronounce names. Aristosthenes.
I know, right? I'm
Yeah,
trying
that
to
guy,
read
the
this shit. I
Coral
can't
Castle
pronounce
guy,
the name.
he was on a similar wave like Tesla, like with the electricity and the gravity and all those hidden energies and powers that are kept occult.
I got into a great this is so trying to pry this gravity out of people's fucking heads is really hard to do. It's been so embedded into people's heads that it's hard to pull it out.
Yeah,
I was trying to explain this to this guy today, and I says it's nothing more than relative density disequilibrium. Okay, the medium will either support something or it won't. There's going to be two states. It's either going to be too heavy for the medium, too light for the medium, or equal to the medium. Those are the only three states that it can be in. All right. So everything being in a state of disequilibrium, it's a relative density proportionate to the medium. Okay. So the density of the object within the medium. And I exemplified that. He says, in a vacuum chamber, and he started with that. And I said, listen, in a vacuum chamber, things weigh more. Now, how could that be? If there's a weight of air on you and you remove the air, why would the object get heavier? It's because the air doesn't technically really have the weight that you're talking. It's the medium and the object itself. So what happens if I increase the density of the medium that it's in? It's going to become lighter. We can exemplify that if you put something human in a swimming pool, right? You're going to be at a certain buoyant state there. But if I increase the density of that water by adding salt to it, like in the Great Salt Lake, you're going to float higher in the water than you would if it were fresh water. And it's because it's a denser medium.
No. When you add salt to water, it's anti-gravity.
Yeah, that's what it is, anti-gravity. But I mean, it's that simple. This is why you can float an iron anvil in a tub of mercury.
Yeah.
Push it around like a piece of styrofoam floating in a pool. So it's like, where does the weight go, right? You reduce the weight. If the weight was due to gravity, and then you just claiming that. So in your idea, the dependent variable is the object. The independent variable is that which is causing the rate of acceleration, right? So they're saying it's due to gravity. But if I change the medium, I change that rate. I manipulate my independent variable, which is the medium, and I change the results on the dependent variable merely by increasing or decreasing the density of the medium that the object resides in. That's all.
You can also manipulate it with electrostatics.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the key core to everything. It's not responsible for why things fall, but it is what I think is responsible for the vector.
Right.
And once the condition is set, which it already is, the ground is obviously densest area in your existence, right beneath you. So it makes sense that's
what if I jump in a pool? What if I jump in a pool of solid lead or iron and still float or go through it? How is that possible?
Well, wait a second. Which weighs more? Which weighs more? If you made a statue of yourself out of the lead and compared it to your actual life body, which one would weigh more? The lead, of course. So you would float. You think of it that way. Two things cannot.
I mean, it's all subjective. It's all subjective. Like that. That's the beauty of free will. You're
Well, no,
free to
it's very
believe whatever you want.
It's very objective, and it's this way. Look, two things cannot occupy the same place at the same time. We can all agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
theoretically,
don't agree with that.
Theoretically,
if you say people believe what they want, then it's like, all right. So Brenda believes that Brenda's
No,
a woman.
I'm just saying to prove my point. You just said you believe two things can't occupy the same space, but that's based on what you were taught and what you think you believe or what you actually
Can you
believe.
demonstrate
and you're free to do that.
Can you
But
demonstrate?
that doesn't mean I can't demonstrate to you anything that I can't demonstrate anything you won't believe. Because if you're in a box, I can't demonstrate outside of a box. You won't believe it. You won't believe it.
Well, it's not
All
about
I'm saying
belief.
is when you
Belief
have
is the enemy of
when
knowing.
you have a belief system and a contract programmed into you, I could show you something and you literally won't see it because you don't believe it.
Okay.
I think in this physical reality that we live in, that we're trapped in, I think when the laws of physical matter, two things can't occupy the same space at the same time. But I think you're talking about something that goes beyond.
I'm saying you were taught. Somebody taught you that law. You didn't make that theory up. You got that from somewhere else.
I can't
right?
disprove that.
Right?
I can't disprove that law. I mean, as far as
never-
I know, I can't run through a wall.
You can disprove it, but you believe it. So it pretty much puts you in a box and kind of creates the reality of something else is not possible.
As soon as you start treating reality as fantasy, now you're a glober again. Okay.
I think we hear what you're saying, but it's also derailing what Sovereign's the point he's trying to make. So you know what I mean?
So I'm standing here in the air, or I'm sitting here in the air, right? That's the medium that's surrounding me. Now, if I have a duplicate of myself, which I would, because there's obviously a hole in the air shaped exactly like me. So if I took that air that I'm displacing and made it a statue of myself out of it, I would obviously weigh more than that air statue of myself. So this means that I will go down. I am denser than that which I displace. If whatever I'm in,
it just means you're programmed and indoctrinated to a belief system of air and density and science and formulas that were taught to you. That's all that means.
This is just all common sense. This is all common sense. We experience this at
according
all times.
common sense according to whom though?
According to reality, any child that's ever taken a bath starts realizing the value of displacement and how it works right away. In fact, I believe the story is that's how Archimedes, when he was in his bathtub and he discovered the formula for buoyancy, it is said that he ran into the street so excited, yelling, "Eureka, Eureka," and had forgotten to get dressed. That's the story we were told in school anyways about Archimedes. But the reality of it is that there's no air where my body is. It's against my body.
The reality is you're free to believe whatever you want. That's the reality. And I
that's not a
respect that,
belief,
right?
though. Do you understand the difference between a fact and a belief? Wow. Boy, this place will draw more weird people than a fucking Greyhound bus station. I'm not shitting you, man.
Bro, it's wild, dude.
It is. I have fun with it, though, man. It's like, holy shit, up to a point. I mean, little giggler guy there had to go. I'm sorry, that was insane, but what the fuck was that? You know, I'm trying to explain buoyancy, and this guy's talking, yeah, but if you believe that you're a dove and shit, and you know, like lesbian seagull, you know, I'm like, what the fuck?
I was waiting for you to do that because I wasn't really on board with any of that.
Yeah, I know
that
what
was
the hell
him.
he was talking about, dog. I'm like, what?
I think that was the Jameson talking, if you ask me.
You're not supposed to drink on meds, man. No.
Because he really was. I mean, maybe he was the agent because, like, he was just derailing what you were trying to say. It was very frustrating.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what the hell? That's right, Barbara. I almost forgot about that. Yeah. Somebody had said when Brenda was pulling her shenanigans in here, and he said, you know, and I was like, look, I don't really care what people do and shit, but I'm allowed to think it's disgusting. All right. I do. I think it's gross. All right.
Yeah.
When I even think about it, it gives me like a revulsion in my stomach, you know, like, oh fuck, that's so gross. Anyway, somebody said, well, love is love. And I was like, well, are you talking about agape love? Or, you know, what kind of love are you talking about? You know, I mean, I have, and the statement I made was, I have 5 dogs that I love dearly. I love them. I would do anything in the world with them. I don't want to have sex with them, though. Okay? Right?
I can relate to that. Yeah.
So she says, or it says, oh, tell us more about how you don't have sex with your dog. And I'm like, what? And she kept going on about it. And I was like, now she's got dog sex in her mind. And how would one elaborate on how you don't do something? I mean, this is the type of people we're dealing with.
Well, that whole thing, love is love, that's a slogan invented by liberal marketing people on like Madison Avenue. You know, love is love is just a euphemism for sodomy. That's all that means.
It is. It's like, well, my mother-in-law used to do something kind of similar that for an excuse. She would purposely do something she knew was wrong and was going to piss somebody off, and then say, well, nobody's perfect, Jesus, except for Jesus. You know, and it's like, wait a minute. Yeah, you can be forgiven for your mistakes, but it's not a mistake if you went into it knowing what the fuck you were doing.
Well, it's like a loophole.
Yeah, it's like a loophole.
Yeah, get out of jail free card. They all treat it like that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's bad.
That's a very Jewish way of looking at things.
Don't be accountable. I think, and I think that's what's behind a lot of atheists on one level or another, is that way you don't have to be accountable.
Oh, that's what it's all. That's why they hold on to the globe so dearly.
Right. And it's like a little kid going like this. Oh, you can't see me now. And it's like, yeah. So when these guys, they say, well, I don't believe in God. I'm like, that's all right. God believes in you. You know,
I love that. Yeah, that's great.
You know, yeah, I'm not religious. I'm not religious by any sense of the matter. I think that religion, that is, it's nuts. It's one thing to get around like-minded people and to fellowship, right?
Yeah.
It's another to be part of some organization where you're adopting someone else's view of God.
Yeah.
It'd be like if you've got brothers and sisters, right? Which many of the people here probably do. You know that your mother loves each and one of you siblings to death. She loves you all, right? But she has a different relationship with each and every one of you. It's not the same. So you couldn't go have the same relationship with your mother as your brother or your sister does. It's unique. And so you have to find your own connection to God. Too many people looking out here for God. Look in here. This is where you look. And this is why so many people don't find it. You don't find it looking outward. You find God looking inward.
Well said.
I've had people, I've seen no evidence of God. And I'm like, well, what would be evidence to you? I mean, are you looking for a giant dude in a robe with a beard and shit? Or what is it that you expect to be as evidence of God?
A 6-pack.
Yeah, right. Well, he doesn't ever answer my prayers. Well, he probably does. He's just saying no, because your prayers probably sound like a Christmas list with Santa Claus. That's not how
Yeah.
prayer works, man.
It is all with them, man.
So it's
100%.
very, very, very shallow. And these people that most of the time, and this isn't all of them, but they're only nice between 9 and 11:30 on Sunday morning. I used to work in restaurants. I was a waiter. And I'll tell you what, man, one of the worst crowds was the afternoon fucking church crowd. They don't tip. They're rude. They all seem upset. And I'm thinking, man, you people just came from what should be a joyous experience. Holy cow, what is that, Stinky Cash? That's
No,
loud.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I mean, you just came from a place where it should have been very joyous, right? You just got done celebrating your worship of God and focusing on Jesus and all this good stuff, supposedly. And why are you so upset? Why are you in this state of mind? Whereas what I think is really cool, man, and I had a chance to go to Aretha Franklin's father's service in Detroit. When there's a minister in Detroit. And I'm going to tell you one thing, man. That is, if you will feel the Spirit of the Lord. If you've ever been to a Black Baptist church service, even if you're not religious, you can't help but feel good when you come out of there, man. I'm not kidding you. Those people don't sit around all solemn listening to the sad sounding music and shit. No way, man. They're jumping up and they're going, hey, man, they're loving the message and they're vibing with each other and shit. It's like, man, all right, let's start this week off, man.
Well, I think a lot of flat earthers have it in common that we all believe in a creator or intelligent design.
Yeah,
we're not all Christians. We don't all believe in maybe the God of the Bible like I do, but that's never stopped me from being friends with other flat earthers, because I think at the end of the day we all believe in intelligent design. We all believe in a creator, and I think that is a great common ground to have, and there's no point in causing division if we have that in common.
Right.
Yeah, and it goes right down to what I've said. That's between you and God.
It is. That relationship should be like that. But at the same time, back to what Stinky just said, when there is differences, that's when we should take opportunity to learn things from each other, take things away from each other. We should have a healthy discourse.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, yeah, that's why people hold on to the globe so much, because the globe, without the globe, then it means, oh, well, if the globe's not real, maybe God is real. And if God's real, he's been watching everything I do, and I'm not proud of everything I've done. And now all of a sudden I'm accountable for my actions. That's what it's all about. That's why guys like Timothy, or whatever his name is, Elmo, he's a sodomite. He's done things in his life that he can't even look himself in the mirror over. You know what I mean? So if God's real, he fears that judgment so much, and it's completely clouding his objectivity.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
I see that, and it's just sort of like, and here's the thing that comes about from it too, is lying, being dishonest. Okay? That's something they always want to accuse us of doing. But that's just the projection. And this deception, of course, they're defending a lie, so they have to lie. And who, of course, is the father of the lie? The most beguiling deceiver that there is. I wonder who they could it be. Satan?
Yeah, that, as the Bible says in Revelation, that serpent, right?
Yes.
The devil, or known as Satan, and then you look at that NASA logo with that serpent tongue going right across it. They tell you, they have to, I think.
T-minus 10 minutes. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
they
why
minus
does it?
the
Why
T
does it
out of the
always?
anagram.
Oh yeah, because it's T minus. If you
Yeah.
subtract the T from NASA or Satan,
Yep.
you get NASA.
Yep. Yeah, man. There's a lot to it. And it's, I think they do some of that shit just to throw it right out in front of you. But you look into some of the people in the early pioneering days, even of the NASA and the whole space program. We've got characters like Jack Parsons,
Ooh,
right?
heavy occultist, bro.
Big
They were
time.
even all scared of him.
Yes.
They
Yeah.
were all Parsons, and he founded the Jet Propulsion Laboratory right out in Pasadena,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Scientology, right? Or is that?
Well, I
He
think
was tied into it. Yeah, he was tied
well,
into it.
he was
Him and-
connected to
I'll be right back.
Wasn't he all connected to Aleister Crowley and Warner
Oh,
von
yeah.
Braun and Walt Disney? They were all in the same club together.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's so interesting. I've been watching this YouTube channel, Robot Polisher. He's been putting together some great little videos, right?
Hell yeah. He's been killing it.
Yeah, and in his videos, sometimes you get that scene from The Sword in the Stone when Merlin the wizard is showing the globe to a young King Arthur, right? And he says you got to throw away those medieval ideas you have of like a flat Earth, and it's just pure indoctrination. But then you think that movie came out in 1963. It's Walt Disney, who was friends with Warner von Braun, who's the lead rocket scientist of NASA at the time, and it's literally space propaganda. It's literal wizardry and space propaganda.
Tony Drake. What's happening, Mr. Drake? Got somebody here. Test your microphone there, Tony, or whatever. Welcome to the show. Yeah, I got you, buddy.
Well,
this is my friend Tony Drake. He's in Australia. How are you tonight?
it's midday here at the moment.
No, I can't see the sun. Oh wait, we're swinging around. Something Wong said that we're going to be coming around by the sun here again pretty soon. So probably coming over. I'm probably flying right over top of you, Tony. That's my Chinese Communist Party handler, Something Wong. He makes sure that I toe the party line up here.
Hey man, I'm gonna drop out of here.
All right, Austin. Thanks for popping on, man. It's been
Hell
nice
yeah,
meeting
man.
you. All right, man. Good night.
Keep killing it. Much love, guys. Chat later.
Later, Austin.
Later, Austin. So yeah, I mean that's some of the crazy. Where was we? About the with that NASA. Did you see any of the SpaceX thing that was going on today? They did the. Let me see. I had it. I watched the blast off, and it was wild. They must be getting wise to us dissecting their launches, because let me see if that. Let me go into my history because I just watched it a little while ago. Flat Earth gravy train, NASA SpaceX crew. Oh yeah, they started this thing live stream at like 6:45 p.m. is the long of this thing, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up. I will fast forward it till they get up to the blast off. Here, there's a bunch of stuff of them just showing stupidity. Let's see when we get up to there they are strapping the guys in. Hang on, let's let it catch up a little bit. All right, let me see. Move this up. It showed you a lot of the rocket there before it blasts off. Let me get it up to the point where they blast it off. Here we go. I think. Yeah. All right. This is sad. This is really sad. Anyway, watch this shit.
and reverberating back onto the rocket. Coming up on 1 minute until launch.
Dragon is in countdown.
See the T minus 52, 51, 50.
The flight termination system is armed, and we are in
Dragon,
countdown.
SpaceX, go for
45
launch.
seconds.
Look at those ridiculous suits.
That's embarrassing. Are they sending janitors to space?
I know, dude. I said there is no aerospace engineering involved in those suits. Those came straight from a prop designer, a costume designer or something. That's just, it looks like something out of a 1950s B-grade sci-fi movie or something, don't it?
Yeah, that's. What are those boots? What?
I don't know. It looks like the same boots that they give the guys down at the chicken plant, or the chicken rendering plant, wear boots exactly like that.
Yeah, exactly like that. Yeah.
So, wow. Jesus. Oh, goody. A circle of death. We go 34 seconds.
Reports go. Crew reports go. Now, about 30 seconds away from liftoff.
You think they really in there? Fuck no. I know you wouldn't get my ass in one of them things.
15 seconds.
Here we go. Are they going to screw with my...
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power. And liftoff of NASA Crew 8. Go Falcon. Go
Just slow
SpaceX,
that thing go.
Go NASA.
Endeavour ascends, a beacon of human ambition. 1.7 million pounds of thrust now propelling Falcon 9 and Crew 8. Vehicle is pitching down range.
Pitching down range means it's going to go in the ocean. There it goes. 1.7 million pounds of thrust. Oh, they didn't show that. They didn't show that on the original live. They flashed right over to Elon selling fucking Bitcoin. This has been added. All right. Come on, man.
And we are getting good call-outs on propulsion. Falcon 9 engines now throttling down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
Falcon 9 is supersonic. Stage 1 throttle up.
1,300 miles an hour.
1 Bravo.
So
All
with
right,
that call
here we go.
Copy 1 Bravo.
we know that Falcon 9 is throttling back up. And that one call out for 1 Bravo means that we are in the second and final abort mode for the first stage, continuing to get good performance from Falcon 9. Now at this point, the crew are already pulling over 2 Gs. And with that call out, we know that that engine chill for MVAC, which is our second stage engine, has now also begun. That also means we have a couple of events that are going to happen in rapid succession. First is that chill on the MVAC engine, and then we'll have main engine cutoff, or MECO, where the 9 engines on the first stage of Falcon 9 will cut off ahead of first and second stage separation. Then the Merlin vacuum engine on board the second stage will ignite and carry the Crew 8 astronauts.
The Merlin vacuum
while the first
engine.
stage begins its journey.
That's new. That's new. The Merlin vacuum engine. That'd be good. Probably made by Dyson, right?
Back to Earth. At this point in the flight, the 9 Merlin engines are starting to throttle down, and we're standing. There's that call out for.
They literally named it after a wizard.
Yeah, and it's going 5,500 miles an hour. You believe that? 5,500 miles an hour. 5,589. Oh, that's kilometers per hour. My bad. That's still carrying the mail. That's how much in miles per hour.
Carrying the mail on them.
Yeah, man. I mean, for real, that's going really fast. I don't believe that. How fast does the fucking SR-71 go?
No idea, but this doesn't
Like-
sound believable at all.
No, it doesn't. You know how many times the sound of speed this is already? This is, or speed of sound of speed. What is the taste of red? Okay. Oh my God. Oh, come on, man. We want to watch the little rocket ship. Is it going to blow up?
Nico.
Oh,
Stage separation confirmed. I'm back in there.
and people jumping up and down.
Copy 2 Alpha.
You know it's real because they show people celebrating.
So those incredible views on your screen, and of course the cheering behind me, means that we have had successful main engine cutoff, stage separation, and ignition of our MVAC engine on board stage 2. We are also in 2 Alpha for the aborts if needed.
This isn't even what was shown live.
Of course, that second stage is being illuminated.
Because I
on the
watched it,
right-hand
and there
side
was
of your
only a
screen
couple
by our
minutes of
single
the
Merlin vacuum
rocket.
engine
They
on
didn't
board
show
stage
any of
2.
this or any of this footage right here.
Now, the next milestone we're tracking is the stage 1 boost back burn on the left-hand side of your
I ain't shitting you. They added this, man, because they showed it go up. They showed it go. There was only because I told my wife, I said, let's count how many edits, how many cuts, right? It went 1, then I saw 2, got the 3, boom, the screen changed, and Elon Musk started coming on, congratulating everybody, talking about some kind of crypto or some shit. And I was like, that's all they're going to show with this thing? This is the Jameson speaking. Yeah, no doubt, right? So what's up, Osram?
Good good evening, Dave.
How are you tonight?
I'm fine, man.
All right. See,
I thought I was just going to shut up a little bit while we're looking at the video.
Yeah, sure enough, man. Just looking for, some evidence that any of this is actually real.
It looks very real.
Yeah, I know. Star Wars was
And we are
awesome too.
expecting completion of that burn in just about 10 seconds.
It looks
you ever see Gravity?
It looks retarded, actually.
Do you ever see Gravity?
And so Crew 8 is now traveling at over 4,000 miles per hour. We're continuing to get
That's a
good
great
call-outs,
movie,
everything
man. They
going
had to
really
actually
smoothly
go to
today.
space, obviously, to film it.
That second stage will
Oh,
continue firing until
I had
we
the YouTube in the background here, so it was an echo for me, so I didn't hear you.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that movie Gravity
performance on the
with Sandra Bullock in it.
Yeah, sure.
They must have had to go all the way up into space to film that.
Yeah. Of course, it looks very real. So it's fun. It's fun to look at.
Did you ever see a TV comedy show called The Big Bang Theory?
No, I didn't watch. Well, I have seen maybe half an episode, but I've seen it a little bit. It's an interesting show.
Yeah, that one guy on there, his job required him because of something he designed to go up to the ISS.
Yeah.
And I mean, it looked real. You know, and there were actual astronauts, and he was floating, and he had stuff floating in front of his hand and everything like that.
Yeah.
And the only way you knew that it wasn't real was because there was a laugh track added. Oh, and there was no NASA logo down in there. But I guess if you take away the laugh track, it's real.
Yeah, but honestly, dude, the Big Bang Theory ISS looked more real than the ISS. And that show was pure New World Order propaganda. They knew what they were doing.
What's up with all the wiring inside the ISS? Like, shouldn't it be like in the walls?
That's what I'm thinking, man. That's what I'm thinking. It's like those guys are up there doing these somersaults and floating around and shit, and it's like your foot gets caught on something and pulls a wire loose. It's like, what was that? I don't know. I think it's life support, you know. Fuck.
Yeah. Oh shit.
And they're squirting water in their hair and making balls of water, and you see droplets are going off all over the place and shit. And it's like, what happens when that water gets into those electronics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All they ever do is play and
Yeah.
do things to try to prove that they're on the ISS. I've never
Yeah.
seen them actually doing science.
Well, I
No,
know.
no.
That's what I asked the other night, man. I was like, what benefit has the ISS been to anyone? I mean, all the money that's spent for that thing,
Yeah.
what has the ISS brought to us that's worth that money, other than chasing each other around in gorilla suits, playing a host of different instruments up there?
Yeah.
I've seen bagpipes, I've seen brass, I've seen more than 3 or 4 different guitars. They obviously
Tuba.
have a microphone up there. They must like a whole musical instrument closet. And I'm thinking to myself now, how much does it cost to launch things into space? And
But
so
they
I
have
looked
money.
it up. $94,000 a pound. Now, how much does a gorilla suit weigh? Was that worth, $200,000 to take up into space so you could make a short video chasing each other around in it? I mean, wow.
I believe they do it on purpose. Like they do it as retarded as they possibly can, and then they laugh their ass off afterwards. Like they have to, yeah.
I'm telling you right now, this aerodynamic design of those little fly swatters coming out and swiveling around to have that thing land on its ass end.
Yeah.
If anything, they should be at the top.
Yeah.
Right? Think about this. You ever balance a pencil on your finger?
I think I have, yes.
I used to do that in school, see how long I could hold it on there, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is that you have to have a whole bunch of different movements going around back and forth like that, even just little tiny ones, just to keep that thing, because it's going to be top heavy, from falling off of your finger. You have to keep compensating for the tilt of that thing falling at all times, right?
Yes.
And you mean to tell me that you're going to drop that thing perfect down on it? What control surfaces are you using to actually keep it up with that? I mean, none of it makes any damn sense at all. If anything, if you're going to have control surfaces on something going down like that to slow it and to steer it, it should be at the top aspect of it, because that's what you're worried about falling over.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a joke, the whole thing. And this is our proof they're in space, is there's a glowing red hot thing, or appears to be. Looks like a lampshade, maybe.
It looks beautiful. Oh, it's so dumb.
Is that
dumb?
Is that a jack-o'-lantern? Like what? What
might be?
I hope that mouse got out of there.
Yeah, right.
Dave. Yeah, you know that guy you have, that retarded guy on NASA. What's his name again? That the guy that said that we don't have that technology anymore.
Oh, Don Pettit.
Don Pettit.
Yeah, we have I'm from Norway, and we have a Don Pettit in Norway as well.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's very energetic and very excited. And if they see Mars or Pluto or some fucking planet, he likes so much energy, and he fires up the Norwegian people, like, because we have a rocket launch place in Norway, Andøya, the And Island. Have you heard about that?
No, tell me more.
Yeah, they shoot a bunch of rockets there, and you can't go there in Norway.
Interesting.
Of course you can't.
Can I just change the subject a little bit real quick?
Yeah.
Sure.
Everybody in the chat is saying Don Pettit, Don Pettit, Don Pettit. They're all spelling his name wrong.
Yeah, I know that.
I think his name was Mandela affected, actually.
It was.
They added a T to his name.
Yeah, that's something we're seeing with that Mandela effect. It has T's are affected. In the King James Bible now, Moses brings down tables of stone. The T in FAO Schwartz, the toy company.
Well, that's a Jewish name, right?
Well, German.
German?
Not
Okay,
necessarily,
probably.
yeah.
Not
in fact, it means, and this is another connection. things having to do with black. And this is really interesting. There's
Oh yeah,
these
Schwartz
connections.
means black.
It does. Schwartz means black, and it's a German name. So there's like this German connection,
There's a
connection
German
to black
and tease.
and tease, but also a Tom Hanks connection.
And you've seen how and Skechers is mocking this subject right in our faces with these commercials. They literally hired Mr. T to be the spokesperson, and they're literally coming out and saying that there's no T in Skechers.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're remembering it wrong. I pity the fool who thinks there's a T in Skechers.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Before I forget it, because you know the theme thing with the German stuff and the black stuff.
Yeah.
I look at it like this. It's not black. It's dark. It's darkness.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
that'd be a great way to interpret, because there's obviously a message being given to us, because there's a pattern. Right?
Yeah, because in the Nirvana song, it changed from white to black. So from light to darkness.
And Kurt Cobain, MTV Unplugged with Nirvana, had all these white candles on the stage with him. They're now black. They've turned black.
Yeah.
Britney Spears, the cheerleader outfit with the schoolgirl outfit where she was wearing the plaid skirt, it's now black.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing: we see in Tom Hanks the tease and a German connection, and this black. So Tom Hanks played in a movie where a little kid wished that he was an adult, and he woke up the next day, and sure as hell he was. His character played by Tom Hanks. So he had to get a job. And he got a job at FAO Schwartz in New York City. Now, that's been changed to Schwartz. Schwartz means black in German. So there's a German name, Tom Hanks connection, a black, and the missing T. All right. Charles M. Schultz is now Charles M. Schultz, another German name change. Haas avocados, which used to be HAAS, Haas, famous brand of avocados, has been changed now to Haas. Again, a German name. And now the word Haas, though, means hate. And what color do we often associate with hate? Or what kind of, we call it darkness, the darkness of hate. Black with hate, right? So I'm like, what the fuck is going on? We got there again references to those colors, the German names. I mean, this stuff is really fascinating. It really is. And it amazes me because it actually indicates that our reality is fluid.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's true.
When I bring up the thing about the Bible,
right? Oh my God.
People say, oh, well, you know, there's these translations. No, I'm talking about the actual damn Bible on my shelf. Literally, the words inside of it changed, man.
Yeah, dude. I did a live stream with Brian Staveley. He's like the leading expert in this subject.
I was just on a video call before I started my show earlier with Brian Staveley.
He's a very smart guy. He's got to be the leading expert on the Mandela effect.
He spoke at Anarchapulco.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, he spoke at Anarchapulco. Yeah, Brian comes on. He might show up in the chat here too.
I have been talking with him actually. One time.
He's a hell of a guy.
A nice guy. Yeah.
He's been up on panel a few times here, and I as well been over on his show a number of times. I like his slogan he's come up for us is we're the best, man.
yeah. But it's true though, because you can't stop with the flat earth. You have to go further than that. You have to go to everything, because eventually everything is just information. It's not good or bad. It's just information. So just let it go in one ear and out the other. It's just information. So you can be observant. Because if you're either you're an observer or you're a player in this game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what I try to tell people too. I'm like, look what they've trained you to be.
Yeah.
They've taught you to be reactionary.
Yeah.
You've been trained to react.
Yeah.
Train yourself to act.
Yeah.
Be actionable, not reactionary.
Yeah. That's true.
You know,
But like
and
we are.
that's why the Hegelian dialectic works so well, and they use it over.
Yeah.
And over and
Yeah,
over.
and they will always use that.
Yep.
It's because it's so easy, right? You could just put the neighbor, three neighbors, and then one in the middle talks with the one guy and the other guy, and then it turns up in a fight, and then he sells them the weapons, and it's pretty easy. Yeah, it is.
Or you create the problem,
Yeah.
you let everybody react to the problem, and there you stand with a solution.
Yeah,
that
it's
you wanted
very-
to implement all the whole time, anyways, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So, you know, they run that on us all the time. Oh my God, we got to watch out for terrorism. We have to pass the NDD.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
We have to pass this legislation, Homeland Security. We have to pass that. We have to. Oh boy, they already had. Do you think they had just wrote up the hundreds and hundreds of pages of legislation in the couple of weeks after 9/11? Or do you think that it was more the case that they already had that drafted up and figured this was a good way to get it pushed through?
Exactly. I mean, during the pandemic, actually about 3 months before the pandemic really started in March of 2020. So I'm talking November of 2019, the state of New Jersey was pushing legislation through to do away with the religious exemption in public school for vaccinations. So it's like, why were they pushing a bill to get rid of that months before the pandemic?
Yeah.
It was like they knew that the pandemic was coming. They knew the COVID vaccine was coming, and they were trying to.
Stinky, I'm just going to say, be real careful with the C word, the V word, and the P word.
Oh, the C, the V, and the P.
Yeah, we gotta. I use euphemisms. I call the V the, and the entire thing is the Holocaust, and that refers to the P. And
I'm a Holocaust denier. So.
I am too.
That whole thing is so stupid.
That is disgusting.
It was. Man. I couldn't believe people actually, they put people in such a state of fear that there's, they actually did things detrimental to their own health.
Well, maybe remember the guy Jameson who was here, who kind of maybe they put so much fear that maybe people actually manifested getting sick.
They did. They count on that. Yeah. Listen, even the doctors will tell you, they say, when you're in the shower, check yourself for lumps. Well, if you keep checking yourself for something, if you keep looking for something, you will find it. You'll manifest it. That's 100%. So yes, be familiar with your body, but don't be looking for things.
Yeah.
Right. You already know what your body is. You know what's there. And if you do someday notice something that's out of place, then you go, oh, wow, something's out of place.
Yeah.
But
you can really worry sick, like worry yourself to get sick. Yeah, it's a thing.
Negative vibration. Negative vibration is detrimental to your health, man. Fear, state of fear. People that are angry a lot are often sick very often as well. It's not a good state to be in, man.
That's why I don't believe in well visits.
No, I don't take my car for a well visit.
Right, a well visit.
Right?
They'll find something wrong with you.
Yeah, say, hey, there, guy who makes his money fixing cars. See if you can find something that you can make some money off my car from. That's what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. If you think the doctor's primary interest is your health, stop paying your bill and see how far that goes with him. Okay? He doesn't care about that. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. Always is.
Hey, Dave. I see that your old friend Timothy Globe is here.
Sure, I thought as long as he can stay on topic and behave himself, then he's welcome to be here. You know.
Hey, Timothy.
What's up?
What's going
What's
on,
up?
bro?
Hi, little Timmy.
Did you calm down?
I'm always calm.
Did he get angry? I didn't hear.
No, I don't get angry.
You don't
No,
get angry?
These
Oh.
little girls, they
Oh.
kicked me because
Wait a second. Did you, the guy who comes on here and giggles like a little girl, call the rest of the panel little girls? Did you really
Yeah,
just
because
do that?
you kicked me and
That's
you're
because you're an
afraid. You're
asshole.
scared.
No, it's because you're an asshole. You have nothing that scares me at all. You have nothing
know
that
you-
scares me. You don't. You think cause and effect are the same thing.
I live
And when you're
rent-free in
shown
your
that
head,
cause
man.
and effect are not the same thing, you giggle like a little child.
I live rent-free in your head. I can tell.
You do. I had forgotten all about you until you pop backstage. Really. I'm not.
Is your wife a flat earther as well?
I'm sorry.
Is your wife a flat earther?
Yeah.
Oh my Lord, Jesus!
No. No.
Dude, dude, can you not use Jesus's name?
Yeah, you don't you can stop your incredulity. It's really a lot of overacting and it's not necessary. I'm sure that my views are very foreign to someone like you, but nevertheless, you're invoking of deities and your over the top acts of incredulity are really not adding anything.
Yeah, I have a question for you, man. If you were one of the astronauts on that ship you just watched, all right, and you went out into space and you saw the Earth is round, how would you convince your flat Earth friends?
How would I convince my flat Earth friends? Well, first of all, I'm not even convinced there was anyone on that.
No, did you not hear what I just said? It's an
Yeah,
if.
wait a second.
Oh my
If
God.
okay, all right, so we're talking hypotheticals, right? Well, then I guess if that took place and people were actually able to get past the containment into what you call space.
Why is it so hard for you to answer?
What do you mean? Because it's a stupid hypothetical thing that would
No,
never
it's not.
happen.
It's something that we believe.
What
and
do you think? I'm going to go to space one day or something?
It's a hypothetical. Are you like
Today?
demented? Can you not answer hypotheticals?
Well, wait a second. You're wanting me to go into
Bro,
a
that's
fantasy that
wild.
doesn't exist.
I think
Hey.
you're a fantasy. I think your beliefs are fantasy.
Well, that's fine.
Well, then that's
Timothy.
fine as well. So answer my
Okay,
hypothetical or
so
run away from it.
I would probably never be able to tell them anything because if I were in the ship or whatever that they're setting up there, it would most assuredly destroy me because of the not only the speed that it's traveling before it gets out,
That's
but
not the hypothetical that I asked.
the collision against
the
the
hypothetical I
firmament
asked.
would definitely kill me.
That's
So,
not what I asked. You're so dishonest, man.
well, let me ask you something. If you
No,
had,
no, you
if
can't
you
ask
had
me a
butter,
question
I'm going to
after
give
you
you the same
refused
kind.
to
I'm going to
answer
give you the
mine.
same kind of
Bro,
analogy.
you refused
right.
to answer mine,
If,
and now you're
well,
asking me a
because it's
question.
a stupid
crazy.
question. All right,
It's not a stupid
fucking
question. It's called
It
a
absolutely is.
hypothetical.
If
Oh
you
my God.
butterfly wings, okay, Timothy.
You're so dishonest. Everyone is watching.
you
He's
had-
so dishonest.
All right, you've pointed
Can I speak with
Wait a second.
Timothy?
Wait a second, Timothy. If you had butterfly wings and pollen collectors on your legs, how much of a flower patch do you think that you would be able to pollinate? You see,
That's
you
a false equivalence fallacy.
you don't have butterfly wings.
That's a false equivalence fallacy.
No, it's not because you're
We're talking about getting into a spaceship and going to the space, just like
There's
getting on
no-
an airplane. If I said to you, if you went on an airplane and went to New York, how would you convince your friends that you went to New York on an airplane?
So
is that a crazy? No,
no, it's not.
But you can't
New
answer
York's
this question because you're
it's
afraid.
because New
You're
York's a real
afraid.
place, Timothy.
Yeah, it wouldn't
You're
take
afraid.
much convincing to. That's the false. Your hypothetical is a false
I'm
equivalency.
not talking to you, man. Everyone in the chat can hear this guy is scared to answer my question.
Timothy, this is an open panel.
Yo, Timothy, you're lucky that you're an inbred in Britain and you're not here in New Jersey.
He's using ad hominems. He's calling me an inbred. He's
You are
disrespecting
an
me.
inbred because you just disrespected me. You receive the energy you give off.
Timothy?
What?
Hey, Timothy.
You don't
Timothy.
believe in Apple and equal.
I feel sorry for you guys. I feel sorry
Well,
for your
Dude,
wife.
you're a
I feel sorry for
soundbite.
you. I feel
Timothy,
sorry
if
for
you
all of you.
could, if you go through your wardrobe and you went into a land called Narnia, what would you
That's a
ask
false
the lion?
equivalence fallacy.
Do
We
you
know
see that?
Narnia is
I'm asking.
fantasy.
You're telling me about
No,
a
we
Man,
know
how would you
know
please a
Narnia
woman?
is
Hypothetically.
fantasy.
No,
Oh my god.
dude, you're talking about a fictitious place.
No, it's not. I'm asking you
It
going on
isn't.
a plane and going to New York. How
Okay.
is that fictitious? You
Oh no,
stupid
New
old
York's
man.
very real.
Answer the
Space is not.
question, otherwise
Space
you're
as you've
afraid.
defined it is not real.
Exact
New
guys,
York
the
is
chat in the
very
chat.
real.
He's afraid to answer.
New
He's
York
afraid
is a
to answer.
place that we can actually
You're
go
a pussy.
to.
You're a girl. You're a pussy.
Timothy.
Are you done?
Where are you
You're a
from?
pussy. You can't answer my hypothetical. You're a pussy.
Timothy. Where are
What's
you
up,
from?
man? I'm from England.
Where in England?
West End.
None of your business.
West End.
Timothy, do you take one of those pills to prep for HIV?
This is just ad hominems.
Oh,
This
don't
is
even
just
go there with
Can
that.
ad
can I
hominems,
just
man.
ask
Leave
him
your shit
something?
This
alone,
is
man.
crazy.
Can I
don't
just
even
ask
want
him
to even
something?
think about that. I'd almost forgot that he does that shit, and I don't even bring it up no more.
I see the commercials all the time, so I'm just asking, like, are you on one of those? Because you know that what you do,
What does
lifestyle,
that have to do with this topic at hand?
your lifestyle is very dangerous.
Yeah, but Sinky, we're not going to get into that. We're going to keep, because then
Dave.
now we're talking about people's lifestyles and
Dave.
everything else, and I don't even care about it, man.
Is
It's
anyone
gross.
willing to answer my question? Yo, Ozrak,
Dave.
All
can
right,
you answer
yes.
my
What
question?
I would do is I'd
Answer
say,
my
hey,
question.
guys, I actually went into space and I saw the Earth, and it is indeed a globe. But what? So what? So what then?
Oh, now you answer after what?
Well, now you got your
5 minutes
fucking
of
answer.
pretending to answer.
You got your answer. Now what? Now where do you go from there?
No, I said, how would you convince your flat earther friends?
How would I convince them? I would tell them, say, I went there, I saw it, man. Here's some photographs
So what
that I
steps
did
would you take
in
next?
360, showing space and stars as well as our globe Earth.
Okay. Okay. So what
We're
steps would you take next? Would
We're being
you start
hypothetical, right?
making videos about globe Earth now?
Would I start making videos?
Yeah. Would you start
about
making
globe
videos
Earth?
about globe Earth?
No. Why would I?
And you would start debunking flat earthers, right?
No.
Timothy.
But you literally went to space and you saw
Timothy.
Why would it be my responsibility? Why would I give a flying rat's ass what somebody else is really thinking? If they're being lied to,
now you know
I
the
would
truth.
I would tell them, no, you're being lied to. I can show you. And here, since it's so easy for me to go to space, you can go to space too. Here, let's get on fucking Timothy's imaginary rocket and go to his imaginary space. And then we can imaginary believe that the Earth is a globe.
If the Earth was actually a globe and you went to space and the truth was actually that the Earth was a globe, then you wouldn't spend time on flat earthers YouTube channels trying to convince them it's a globe. That's not how normal people behave.
No,
Timothy, that's not how normal people behave.
It's not normal.
Do you realize that if the globe was actually evident?
No, this
that
guy's
there
a
would
flat
be
earther.
no.
Listen
Listen to me. Do you realize that if the globe was true and it was evident, there would be no discussion that we're having right now?
There would be no discourse.
No, you don't understand.
I do.
Right now, you're a flat
understand.
earther.
I
No,
understand.
right
I don't
now, you're a
stand
flat
under
earther.
anything. I don't
You
never
are
stand under anything.
you are a flat earther. You have a flat earth YouTube channel.
Hey, Dave.
Okay, and tomorrow you go on a ship and you go
Timothy.
to space and you see the globe Earth.
Timothy,
Yeah,
shut
you
the
went
fuck
over
up
this
now.
already.
Shut
What
the
do you
fuck up,
got out there?
Timothy. Thank you. I think Timothy is a bot, actually. I think we're arguing with a bot.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah, it is. Because yesterday I listened to you, and then I pay very much attention to things.
Yeah.
And I have a recording of you talking with him, and he kind of hangs up a bit. He talks like, what can I say? He says,
What does this have to do with the discussion?
Shut the fuck up, Timothy.
I love it. I love this guy.
Yeah, man, shut the fuck up. He actually wrote to me in the chat that you were old guy and you were gay. So Timothy can go fuck himself.
I never called him gay.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you did.
You're a liar.
No,
Look
I
at the
told.
chat. You're
I
such a
told.
liar.
I called Timothy.
Oh yeah, you did. You did.
So why are you lying about me? You're lying about me. You're telling me to shut up. You're so disrespectful.
Yeah,
and
but you still should shut the fuck up.
You just keep
because
derailing.
you're
You
very
got
dumb.
nothing to offer because you're stupid.
Oh, irony, right? You have nothing to offer. You have a fictitious hypothetical as your proof of a fucking globe. Okay.
I never said it's proof.
Do you have any do you have anything that will prove that you're on a spinning fucking space ball going around through, at all these speeds and motions? Do you have any actual proof?
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't think you're
really.
I don't think
So you've been being dishonest with me up to this point.
He is a bot, Dave. Trust me, he is a bot.
If you've been being dishonest with me up to this point, then why would you have to pre-qualify what you're going to say with "let me be honest with you"?
It's just a phrase.
It's a stupid phrase. It indicates that you've been dishonest up to this point.
No, because I want you to really pay attention to what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
You're not willing to be refuted. You don't want to be refuted.
You can't refute me.
You don't want to be refuted because flat Earth is your identity. Flat Earth is your identity.
No, it's not. Actually,
you don't want to be refuted. You want to continue to believe in it, no matter what.
Refute me with
Even
something.
Even if I did, you're not going to change your mind.
What do you mean? No. Truth will
dude,
change.
That is some serious projection, Timothy.
Yeah,
no, you're not willing to change your mind.
Well, not if I don't have anything to change it to. What in the fuck would ever make me think that I live on a ball?
There's so many videos online that's debunked flat Earth over and over and over again. You're not willing to change your mind.
I didn't ask you about a video, Timothy. I said, give me something that you can prove your globe, or you debunk my flat Earth. Go ahead. Not tell me who else did it. Are you unable to do anything yourself? Do you rely on
hold on. You're telling me you never researched the globe Earth?
Research it. I used to be a globe earther, stupid.
We all were globe earthers.
So you've listened to the other side's argument then?
I was the other side.
We all were the other side. We all went to public school.
So you're not convinced by any of their arguments?
No.
Timothy.
They've all been debunked.
Not a
single one. They've all been debunked.
Well, then I'm based on what I'm listening to right now is you're not willing to change your mind.
It's not about
you're
willing.
not willing.
It's not about willing. It's about
it means you don't have exclusive evidence.
We've literally offered you everything.
What?
We've
and you
given
still
you
don't
everything.
have anything.
And you refuse everything
because
you're just dishonest.
Because you don't have anything.
You're just dishonest.
Oh, I'm dishonest.
But why do we still talk with him? He's a bot. Obviously.
I'm not a bot, dude. Why do you keep calling me a bot?
Can you go fuck off?
Dude, why? Are you scared? Are you scared? Is that why you want to?
Scared? You've offered nothing to be scared of.
No, this is your circle jerk.
Just
this is
with hypothetical.
This is your circle jerk, and you don't want to be. You don't want to be refuted. You don't want to be refuted.
No, you haven't done any refuting.
You literally just said every globe Earth argument is nonsense.
Which globe Earth argument are you talking about? Let's take them one at a time. Let's knock them up. I'll set them down.
You literally said gravity doesn't exist. It's the dumbest thing I've heard.
Oh, is it? Prove gravity.
Oh.
Can't they just
don't get me
off?
started on the latitude and the longitude and the fact that
wait a minute. You were about to prove gravity.
The fact that we see spherical triangles.
Hold on, wait a second. You're talking. I said prove gravity.
Prove gravity.
Yeah, we've already proved.
No, we haven't. You giggle every time you can't answer a question.
Buoyant forces, right?
Yeah.
Gravity.
No. Where's the gravity?
Acceleration, gravity.
How do you know? Prove that acceleration.
Weight.
No, look.
Circular logic.
You're making statements.
Timothy.
All you're doing is saying word. How is acceleration due to gravity?
I wasn't finished though. You didn't listen.
Prove that.
Yeah, I'm trying to finish my point.
You're not making a point. You're just saying.
I'm trying to, but you guys keep cutting me off, man.
So far, you've only described an effect.
Can I actually just finish my point, and then you can come back with whatever you want to say?
All right,
I
we'll
know
get
it's just going
there
to be
to it,
nonsense.
for fuck's sake, man.
I said buoyant forces, gravity, acceleration, gravity, weight, gravity. Everything has to take into account gravity.
No,
Okay.
you just
You
named
can't
3
run away from
effects.
that. You
Those are
can't
the
run away from
effects.
that.
Those are 3 effects.
Oh
Prove
my
the,
God, 3
haven't proven
effects.
the
Oh.
cause.
prove the cause.
The cause is the gravitational constant.
Prove the cause.
What's
That's
the
the
definition
cause.
of gravity,
The
Timothy?
gravitational constant
Timothy,
is the
define
cause.
No,
gravity.
it's a constant that you've given an adjective of gravitational to.
It represents
assuming-
the cause.
Shut
It
the
represents
fuck up!
the
I'm talking.
It's
So
like ruining
you
the stream.
called the constant gravitational as an adjective by assuming that something called gravity was responsible for the acceleration.
That's not true.
Prove the fucking adjective that comes before acceleration.
That's
Prove
not true,
that
man.
shut up. I'm still done. I'm almost done. You said that buoyancy has gravity. It's an effect. Prove the cause. You said that all of these things have gravity. You have not proven the cause. You only have a measured effect with an assumed cause. You have not proven the cause, therefore it can be weight due to fucking unicorn shit. It doesn't matter. It's just an observed effect that you've assumed gravity is responsible for. Yet you have absolutely no proof that gravity is responsible for any fucking thing.
I think we need to hear Timothy define gravity.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So now that you've done your stupid spiel, I can finally respond.
Stupid spiel. Did you understand
So,
any of it?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of goobly-goop. But look,
No, it
what I'm
wasn't.
trying to say
No,
is this, right?
it objectively was not.
What I'm trying to say is this, right? In every single, from acceleration to weight to buoyant forces, every single one of them takes into account gravity.
No,
bro, you
okay?
can't just
What is
repeat.
this
You
gravity
can't
that
just
we're taking into
repeat the
account?
same shit.
They
he
take
just
into account.
refuted.
They take into account something called the gravitational constant. Why is it called? Why is it called gravitational constant?
You tell
Well,
me.
okay, I'll
Because
tell you why it's. I'll tell you
because
why
it's
it's called
retarded.
gravitational constant. Because what we've observed in Newtonian gravity
Which has not been
is
the
something
case for over 100 years.
is something called mass attracting mass, right?
Which
We
has not been
experience.
gravity for 100
Why
years.
am I getting interrupted, bro? Why am I
Because
getting
everything
interrupted?
you're saying is like from
I'm trying to make my
2016.
We've
point.
already refuted
I'm
this,
trying to
and
make
you
my
just
point, and
repeated.
I'm getting
You've already
interrupted,
made
man.
the point, and we already refuted it.
I let Sovereign Salt talk. I didn't interrupt him. I didn't talk over him. I let him say what he needed to say.
He
But when I try to
refuted
put
you,
my
and
word
then
out,
you went on to
I'm
repeat what he
constantly
already
getting
refuted.
interrupted. Why?
Listen,
That's
Homo,
unfair, man.
stop talking.
So, yo, Sovereign Soul, are you
Stop
gonna do something
talking.
about this, man? Like, come
Homo,
on, man.
stop talking. Listen
You're
to
just
me.
So unfair.
repeating the same thing over
You
Just
and
let
over
me
and
finish
over.
my point, man.
Timothy, shut the
Get
fuck
Let
to
me
up.
the
finish my
fucking
point.
part.
Shut the fuck up. You
Why
made
am
a
I getting
point.
interrupted, dude? This is so
Get-
unfair.
You made a
listen,
point.
listen, Timothy.
Sovereign refuted it, and then you went on to repeat the same point.
No,
It's a
he
waste
asked
of
me to
time.
explain
You
gravity, and I'm
have a
trying to
Yes,
explain
get
it
to
to
that
him.
part.
You just keep
Get to
cutting
the
me
part
off.
where the G is caused by the big G.
Okay, I'm trying
Prove
to
that
get
one.
there, but I'm getting
Okay,
cut
and if
off,
you
man.
say Cavendish, I'm going to kick you off
Okay.
because we've already.
You have a
destroyed
fucking
Cavendish.
learning
Okay,
disability.
dude, can you be quiet? Can you
Okay.
mute him? Can you just mute him?
So we know that Cavendish was not an experiment. It
All
was
right,
not
let me finish my
scientific.
point. The reason why gravitational constant, the reason why we use gravitational constant is because Newton observed mass attracting mass, okay?
No, we
He
don't.
says
No, we
things
don't.
fall to the ground, right?
Where have you
And
ever?
so this constant is in association with that observation.
Where did
Right?
you
We
observe
observe that mass
mass?
attracting mass.
Where
And we
did
can
you observe that?
derive a constant. This constant is labeled gravitational constant because it's
No,
associated.
it's not.
It's associated.
Gravitational
It's a
constant
dude.
is
Why
based
am
on
I still getting cut off,
because you're
man?
fucking lying.
Oh, if I'm lying, wait until I'm finished. Then you can say I'm lying. Why are you
Gravitational
constantly
constant.
interrupting me, man?
Because you
Gravitational
take
constant is the
You're
rate of
crazy, bro. I didn't call you.
the
Timothy.
gravitational constant
Oh,
is the rate
thank
at which
you.
things
Thank
fall,
God.
God.
not
You
a
know why you
cause.
constantly get cut off, Timothy? Because you take 5 minutes to say nothing. Smart
Jesus
people can be
Christ.
more concise than that.
Get to the fucking point, for Christ's
Jesus
like, guys,
Christ.
Guys, he is a bot. He's not a fucking human. He's a bot because he repeats himself. I promise you, he is a bot, and he's only here to fuck the stream up. Yeah. I have a recording of you talking with him, Dave, and you can hear several times in 5 minutes that he repeats himself when you talk, like very low volume, but you can hear it. I can send it to you.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. We can put this to a test. Timothy, I will bring you back up. You're backstage right now. I will bring you back up under the condition that you turn on your camera and prove that you're an actual human being.
Yeah.
Okay, when I see you as an actual human being show up in that square down there backstage, I will bring you back up. But until you convince me that you're an actual person, I'm not going to allow you to come back up.
That's smart.
Okay. Prove you're not a bot, right? Yeah. This is my CAPTCHA.
Yeah. Good on you, man.
Oh, he bailed. He bailed.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, he bailed. He wouldn't do it.
Oh, yeah.
How convenient.
See, that is the biggest thing, and they do try to trip people up. Well, it's called a gravitational constant. Well, so what?
You know what? When they say a time space thing, it's so dumb. That's so dumb. Time space. Time.
Space time.
Yeah. Space time.
It is.
What the fuck is space time? Like.
Well, that's because space and time, they came together.
Oh,
and they had a baby, and it's space and time together.
Oh my God!
And it's an actual thing.
Oh, really?
Did you know that? Yeah.
I've been using science to try to get out of getting an overdraft notice from my bank, right? Really? So, what happened was, even though I only had $180 showing in my balance, I literally had $400 as a balance because there was dark money in my account.
Yeah. Okay? You identified as rich.
Well, that's right, and plus it was dark money that was in my account, and the reason that you know that it exists is because you can't prove that it doesn't. Yeah. Right? So
it needed to be there, because if it wasn't there, then you would have bounced the check. So
that's right.
Theoretically, it had to be there.
So that'll help y'all out. Anybody out there that's had a problem with, overdraft fees or anything like that, now you found your solution, science, or what they call science. How is that science?
Yeah, dark matter is basically just like, picture you have a math equation, like an algebraic equation, and you're trying to balance both sides.
Yep.
And they don't balance. So then you say, okay, we'll just add this magic variable to the end, and now all of a sudden it balances.
Right. But the key to everything is everything always wants to be equal, man. And this is why everything is constantly out of being equal, and it's constantly seeking equalization continuously. I got a little thing. It looks like the Monopoly game, right? But it says entropy. You can't win. You can't lose. You can't even quit the fucking game, right?
I always thought, I have a video I made years ago called Dark Matter. A mistake plus 11 gets you home by 7. And it's a line from The Office, because Kevin, the accountant from The Office, whenever his books didn't balance, he would just add a magical symbol that he called a K11. and he would say, a mistake plus K11 gets you home by 7. And that's essentially what dark matter is. The math didn't math, so they invented a variable.
Yes.
And then they said, because we need this to make the math work, we have to assume it exists in real life. It's a complete assumption to make the math work. Instead of just saying, oh, I guess our math was 97% wrong, we have to start over. Instead of just admitting they were wrong by 97%, they invented dark matter.
Yeah.
It's bizarre.
When you see this appeal to authority too, that people have this idea, these people, right? Had somebody on Facebook say something about, oh, you think you're as good as the great scientists like Newton and Copernicus? And I was like, those guys weren't scientists, man. They weren't. They were philosophers. In fact, they were philosophers that were obsessed with Hermes Trismegistus. You know, I mean, yeah, this guy's, man.
And there's a great chapter, I think, in the book, His Pronouncement, I read, 1921, a Flat Earth book, where it compares those guys to say, the prophets of the Bible.
Yeah.
And if you want to compare the accomplishments of, you know, Copernicus, Newton, Einstein, to the accomplishments of the prophets in the Bible, like Enoch, it's not even close.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
You know, I mean, it's sort of like, yeah, I've said that. That's what it's almost in this religion of heliocentrism. It has its priests, parishioners, bishops, the saints, you know, and it's like, you know, you get up there with these fictional people. I think half of them are, you know, from history. Oh, Copernicus. And it really pisses him off if you pronounce his name Copernicus. Good old Copernicus and Socrates. Yeah, don't forget about Socrates.
Socrates.
But anyway, those guys, and it's like, those are like the priests, you know, or the not the priests, but the saints, right? And then you've got your priests, and that's your Brian Cox and your Neil deGrasse Tyson and these other characters, Bill Nye and what have you. And then, of course, you've got your lesser deacons that are out there pushing the line, like McToon,
Professor Dave.
Yeah, Professor Dave and that shit. And then you got the parishioners that are out here just feeling their balls and loving it.
Timothy. You know, I think Brian Cox might be a transgender.
I said that for years. First time I saw him, I was like, the sound was off. My dad was watching TV, watching something, and it had Brian Cox on it. The sound was down, and he just had the closed caption going. And so I only saw the words, and I said, who is this woman?
I think that's a trans woman, and yeah, super sus.
Well, you know, there seems to be a lot of that. I mean, they went and did a whole thing about NASA did a whole thing about the gay people at NASA and going to go to space and everything, you know, gay people in space and all this other crazy nonsense. But it is really low chakra imagery, everything that goes along with it. You've got this phallic object going up, and you'll see it when they be showing a blast off. A lot of times the cameraman will make it shake like it's thrusting, you know. The orbital diagram for the Apollo mission looks just like, I saw a friend of mine had that wall poster. It's a big long wall poster, and it's the NASA thing, right? It shows the path of the lunar mission to Mars, right? And it's got and I swear to God, it looks like, first thing I did, I walked in his house. I said, why you got a big dick poster on your wall? And he goes, what? And I said, look at that path that thing took. It looks just like a dick and balls. And he's like, oh, I never noticed that before. I said, yeah, your subconscious did though, buddy. I'll tell you that.
I mean, they put that right. Remember the movie Austin Powers? They literally made the spaceship a dick and balls.
Yep. I mean, it's just like so in the names of the things that they give them. You know, Apollo, why are you naming these things after pagan gods? You know,
well, that video we watched maybe like an hour ago, I think it was SpaceX launch, where they had literally named the thing Merlin.
Mm-hmm.
They literally named the thing after a wizard because it's wizardry. That's what they're doing. It's
Yep. All day long, man. And the people eat it up. I mean, how much people are so invested into this that even when they're not, they don't talk about it. But as soon as you tell them, say, "Oh yeah, there's flat," and they'll say, "What? But science." And I'm like, all right, first off, stop. There's nothing scientific about that shit. All right, just get off of that. Science has nothing to do with globe or space or planets or any other thing. Okay, that's not science. So stop yelling that like it's some kind of a deity, you know?
Yeah, capital S science.
Yes.
They refer to it as if it's their God.
Yeah.
But
and it's
really,
anything but scientific. It's not scientific. It's
no,
pseudoscience.
Gravity is their God. That's why they gave it the big G. I've been saying this for about 9 years. I mean, if you think about it, in that Stephen Hawking's book, he credits gravity for the creation of the universe. He says because there's a law such as gravity, the universe can and will create itself from nothing.
Wow.
So they literally gave gravity the big G. They made it the creator. It's responsible for creation. And then you ask a question, the answer is gravity. Like, why does the earth orbit the sun? Oh, gravity. Why does the moon orbit the earth? Gravity. Why do we stick to the bottom of the ball? Gravity. Everything. Yeah. Their answer. And then when you say, well, you know, when they ask us a question and we want to say that the answer is God, that's not acceptable to them. They don't see how it's hypocritical, because when they invoke gravity, they're essentially just invoking the God of their scientism.
Yeah. I mean, I got a really funny meme, and it's Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he's in front of a plate of food, and he's got this little shaker, and it says gravity. He says, "Gravity, I put this shit on everything."
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
You know, like, yeah, that's about it, you know, because look, we had a thing going, and I still observe it to a point, but and every time one of these idiots said gravity, refraction, or parallax,
yes,
you have to take a bong hit.
Refraction's the other one.
Yep,
that's the big one. It's just like it's something they can invoke when they can't answer why observations don't match the globe. Oh, refraction.
Yeah.
And I've actually heard Mictune. You know, I guess there's a refractive index. It's a number, right?
Uh-huh.
And Mictune says that the average index on any particular day, I think he said like 0.16. Right? I might have it wrong. But then when asked, well, what would the refractive index need to be in order for objects beyond the horizon to bend upwards so that we can see further? And he goes, about 2.0. It's like, well, when is it ever that? Like, they need magic.
Yeah.
And yet they just say, refraction. Refraction. Yeah. Why does refraction make a curved earth look flat? Like, that's bizarre.
Yeah.
That's
tricky. It's a globe, but it's trying to trick you into thinking it's flat.
But then they'll say that kind of shit to us. Like, why would God make a flat earth and yet make it look like it was a globe? Why would he do that to deceive everybody? And it's like, well, did he? Because like when I go outside, I mean, the horizon's flat, everything's still. It's like, God didn't try to deceive us at all, you know. He made things pretty freaking obvious.
During I found out something that was really quite interesting to me, and I'd already had suspected it, but Austin Whitsitt put it right into mathematics. He showed it with the mathematics and showed that the formulas involved with human angular perception, right, is exactly the same as the formula for the curvature of the earth.
We talked about this at the beginning of the stream.
Yeah.
I think, like,
so I was like, what? Okay, I pretty much suspected that shit to begin with, man.
And now you've got the math.
Yep. That's why I say, man, it's great because listen, that boy's smart.
He is a certified genius, man.
Yeah, bro. But see, he gets through that math shit, you know. I mean, I'm to a certain point, but I'm like, look, man, science is not math.
Yeah, he says
Okay.
it best. He says it best, where it's like science explains, math describes.
Right.
Right. You
Yeah.
can have 4 apples, but you can't have a 4.
Right.
You know.
There you go. That's a good way to say it. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. The
So-
math describes, the other is the
and science
demonstrates.
explains. Yeah, it's like so. But they think math can prove the world. But I mean, you can make math prove anything, basically.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you start from an answer and work it back. You start with an answer, right? And that's what that's what they've done with the sun, and they kept having to move that thing. You know, they started out at 3 million miles, and then over the centuries, it changed a bunch of times. It kept increasing till it got up to, I think, 103 million miles, and then they dropped it back to 93.
Well, I think what
they think. See,
I think what happened was they started from the place of, well, the Earth can't be the center, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So the Earth has to be going around the sun, not vice versa. That was their starting point.
Mm-hmm.
So when you want to start at the Earth goes around the sun, then you got to make the sun much larger than the Earth for their whole gravity theory.
Right.
And if you're going to make the sun much larger than the Earth, then you got to make the sun really far away, because we don't see the sun that big. It's the size of a quarter.
Right.
Right. So you work backwards from that starting point. The starting point was destroy geocentrism.
Yeah.
And it was the Jesuits, right? Make a heliocentric model. So you start from there, you work backwards. Well, if the sun is at the center, then the sun has to be bigger than the Earth.
Yep.
And if the sun has to be bigger than the Earth, then the sun has to be really far away. But now they've put themselves in a position where, well, if the sun is 93 million miles away, that makes the diameter of the orbit at least 186 million miles wide, right?
Right.
And if the orbit is 186 million miles wide, that means the Earth is in one place on one side of the sun in December, and then it's 186 million miles on the other side of the sun, in June. And yet the angle to Polaris never changes.
Right.
Well, then how is that possible? Oh, well, Polaris must be a quadrillion light years away.
Right.
So it's like everything started from that place of destroying geocentrism, and then and then they work backwards from there. And the numbers have to get bigger and bigger. They have to add zeros and commas to rationalize away common sense.
Yep. That's exactly. And it's like, and you go into it with a presupposition, because if this, like, think about this Aristophanes character, communicating somehow in ancient Greece from 500 miles to.
I always ask that. Yeah. What do they have? Walkie-talkies?
Well, it was one of those old Nokia brick phones, man.
and he got service.
500
going 500 miles around a curve that would block his signal.
Right. But I mean, so you think about that, and it's like, wait a second. This is a dumbass story. What are you trying to tell me here with this?
How do you even measure 500 miles?
Oh, they say they had a guy that walked it and counted his steps.
Right, but how do you walk in a straight line 500 miles? Isn't there hills and landscape? Like, you couldn't do it, and yet these people rationalize it in their heads. Like the experiment couldn't even be possible, even if the guy existed.
Well, even if he did, he went in with the presupposition that the Earth was a sphere.
Yeah,
right. So he'd already placed the sun far away.
That was one of the assumptions.
Yeah. And he'd already assumed sphericity.
He assumed, ready? This experiment, so-called experiment, assumes the Earth is a globe going in. He wasn't trying to prove the Earth was flat or a globe. He was trying to measure the globe.
Yep.
So it assumed the Earth was a globe. It had to assume the sun was very distant, which also assumes the sun is larger than the Earth. It then assumed that the sun's rays are parallel, even though the word ray means it radiates. The sun's rays by their very nature are not parallel. They're radiating.
See, y'all, I wasn't talking out my ass when I said that the other day. That's what I was saying. By the very definition of the word ray comes from the word to radiate.
Yeah.
And radiate by its own definition comes from radius, which is not a line.
Yeah, there's no radiuses that are parallel. Like doesn't make any sense. Okay, so then he had to assume that he sees the world in Euclidean perspective.
Right.
So there's so many false assumptions. It's not science. And yet globetards like Timothy will cite this. And then on top of that, they admit that even if you could perform this experiment, you could reproduce it on a flat Earth with a local sun.
Exactly. You can do it. I can do the same effect on my dining room table with the
we have that.
Light.
We have those videos.
You know, I mean, it's happening in my house right now, all the time, right?
All the
Doesn't
time.
mean my floor is curved.
Right.
I got a lamp on over here. Over here is going to cast a bigger shadow than the shit that's closer underneath of it. Duh, it doesn't mean my floor is a ball. I could do some math and make it seem that it's a ball, though.
So, number one, there's no proof the guy ever existed. Number two, it's impossible to perform the experiment the way they claimed he did it, because you can't be in two places at once. You can't measure 500-mile distance. He doesn't have walkie-talkie. So three, even if you did perform the experiment, it could be reproduced on a flat Earth. And then four, I mean, all the assumptions built into the so-called experiment, right?
Right.
And then what's the last one? I just lost my train of thought here. Like, basically, I've debunked this so-called experiment in every single which way possible, and yet they still continue to cite it as like their number one proof.
I'm Aristosthenes. I and my faithful assistant Feces will now measure this circumference of the Earth.
And I guess the fifth argument against this, right? So literally, I've already given you like 4 ways to debunk this, and the fifth one is because the globetards will say, we've known the size of the Earth, we've known it's a ball, and we've known the size for over 2,000 years. Okay, but then you also claim Columbus set sail west to reach India because he thought the Earth was smaller, I guess. So it's like, did we know the size of the Earth 2,000 years ago, but then also we didn't know the size of the Earth 500 years ago?
Right.
Which one is it? Because these two stories that were taught contradict each other.
They sure do. Well, they must have lost the technology of how to measure sticks and shadows. And
it's very painful. It's painful process to build it back again. Yeah.
I'm done for it. We go to the moon in a nanosecond. Oh, that guy. How do you keep this thing sealed? It's called really good engineering.
Really good engineering. If you have a leak, you have a leak. I think he's straight up autistic.
You know, I wonder if he's not like savant level spectrum. You know what I'm talking about?
Like Rain Man?
Kinda. But they took him and MK Ultra'd that motherfucker to where he really does believe he went to space. He might actually believe he's been there and seen all this shit.
It's possible. I don't know if I remember as a kid, maybe in the 5th or 6th grade, we read the book Ender's Game.
Yeah.
And in Ender's Game, it's kind of the reverse of what's happening in reality. Like, Ender thought he was in a simulation, but he was actually fighting the real battle. And in reality, people think they're doing the real thing and they're in a simulation.
Yep.
And they just can't tell. And they admit that the simulations are so good that they wouldn't know the difference. So.
Wait, well, it's a holodonkey. Can't measure 500 miles. What about odometers? Yeah, they didn't have an odometer. They had a guy that walked and counted his steps. You also have to consider with an odometer, which works off of a wheel of a set diameter, that you are still going up and down hills, aren't you?
Yeah, but like an odometer, like a car's odometer, it knows the size of the wheels and the gears, and it's measuring that. It's not actually measuring distance.
No,
it's measuring rotations of the gears.
When you're going up and down hills, if you was able to take that road and pull all the curves out of it and straight, you'd have a longer piece of road. You can test this yourself with a little piece of string. You can, you know, make pretend little hills and valleys and shit in it and shorten the length of a 1 foot piece of string down to, you know, a fraction of its full size. Even though there's only 8 inches or 7 inches between point A and point B, your odometer is still going to measure a foot because it's based off of that motion of the wheel on the surface of it. It's not doing it as a crow flies. I don't know why he didn't just pull out his fucking GPS, you know. But I mean, yeah, I believe he was made up and inserted into Rockefeller textbooks. I absolutely do. I mean, none of his contemporaries wrote about him or mentioned him. You would think they would. That's a phenomenal feat to figure out the circumference of the Earth.
And I like it. The globies will always be like, the ancient Greeks all knew the Earth was a globe.
Yeah,
like the entire civilization. No, man. Even the claim is it's one guy. It's not the whole civilization. And you know they'll use Atlas as proof that the ancient Greeks believed in a globe. Oh, well, then Atlas held the globe on his back. Of course they knew the Earth was a globe. No. That's a revision of history. Atlas was sent to the edge of the Earth to hold up the sky, to hold up the firmament. He was never depicted as holding the globe like they do in New York City.
It's not this. It was this. He was pushing up on the firmament, not on a globe.
Yeah.
They put that in later. Yeah.
Just like they did with that clock face that you showed, the Prague clock. Like, they'll replace, like, it's supposed to be the flat Earth map, a flat circular map. It's not supposed to be a globe. But over time, they've replaced these things.
What was I read? They do this with everything. I was reading somewhere the other day that Disney has spent some ungodly amount of money to go back and insert chemtrails into older movies.
I believe that for sure.
Yeah.
I see there's chemtrails in every single Pixar movie.
Yeah. They're everywhere now. Is it possible to share here?
Yeah. There's a button down at the bottom of the screen. Are you on a PC or the phone?
I'm on my computer.
Okay. Down at the bottom of the screen there, you should see a thing that says present. It's got a little picture of a thing with a cross on it.
Yeah.
You click on that. That'll allow you to share a browser tab or your whole screen or a certain window. There you go.
Is it how is the resolution?
I don't know. It comes up however you have it. So when you click on it and pick it, what you want to show, it'll show up backstage, and then I'll click it and it comes up on the screen.
Okay. Because when we're talking about chemtrails, that's my thing, actually.
It's your wheelhouse.
Yeah, because in Norway, they are, especially the summer, it's extreme.
Yeah.
They're spraying us like,
Well, listen, it's been so bad, Osram. Let me tell you something. My wife and I both remarked today, because there was such there was none. We had no chemtrails today, and there was some actual real puffy clouds, natural clouds coming over the mountain. It was really, really a nice, it was how I remember the sky looking. You know?
Yeah. Now it's so weird, and people, they don't look up anymore. They really don't look up. I
They're
was
like they're like this. They got their
yeah, they
phone.
are. Yeah, it's so weird.
I agree. People, the normies don't look up. They don't pay attention. But I've started pointing it out on like my personal social media, and I think people are starting to wake up to it a little bit, because I think it's more apparent now.
Yeah,
they're doing it. They're chemtrailing the skies above New Jersey nearly every day.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll take a crystal clear sky, they'll spray the crap out of it, it'll become hazy, and then the next day it rains.
Yeah.
And the weather's awful, and we have bizarre weather. I think people are starting to take notice of the bizarre weather, and it's all caused from airplanes.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think
they actually had to add, I forget how many it was. It was either 5 or 7 new types of clouds.
Yeah.
You know, that we've never had before. You know, we grew up knowing about, I forget what they all were, columbus, and you know, they had all these names. There was like maybe 5 different types of clouds, and now they've got more. You know, I'll tell you one of the coolest ones that I've seen that's a natural phenomenon, and that's those these clouds that would form up out in Death Valley. Like, I was right on the edge of Death Valley, right at the foot of the Sierra Mountains. And we would get these, God damn it, lenticular clouds, man. And it's really crazy because these things will look like almost like a UFO. Yeah. And they're like big and thick, and they're round and like kind of saucer shaped. I mean, they're really cool. I'll have to dig my pictures of those out, man. Those are really something else, man. But
I'm sick of it. I'm getting angry. Like, I know they're ruining the weather.
Well, they're drugging us too, man.
And they're drugging. I know. I mean, and I think, honestly, I think it's having an effect on my personal health. Mm-hmm. Like lately, I feel like I've been breaking out a lot, but they've also been spraying the skies nonstop. Like, I'm afraid to go out in the rain, you know?
Yeah. Well, look, man, all I can tell this whole outfit, you think I'm trouble here. Wait till I can join the battle beyond the veil. Y'all are going to be really in some problems. I'm telling you, man. And that's, I don't worry about that. I mean, yeah, I hate being sick and that kind of thing, and I keep my health as good as I can. But man, if their ultimate plan comes to taking me out, well, I'm looking at it. I'm like Obi-Wan Kenobi, man. You know, go ahead, take me out. I'm only going to be more powerful. Just go ahead. You know,
Veda.
Yeah, don't give in to your hate and your anger and fear. See, I find this might sound kind of weird, but I find a lot of truth in Star Wars. Not that there's other planets and that kind of shit, but that stuff
what
when
Yoda
it comes
says,
down to the Force.
That's the ether, right?
It's the
like the God force, the life force.
Did I share my screen now?
There it is. Oh, and it's us going off into infinity.
No, but when Yoda says that fear leads to anger and anger leads to hatred.
Yep.
Like, yeah, there is truth to that, and then that will lead to sickness.
You know what's
and the dark side. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I don't have any anger.
Yeah, you don't seem like it at all, man.
But I really don't have any anger. It's impossible for me to get angry because I can see that people don't know anything. They don't know what they're doing. Really, they're all possessed.
I wish I could learn from you on that one, man.
I can teach you.
It takes practice.
It's true. No, it doesn't. It takes 5 seconds.
Why did you used to be angry?
I used to be very angry. It used to be a problem for me, actually.
Actually had anger problems. Wow, that's
interesting.
Yeah. So what did you do? How did you shed yourself of that?
Well, soul searching, I guess, for many, many years. It was intense. Like, I think I read every self-help book in the world. When the truth is inside you, actually, you don't need to read books, but it's only information, right?
Right.
So I used to be very angry, and I didn't know why I was so angry, because I wasn't angry like on any particular person, right? So after many years, I found out that I hated my parents. Those were the people that I hated, because those are the first people that you look up to. And since the father is not in the family anymore, the whole family order is turned upside down. So the children get um, traumatized by the parents switching roles, and the mother being the leader in the family, because the women usually are more emotional than the fathers, so they correct the children with hate instead of love. So we start hating our parents, and you become like what you hate. So I become like my mother, very emotional and insecure and angry, and I didn't know what. I identified more with her than with my father. And you're supposed to love your father first, because he's the Christ figure in your family, right? He's supposed to do. Men are supposed to do like they're not supposed to be emotional. They're just supposed to do what is right, regardless of emotions, right? But now men are so weak. So, long story short, I forgave my parents, first my father, and then my mother. And when I forgave my mother, it was like something just got taken away from me, and I could finally see, because as it says in the book, it says that as you forgive others, your Father in heaven will forgive you. Right?
It's getting rid of resentments.
Yeah,
Resentments
yeah,
stored up. And right
yeah,
back to that analogy of the force, I thought it was rather interesting that the further along that any of these characters went toward the dark side, the
yeah,
more misfigured and wrinkled up and gross they
Yeah.
started looking,
yeah,
right? So you look at Palpatine, I mean, he was no, handsome debonair to start with, but when he finally went to where he was the emperor, he
yeah,
was just a monstrous shadow of himself.
yeah.
And there's a lot to that. Remember when Luke had to go into the tree? Yoda made him go into that tree, into
Yeah,
that cave, and who he confronted. He said, "You have to confront this," And when he turned around, that was the best lesson. When he defeated it,
yeah,
who was it? It was himself.
yeah,
So he was killing the dark side of himself.
yeah.
True.
Yeah.
So are you?
That's the only death we go through. That's the ego death. We
Ego
never
death.
die. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Listen, that's
interesting.
what happened to me on a major dose of mushrooms. Yeah, for real. I was close to 10 grams.
Oh,
So are you
shit.
saying? So are you saying I have anger because I hate my parents?
Yeah, that's true.
And do you feel like you grew up with like a weak father?
Yes, yep. He was very so-called nice, always
But he
so
didn't set.
fucking nice.
He wasn't really a role model for like a male role model.
Well, he was very handy, so I'm very handy.
Well, that's good.
So he's a good father. He never got angry with me. It's one or two times, but he was always so fucking nice, right? And my mother, she was the boss in our family.
Like she made
And
the rules and she was the
yeah,
disciplinarian.
yeah, yeah.
I think
Just
that's
curious.
very. And how old are you?
Yeah.
I just turned 40.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm 34. You
yeah,
grew up in the 80s and 90s. I think we had similar experience.
yeah.
All right. So let's take a look at something through the social programming aspect of shit, too.
Yeah.
You both have that same experience, right?
Yeah,
You're
pretty
not
much
too-
exactly as he
Yeah.
explained. Yeah.
You're not too far off in age either. All right.
No.
So what did we see start happening around the time you were coming up as far as like your average movies and television shows and things like that? how did they slightly change and then get worse? And I'm going to tell you what it was is we saw a demasculation of the male in favor of a strong woman who's always fixing the husband's blunders, right?
Yeah.
They made sitcoms out of this shit. Like there was
Sure.
some one about like a UPS guy and his overbearing wife.
Yeah, the King of
Everybody loves
Queens.
Raymond,
Everybody
all of it.
loves Raymond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Family Guy.
they started pushing that out there. And what happens
The
is people
Simpsons
start
and Family Guy,
emulating that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
look, they made the doofus guy seem adorable and shit. And so a lot of guys started to emulate that. And of course, the domineering woman role, the women would take up with that. And it's pretty soon life imitates art.
Yeah.
That's always how it is. We always hear that art imitates life. No, I think it's the other. I think it works both ways.
Yeah.
We imitate art, and people want to act or be like they admire a character or even an actor that plays a certain style of character. They automatically assume that that guy must be like that, and they like him. And this is the thing you've heard: don't ever meet your heroes. Don't ever meet. Yeah.
I believe that.
You go and meet somebody that you have a perception of through what you've seen on the screen, and they turn out that they're just a complete dickbag in real life. And you're like, whoa, man.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That really threw me off. You know, it's like Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
I used to love watching Robert De Niro's movies, man. I would be like, yeah, that dude. I thought the way he could make me evoke a tear in the movie Awakenings versus the
Taxi Driver.
Yeah, I mean, he does good, but they're magicians. See, that's a form of
nothing.
magic.
He's a liberal buffoon in real life.
Oh my God. It's like, oh my God, you should never fucking talk. Just do movies. You know, that's the way I feel about it. And I'm like, I don't like him now. And it affected me to a point where I don't even really enjoy a Robert De Niro movie anymore.
Yeah.
You know, because I'm thinking, yeah, you're not really like that. You know, you gotta know what you're really like, and it's the complete opposite of this. You know,
and you know what I've thought about this? To be an actor, you have to be a psycho. You have to be a weirdo. To be able to pretend to be something you're not in any capacity, I don't even know how they do it.
That's not the art. The art is making everyone else believe you are that character. There's where the wizardry lies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Politicians use this.
Like, I wouldn't even know how to act like someone else, even if it was like an act.
Let me tell you something. Because I went to acting school for about 4 months.
Okay.
Yeah, because those people they were fucking crazy.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I think you're just because you have to be a special kind of crazy.
Oh, trust me.
To pretend to be
Yes.
something you're not. I don't know.
Yeah, but the thing is that they are the most insecure people on this earth because they have to put on new characters all the time, so they never get the time to get to know who they really are, right? And they always need that attention and affirmations and all of that all the time, right? Because that's what feeds them when they get used up. They are not. Have you seen Babylon, the movie?
What movie?
The new movie Babylon.
No.
Fucking see that movie, man.
Is it about the Hollywood?
You know what? It's one of the strangest movies I ever seen, and I'm a movie guy. I love movies. I know they showed me true movies all my life.
Yeah.
That's insane. But the Babylon movie is like a homage to Hollywood because it looks like when you see that movie, it feels like, okay, Hollywood is dead. It's no more. Just see that movie. That's insane.
I've been to Hollywood.
Really?
And,
cool.
Oh my God. Outside of the, like the famous tourist things like, Grauman's Chinese Theater and the Walk of Stars and that kind of thing, It's
Yeah.
really a weird fucking place, man.
Yeah, I
It
believe it.
is, man. And of course, right across the street from the Grauman's is the
Oh my
LGBTQRSLMNOP
God.
headquarters.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my word, man, here we are. And it's just like some of the most bizarre people you'll ever see in your entire life walking around. Now, over in the last recent years, it's gotten really bad with the homeless population getting really huge.
Really.
But listen, they can keep that fucking city. I'm
Yeah,
for
yeah.
real.
Sin
They
City.
talk about the next big one, LA is going in the ocean. And I'm like, that ain't going to be no problem. That's all right.
Yeah. Today, earlier today, I was thinking about taking my girlfriend to the movie, and I was looking through the movie program, and it was all shit. It was all shit, just shit.
Yes.
Nothing interesting, nothing good anymore.
No.
Everything is agenda driven. No, bring back the old days.
Yeah, I wait for something to come out. If I ain't got nothing to do, a lot of times I'll find something on a streaming service and watch it.
Yeah.
And that, if I don't like it, I can watch something else. I'm not already invested into sitting down in the theater, having to deal with some loud ass person sitting next to me talking.
Yeah.
That's just the shit. What you said that movie's called Babylon?
Yeah, you have to see that. That's insane. It's so deep. That movie is so deep.
I remember my mother had this book when I was a kid called Hollywood Babylon was the name of it.
Yeah.
And it says it's a 2020. And there were some really, famous pictures and also pictures that you don't normally see, right?
Yeah.
Like Robert Mitchum right after he got arrested for marijuana possession and shit. And he's all high. You can tell the motherfucker's high as a kite. The one where Jane Mansfield, the automobile wreck scene where she was decapitated.
Yeah.
And now her daughter is that woman from that's on Law and Order, that female
Really?
cop. That's her daughter. That's Jane Mansfield's daughter.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember what her name is. It's weird. It's like a Eastern European last name. Anyway, it'll come to me. It says Babylon is a 2022 American epic historical black comedy drama film written and directed by Damien Chazelle. It features an ensemble cast that includes Brad Pitt, Margot Robbie, Diego Calva, Gene Smart. Okay. The film.
There's some scenes there. Your hair is going to raise. Trust me. You're going to understand.
1926 Bel Air, Los Angeles, Mexican immigrant Manuel Manny Torres helps transport an elephant to a debauched back channel rife with sex, jazz, and cocaine.
Yeah.
At Kinoscope Studios executive Don Wallach's mansion. He quickly becomes smitten with Nellie Leroy, a brash, ambitious, self-declared star from New Jersey.
Yeah.
Upon meeting Manny, Manny reveals his wish to be part of something bigger. While the elephant walks through, distracting partygoers, Manny helps carry away young actress Jane Thornton, who overdosed on drugs. Blah blah blah, and it goes on. That might be pretty interesting. That would, because when you go back to the days of Hollywood and how it came about, who brought it forth, and like Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Holy cow! I wonder what outfit those guys are with, right?
The little hats.
Yeah, a little hat, small hats.
My sons and I, sorry.
No, you go.
My sons and I, because I have 3 sons, it's very important for me that they know it's okay to be a man. So we have seen every Rambo movie now, Clint Eastwood movie now, and so we're just continuing seeing old movies. I love it.
Maybe The Taxi Driver really inspired me.
Taxi Driver.
Hang on, we'll be right back, guys. Keep on the talking.
Yeah, is that the guy?
That's Robert De Niro.
Yeah. I remember that. That's a cool movie.
But it really, I don't know what it was about that movie. It just makes you want to be a man. It makes you want to go lift weights.
Yeah.
And defend yourself. And I don't know. Have you ever heard of this movie by, I think it's Matthew Johnson. It's called Operation Avalanche.
I think I heard about it, but I don't think I've seen it.
It's like a movie, kind of like a fake documentary about the CIA agents who staged the moon landing.
Okay.
And
That's
it's just there's a lot of little bits of truth in that movie.
Okay.
I'm actually surprised they made it. I think
they have to make it.
Like a revelation of the method type deal.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're gonna have to reveal that it was fake eventually.
Yeah,
even
they have to.
Even the flat Earth might come out pretty soon.
Yeah.
I think it's. I think that's part of the plan.
I predict a tipping point for FE this year.
You believe?
Yeah, man. Just it's going to hit the at least 50-50 point.
Well, when I'm on Instagram and I follow different accounts on Instagram, like I follow fitness influencers, and bodybuilders and homesteaders, and I'm seeing flat Earth infiltrate those sections of the internet.
That's
so
good.
it's not just truthers anymore. I'm seeing people are believing, like I see a bodybuilder who's talking about flat Earth, or Kyrie Irving's a professional basketball player talking about flat Earth. Like I think it is going more mainstream and it's infiltrating different areas of the world.
I hope so.
Yeah, I've seen different polls coming from different sample areas, and they're really getting high up there between the globe and flat Earth, within 20%, and then and then you have the undecided, right?
Yeah.
And you look, and that actually makes up to if they went to flat Earth, it would make up the majority, right? So a lot of people are afraid to say, okay, it's what you're flat, because that's what we've gotten all this time, but that's less and less. A guy that came out here one night, he was telling us that he was at the bar and he went outside to smoke a cigarette, and he thought he'd maybe get some riled people up a little bit, and he said, yeah, Earth's flat and space is fake and gay. Instead of anybody objecting to it, he said 3 other people came over to have a conversation about it with him, man.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
there you go. See, that wasn't like that a few years ago, but it's getting more and more.
Actually,
the incredulity that comes about from somebody if they ask me, "Oh, are you a flat earther?" and I go, "Yeah," they go, "Huh." Like that, instead of you idiot or anything like that. The only ones I ever see do that are part of the cyber army that are on the social media platforms trying to dissuade those undecided away from it.
My father, sorry.
No, I want to hear about your dad. No, you go.
My father, he well, I don't have any contact with my family. They think I'm crazy, but that's okay. Yeah. So, but the only one that I have a little bit of contact with is my father, and every time I'm there, he says, "So you still believe that the Earth is flat?" And then I just say, "Oh, you still believe that people are living upside down right now?" Like, because you just have to believe that people really live upside down. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
And people standing antipodally to each other on a ball. I know it's dumber than shit, right?
Yeah. And it's raining upside down, and I'm asking people, like, do you believe there's this magical force that just pulls the rain towards the ground?
Or it's like you ask somebody, which way are the stars?
Yeah.
Well, they'll probably point up.
Right.
But on a globe, you could point down. You can point any direction.
Yeah.
You know, you could, on a globe, you could dig to get to the stars. Like, it doesn't make any freaking sense. There's no up or down. There's no level.
Yeah.
Level means curved. Up means down.
Yeah.
They've
Well,
got
have you ever
Everything's
thought about
inverted.
have you ever thought about this, that how much of a Luciferian inversion of reality that it actually
Yeah,
is?
everything is actually just upside down.
It's the opposite. It's
that's what
the
Lucifer
the
does.
sun is magnificently huge and very, very far away. No, it's the opposite of that. The earth is a little
Hey.
tiny ball and it goes around this big sun. Nope, it's the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Everything is
Hey.
opposite of what they tell you. What's up, Tony?
Yeah,
Yeah, Drake.
it's not only upside down, but it's also inside out.
Yeah.
We don't live on the outside of a globe. We live on the inside.
Good job, Tony.
True.
That was a great way
It's
to come back to the conversation, dude.
They've inverted it. It.
Yeah.
That's
I'll
what
tell
the
you-
serpent does.
Yeah.
Hey, if I can tell you a bit of a mathematics and geometry, please.
For sure.
And I'd like some other people to research it because I'm not very good at on the internet. But in South Africa, South Africa mines for mining gold. They have shafts now that go down 3 miles, right? And those shafts have got to be perfectly perpendicular so that the lifts that go up and down don't rub on the sides. And there's a place there where there's 2 mine shafts, 1 mile apart, 3 miles deep, and also between these shafts are horizontal lines, tunnels between the shafts. And they use a plumb bob to get the line perfectly straight down. And then they've measured 1 mile below the surface, there's a tunnel. They've measured the distance between the 2 shafts at the bottom of 1 mile and at the top. And I can tell you that if people want to research it, they'll find out that those 2 lines, if you carry them up, the distance between those 2 shafts at the top and the distance between those 2 shafts at the bottom is exactly 0.666 of a foot. Those lines will intersect at about 4,000 miles. And if that's not proof, then I don't know what is. Need people to research it and start talking about it because those mine shafts actually exist. I've spoken personally to a guy who worked down those mine shafts, and they measure with very good instruments to within a millimeter, and they've got to go down 3 miles to look for gold. Sorry about the rant.
I'm just wondering how tight the tolerances of those shafts actually is. Just thinking about it. I'll look into it. That would be interesting to do, because it could be just something as much as the shafts being not perfect within a certain tolerance range. I don't know. We'll look into that. It's interesting. Yeah, but what I was getting at is with this inversion of everything, it permeates right into our society too, right? Why do we call these people that are in movies and shit, why do we call them stars?
Yeah.
Why do they want to be stars? What are stars? Okay, so that gives you a little insight into this, where I'm going with this. If you
the wandering stars are the fallen ones.
I have proof that Venus is just like the stars. I have proof.
Sure.
Wait, what did you just say?
I have proof that Venus is just like a star.
Yeah, it is.
That's why I wanted to share my screen, because
you didn't have any, you had us on there. You have to bring up the screen that you want to share. It was tripping people out.
And
infinity.
They named the wandering stars after, Roman gods?
Okay, so feel me out on this one, right? Count the number of stars in the Paramount logo and watch at the beginning of a Paramount film, right? You'll see 22 stars. Come down, skim, just touch the water, and then they go up around the Paramount, around the top of the mountain, right? Now, according to Enoch, right? The watchers, same amount, were on Mount Hermon. That is in reference to those fallen angels. That absolutely is. Why else would it be in Los Angeles, the city of fallen angels, as
Right.
it's also known, right?
The city of angels. Yeah.
Right. So,
and there was 22
interesting-
of them too, right?
Right. So another little interesting fact about that, and it relates to the UN. Now, Mount Hermon sets at 33 degrees longitude, 33 degrees latitude. And to this day, up there is a thing called UNDOF from the United Nations, and it stands for, get this, United Nations Disengagement Observer Force.
Wow.
Watchers, observers. Is that interesting? Coincidence? But the fact that they want to be called stars.
Yeah.
They want to be stars. And now this is kind of out there, but this is kind of just some food for thought. I'm not saying these are facts or anything, but when we look at these stars, especially the more recent ones that we've seen with the P900s and shit, right? The stars appear like some kind of a cymatic energy pattern in water.
Yes.
Like a cymatic energy pattern. And in like the Christian religion, the Western Christian religion, angels are often depicted blowing trumpets or choirs of angels singing, right? Now, we know reality is a result of frequency, energy, and vibration.
Yep.
All right. So what if all the stars are indeed entities that they are actually singing our reality into existence, like a grand choir of frequencies that's actually causing this physical reality that we're in?
Can I show you something, Dave, when we're talking about stars?
I want to invoke one of the first flat earthers. Stars are souls.
I will show you photos of stars you have never seen before.
Oh, that'd be awesome, man. Yeah, put them up.
Okay. First off, I have used the Nikon P1000, okay? And it is 4K and it's 30 frames per second. The thing is that if you see the stars, they blink a lot.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Yeah, but when I was a child, I remember they were only white. They never twinkled at all. That's what I remembered. But now, like the last 10 years, it started to really twinkle. And sometimes I can stand outside and I can say, "Twinkle a lot for me," and it twinkles a lot for me.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
Yeah. So I will show you something now because I have seen a lot of videos of people taking videos of stars. I have like hundreds of videos of stars, but the frames, that's the interesting part, the frames, because the thing is, this star, it changes form and colors at least 30 times per second. Okay? And I just have to show you, okay?
Yeah.
This is something for your viewers as well, because this is let's see do you see something now?
How about that song by Alan Parsons Project, right? Sirius?
Yes.
Yeah,
I love Alan Parsons Project.
You are the eye in the sky, right?
So this, check this out.
You're looking at
Looking
me,
at
right?
you, I can read your mind.
Yeah,
I
there's
am
some
the
stuff.
maker of rules,
that?
dealing with fools. I can make you blind.
That song's called Sirius.
Yeah.
I have to do there. Okay. This is a star. Okay.
Wait, where is it at?
Here. Okay.
There we go.
Do you see anything?
Oh my God, look at that.
Look at that.
No, they're constantly morphing.
Look
and
at
stuff.
that. Look at that shit.
That's nuts.
Look at that.
Look at that. Wow. Yeah.
No, these are it's really no doubt in my mind that those are like sentient, beings up there.
Yeah.
We see them as points of light. Do you know why we see them this way? It's similar to how it is explained in the movie Flatland, the movie.
Yeah.
It's basically like if a 4-dimensional object was passing through our 3-dimensional world, we're not going to be able to perceive it the right way as it actually is. And we just see little slivers of it,
I will show you something. What's that?
That's fucking cool, man.
Look up Flatland the movie for sure.
Flatland the movie?
Yeah, it's kind of a metaphor. It's a cartoon, but it's one of the deepest things maybe ever made. You gotta look that up.
2007.
Yeah, Flatland the movie. It basically just talks about how the Flatland the movie is about a 2-dimensional world that has shapes living in it.
Okay.
And if you were a 2-dimensional square living in a 2-dimensional space, how would you observe the world? If you saw another square, you wouldn't see a square. You would only see one side of that square. You would perceive the square as a line.
That's why we only see in 2D.
So we're 3-dimensional beings. So basically that movie is a metaphor where they take things down 1 dimension.
Yeah.
Well, it's really no different for us. We're 3-dimensional beings. We see in 2-dimensional frames.
That's true.
They were 2-dimensional beings and they could see in like 1-dimensional frames. They only had length. They didn't have width. So it's watching that movie definitely helps to understand this, I think. It's kind of hard to explain.
Yeah, because
check this out. Y'all want to see it? I just found it right here on YouTube, man.
Okay.
There it is down there in the chat. Flatland. You can get it from, I think that might be it. I'm pretty sure it is. It's about an hour and a half movie, hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah. I mean,
it.
Quasar, if you could see in 3 dimensions, you would that's like saying you could see the backside of objects. We see, we know that it's 3 dimensions because, we have perspective and shadows and angles and lighting and stuff. But you're seeing the world in 2-dimensional frames. That's why photorealistic paintings exist, because you can paint what you see photorealistically. You see the world with perspective.
Here's a trailer to it, real quick, and I'll bring it. Oh, let me bring up his star again. Oh shit!
We can see it.
Put it back up there again. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I kicked it off by accident.
Okay, wait. I will find it.
All right, my bad.
No. It's no problem. Because it's percent. There we go. Because the thing is that when I show this to people, they say the same thing. It looks like faces.
It does. I'm not going to deny that at all. That was spooky fucking real, man.
Those look like demon faces for sure.
Okay, but the thing is that, look at the colors, okay? I could never, come up with these combinations of colors. And look at this. It looks like a fucking demon from in profile. Look at this. What is this?
My guy looks like a, I don't know, like something out of Pokemon. Really, it does.
Yeah.
I see. It's all right. So like, it looks like there's a little green head on a neck coming up out of this turtle shell body. That looks like a guppy.
And there's solid objects in these stars. Look at this, for example.
I
It's
don't
solid.
think that's how they actually are. I just think that's our only ability to perceive them. Like we're seeing that, but that's not what they actually are. Does that make any sense?
No. Try again.
That is interesting as all hell. That thing right there. What in the fuck am I looking at?
Yeah. And the thing is that, like, they are so weird. And like in one video, like 5 minutes, it's thousands of images, and everybody is unique. And everybody is like, because it's around 30 frames per second, so it's 30 pictures, right? So it's really weird. And they are very yeah, that one's nice.
So wait, are you saying that these stars work on 30 frames per second?
That's
or
well,
just the camera?
I have filmed them in 60 frames per second as well, and I don't get any different. I don't get any more photos from that. It's the same. It's the same photos all the time. It's the same. Yeah, because the other thing is that, okay, if this were a sun of burning gas, like 4.5 light years away, okay, then it wouldn't burn the same way every day. So I can film a star, and then I can go out the next day, and it's the same pattern.
Yeah, see, there's a lot more to them than what they're telling us. These are giant balls of gas burning. And my first question is, how do you get a ball of gas to form anywhere in order to burn? I mean, it's just maniacal.
Look at it. Look at this.
You remember that scene in The Lion King where they start talking about what the stars are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That pig farts or something, doesn't he?
And he says, "I think those are the kings of the past looking down on us." That's basically what Simba says. There's a lot of truth in those Disney movies that they were trying to bleed into the kids.
Look at that, yeah. It's weird. Have you seen Barnyard, the movie?
No.
You have to see that. It's a children's movie, but you have to see it. It's about some cows that runs this farm, and it's very, very agenda and political, and it's a children's movie. And they're mentioning the New World Order and everything. It's crazy. That movie's crazy.
I'll tell you a kid's movie that I thought was really great, and it's good. Yeah. Adults can get a lot out of it.
Yeah.
The Lego movie.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Man. Oh man.
Yeah.
Is that ever really a good lesson in open-mindedness and thinking and using your own brain instead of taking on what someone gives you? Yeah. I mean, this guy was crippled to a point where he couldn't do shit without the instructions.
Yeah.
He couldn't figure nothing out. He thought the only way to put something together is by the proper instructions and shit. And these other Lego characters are like, no, look, here, I'm going to show you a few things. And and it really gives you an idea as to what's going on. It's funny too. Morgan Freeman cracked me up and then, "Oh, I'm a ghost."
Oh, it's a good movie.
Yeah, that is a good one. Those are really interesting, and I've often wondered too, there's so many cultures that do believe that they have a sentience to them. Especially as you go back in ancient times, I think we're probably the only human culture who has not thought that. And it's based on what we've been told through, listen, there's a serious spell that has been put on humanity.
Yeah.
And you want to talk about one of the greatest deceptions. Think about that. That's a monumental deception. I mean, I got to give them props for ingenuity, but what would be capable of a deception so large that you can make people not know who they are, when they are, or where they are?
I feel like Satan had to try to hide the metaphysical. He had to try to remove the magic, the black magic from like the Middle Ages, because if that stuff exists, it's kind of obvious that he exists, and he's trying to convince the world that he doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
So there's nothing supernatural left about our world. You know, they told us that magic doesn't exist.
Right.
That God doesn't exist, angels don't exist, like nothing exists that's metaphysical.
Magic does exist because we're witnessing it in real time.
Yeah.
Somebody brought up another Mandela effect just a few minutes ago about a spelling of a name here.
Don Pettit.
Yeah, Don Pettit. That's another one. We're seeing these things change, and when you can actually, you have evidence that it's changed through residue. How does something like that is supernatural? Absolutely. I mean, is there, like what Brian says, a group of Mandela burglars that have been breaking into people's houses and changing their Bibles and changing movies on their shelves?
I think somebody in the comments section a couple hours ago said, I laughed at it like privately. They said, Brian Stabley runs a really tight psyop.
Oh yeah, I'm always busting his nuts about that too.
Yeah.
Everybody gives him that shit, you know. And we also pick on him about locking people in a grocery store.
Yeah,
one of his things is, if I could lock 100 people in a grocery store and ask them, and he's talking about doing a poll, and I'm like, I ain't going to the grocery store when you're in town, brother.
But you know what's funny amongst boomers? That every boomer on earth remembers Ed McMahon working for Publishers Clearinghouse. That's got to be the biggest one that the boomers remember.
My wife was like, when she heard that, and I'll tell you another one too, especially from people that their heyday, their teen years was in the 80s and shit, is you tell them that Richard Simmons never wore a headband, and they're like, fuck you.
Bullshit. Yeah, that guy was known for the freaking headband. You're gonna tell me he wasn't wearing a headband?
Yeah, man.
That's the gym guy, right?
Yeah, the guy this guy, he could say some of the nastiest, meanest shit that you'd get punched out by a woman for, right? He'd say, come on, girls. Come on, fat. You call those tits? I've seen better lumps in oatmeal. Put them together and make one good one, And they'd go, okay, Richard, okay,
Yeah.
Those aren't calves. Those are steers. Step it up, baby, and shit like that.
I remember him.
Yeah, no headband. And it's like, what? When my wife heard that, she just went, fuck you.
My first Mandela effect was The Matrix. That fucking hit me hard.
Oh, what if I told you? Yeah.
It's so... Because in the same time, when that happened, when I saw the Matrix movie, I started to see 11:11 all the time. Everywhere.
How about in the Matrix?
No.
In the Matrix, when he experiences days.
What in the world is that beeping noise?
I don't know.
Oh, I probably tripped over the life support on the space station up here.
My smoke detector went off. In the Matrix,
dinner's done.
when he experiences deja vu,
yeah.
It means that they've changed something about the Matrix in real time.
Yeah.
So that's essentially the Mandela effect.
Yeah, I've been having incidences of that.
The Matrix is a fluid reality, and the coders can change it in real time. So they're in that building, and then all of a sudden, it's a brick wall, and they can't get out. Because he saw the cat. I love that movie. It was the first DVD I ever owned. Was The Matrix.
I had some friends that when the Matrix movie came out, they bought like this black jacket and those glasses and went around and believed they were Neo.
Yeah.
But that movie is very, very important if you
And Dark,
understand that movie.
somebody just mentioned Dark City in the chat. Like that's
I
a
saw that
similar
the other day. I saw that the other day.
I can't believe you found it. It's one of the worst movies ever made, I think. But
Is that the one where they got that Rorschach guy and all that shit in it?
No, Rorschach is from the Watchmen. That's the Watchmen.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
that's a good movie.
But
Watchmen.
Dark City came out maybe a year before The Matrix, and
Yeah.
it's about a flat world, and there are these like alien type or demon type controllers, and they are able to change the world in real time.
Yeah.
You know, and they gaslight people. It's pretty. They tell us about this stuff in the movies, man. They really do.
But the thing is that, okay, we are not our bodies. We are a spirit living through a body.
Right.
So either this world is the real world, or there's another real world, right? So
yeah, okay.
yeah, but it's true because you have two realities. You have the one outside and you have the one inside, and the kingdom of heaven is within, right? So, and it says, and we are supposed to be in the world and not of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to break free from it. So
okay, so there's a great movie about that too, Osram. I got another one for you, man.
What's that?
Free Guy.
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah.
Okay, that I watched it a few times, and I got some different shit at different levels from this thing. I mean, even the thing about this. So the original creators had created a game that was a utopia where people could get together and hang out and talk and shit like that, right? And it was an evolving algorithm, all right? And this guy bought him out, and he turned it into like Vice City. He turns it into that, and I look at that as like Satan being given dominion over the world after the fall.
Yeah.
And here he's given dominion, and he's turned it into an awful place when it was designed as a paradise. Yeah. I mean, it's still a beautiful place, but the earth is beautiful, but the world is ugly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
yeah, for sure. Hey, the Bible makes a clear distinction between the world and the earth.
Absolutely.
And it says, be not of the world, because the world is of the flesh, and it's just sin and temptation.
And that's what this game was. That's what this guy had turned the game into.
Well,
right?
we're in a game right now.
Right.
This is a game, like a test.
Yep. So in that movie, though, that's what it was. I mean, it was everyday life for him to go through robberies and explosions and gunfights and like all this mayhem and shit. Right. Which is, I mean, kind of an exaggeration, but it isn't really much different than the world we actually have. And it's based on what were all the people in that game after? Collections of material things, money, cars, motorcycles, super duper sneakers, blah, 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 blah. And then when I thought it was beautiful at the end, I was like, oh my God, there it is. He broke out of this world into paradise.
Yeah.
And everybody was there chilling.
Yeah. It's so many good movies about that.
But I thought that was really good. And it's humor too, you know.
Yeah, and it's what is his name? Ryan Reynolds? No,
Ryan Reynolds, he cracks me
up. He's funny.
He's good in a serious role though, too. I saw one where he was a guy that had to man a safe house, and it was one of the safe houses that nobody ever fucking uses. And suddenly they have to use this one. And it's a very, very dangerous person that they're bringing in that a lot of people are trying to kill. Yeah. And it's a pretty good movie. He does, I forget what the name of it is, but he's in a dramatic role. And, there's a few funny quip lines here and there in his usual style. Yeah. But it's a totally serious movie. I had to go, hey, went from comedic to dramatic. That's good, man.
Maybe I'll see it. Maybe I'll see it, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it is. It might even be called Safe House.
Maybe.
Uh,
That sounds familiar though. Safe House. Sounds familiar.
But it's pretty good. And he's, of course, it's a CIA thing, and he's not a field officer or anything else like that. He tells his girlfriend thinks he just has a job at the fucking Kinko's or something like that,
Yeah. I saw Under the Dome because of you, actually.
Oh, I loved Under the Dome. That was a good movie. That was a good series.
It was.
Made you really think about some stuff too, man. It really did, as far as that was concerned. I mean, even that illusion of catastrophe outside the dome.
That show was released like maybe a year or two into the flat Earth movement.
Yeah.
Really. I love, what's his name? The actor. He's in Breaking Bad as well. He was in Under the Dome.
Yeah, the little bald-headed dude. Yeah, he was a little son of a bitch, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he's a good actor. Oh my god.
Dean something.
Dean Norris, maybe?
Yeah, Dean Norris.
Yeah.
We have somebody who joined the chat called Flat Earther. That should
be
interesting name. How are you doing, Flat Earther?
Yo, what's up? How's it going?
Oh, pretty good.
Hey, man.
So what's going on, man?
Yeah, not too much.
So did you have something you wanted to talk about, or are you just kind of like hanging with the conversation?
Yeah, just hanging and listening.
Huh. All right. Some people think that it's Tim Bob again. I was kind of along those same lines. You sound like, are you trying to disguise your voice?
What's a Tim Bob?
What's a Tim Bob?
I don't think people talk like that.
It's an inbred British Jew.
No, it was this guy that was on here earlier that's like out of his freaking mind. And when he hears something that either he doesn't understand or he can't refute, he giggles as if there were a gerbil trying to escape from his
he sounds like a demon.
Dude, I knew it was him the minute I clicked on him. I mean, come on, bro.
Like, don't you have anything better to do?
I know, right? This guy's really fucking losing his mind about shit.
Yeah.
But this, like I said, man, the internet, draw out as many crazy people as you can at a Greyhound bus station, man. Man.
Yeah.
I swear to God, every Greyhound bus station I ever been to, there's always some weird fucking people in there, man. I don't know what it is. You just put that dog on the window someplace and everybody just shows up.
Yeah.
Bad, man.
This is
He's
actually
not British or Jewish. He says Timmy is not British or Jewish. I don't even think he's human. I think Holodog might be onto something.
Yeah. I think he's a bot, man.
Well, a bot that's apparently got enough, I guess, to change their name and try to come back. That's his third name. That was his third. Yeah. Well, actually fourth, because he showed up on Jaren as Liam. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, he's the same guy. He's just some kook pot that runs around, and I don't know, man. You gotta wonder where these people come from.
I've been listening to you for quite some time, actually, and I got the debate you had with the Rhetoric.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Oh, he's a disgusting guy.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. Yeah,
he's deceitful. He's absolutely 100% deceitful.
Yeah, he is.
You know,
and I believe it's something to your theory that these people has done something really, really bad, and this is their punishment to like just debate, because they're just debating all the time, and if you come with something that's apparent. They just still debate. So I think it's weird.
Well, and then all to me, and I'm sorry, this is just my own opinion. The majority of them that I've seen appear to be, I don't know, just they look to me like people that would have very interesting browser history. That's all I'm going to say. You know, it's almost as if they've gotten in trouble for something and had to cut a deal. I mean, who would want to do that all the time? You know, and of course, you got to be paid to do it. But
of course,
who's really going to be watching somebody that acts like that all the time? Right? How can you be so invested into the globe?
It's
like
very interesting.
Professor Dave is a real person who dedicated his life to making anti-flat Earth videos. That makes perfect sense, right?
Right.
Yeah. I actually lost my best friend because of flat Earth. I grew up with him, actually. He
What
was
did
like
you pushed him off the edge?
Yeah.
Well, that's part of the spell. That's part of the
I
spell,
know.
man.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, this is from not only experience where I get this opinion, but just really I've studied the way people react. That this is so tantamount. I mean, you could be walking down the street and, hey, good morning, Bill and Fred. How you doing over there? Oh, we're doing pretty good. Hey, did you know the Earth's flat? Go fuck yourself. Whoa, Jesus Christ, man. What? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how quickly it'll fucking escalate.
Yeah.
And when you finally break through that one, the rest of the lies start crumbling like a Jenga tower of deceit.
It does. Yeah.
You know, you start finding out, oh, wow, man, if they was able to convince so many people of something like that, something right under their own feet.
Yeah.
What else have they done to us?
Yeah.
And so automatically it causes you to question, oh no, where'd he go? There he is.
Yeah.
It causes you to start questioning the things you've been told.
Yeah.
You see, and they certainly don't want that. And this is what I've said. This is why they take you at approximately 5 years old. Now it's earlier because they got Head Start for Head Start and shit before even preschool or kindergarten. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Give control of the state over the upbringing of your children.
Yeah.
And that's basically what it's all about. We've done it to ourselves because they made women feel like they were lesser.
Yeah.
Gave them some misinformation to lead them to believe that they were.
Yeah.
And so they went out and embarked on careers rather than to stay home and raise a family, right? The traditional
100%.
So then what happens with that is when they do have a kid, now it's to the point where the only benefit that came from it was that the United States, not the United States government, the Federal Reserve through the IRS has found a way to double the revenue.
Yeah.
And it's gone to such a point where no one can afford a household without two incomes.
Yeah.
That leaves who to raise the children?
The government.
After school programs put out by who? The government.
Yeah.
And preschool and daycare put out by who? The government. And of course,
the government can.
Yeah. And so you've inadvertently given your children to the government to be molded into robots.
Yes. Yeah.
I see it. Some of these parents that are around me, they don't care about like their kids' education at all. They just outsource it all to public school. And they don't take any responsibility for teaching their kids any like real world shit. My neighbor has 12-year-old twins and they're not capable of like doing anything for themselves.
No.
It's amazing how useless and dumbed down these kids are nowadays.
Yeah. And then they live at home until they're 30 years old.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. That's a big thing in Norway.
When my kids were growing up, right, it'd be like like, for instance, we were watching a movie about the Civil War on TV. It was a war movie, one I'm in, movie Gettysburg. I'm just an extra, but
yeah, I think you told us yesterday.
So anyway, we were watching that movie, and as it's going, I'm explaining to my kids what was going on, and of course that went into a discussion on the Civil War, and touched a bit on the politics involved behind it, what was really going on, and they paid attention, because I was giving them more to the story that they were witnessing on TV, and so to make it even better for them, we took a trip up to Gettysburg. And I took them to the actual sites of the battle. And while we were there, I didn't just say, now so-and-so did this, and this, and this, and this here, and this guy did this. No. I said, all right, I want you to imagine it's hotter than shit out here. It's very humid. And over across that field, you see a line of thousands of men that are all dressed in blue, and they're aiming to kill you. And you have to make your way along with thousands of your guys across this field while they're going to be firing cannons at you and musket fire and all kinds of mortars and things like that. And you got to stay in a certain position. And I'm like, let's walk across it and see what it's like. And then I start giving them things like it's actually going on, at different points and when the progression of that advance took place, and they're actually seeing it in their head, experiencing it, so to speak.
Cool.
Well, as a result of that, my son, he don't give a fuck about math, English, any of the rest of that shit. But I'll tell you what, he knows his history.
Yeah.
He certainly does. He knows his history.
That's cool.
And we keep losing Stinky
I
Cat.
see that. Yeah.
Well, that's all right. I'm going to get ready to wrap it up here anyways, because I've been on for 4.5 hours. And
yeah, I see that.
Enough for tonight. We could go on like this forever.
This is actually the first time ever I'm on a live stream or anything.
Well, how do you like it?
I like it.
Cool. Well, I hope you'll come back. You're a good guest.
Yeah, I will. And I
Stinky Cash, you are a good guest too. I don't
Yeah.
know where you went to, but
Oh.
you come back anytime. And it's good to talk to people that are got their own viewpoints and things like that on, and it helps to expand. I mean, you really gave us quite a lot to think about tonight, Osram, with those star pictures are fantastic. I want to look at some more of those. I want to see these, because I'll tell you what, that's amazing. I mean, I knew that they had these shapes that would occur to them and everything, but I had never seen them to where they'd been dissected down to where you're finding faces and shit like that in it. That's interesting to me.
You haven't seen anything. They are so crazy, and they are so different, and there's so many things to them. I of course I will come on more and show more.
Yeah, I mean, they're as unique to one another as we are to one another. That's for real. I mean, at first glance, you look at a crowd of people taken from a distance of a whole bunch of people in a stadium, and you just see a bunch of people.
Yeah.
But when you go and zoom into a certain group of them and you can look at them individually, you see that they're different. But then if you take them one at a time and look at them, you see how very different each and every one of them are, even though they all look pretty much the same from out here.
Yeah.
That's important. And we assume that they are all the same. That's why they're able to run this idea of, I don't know, what is it now? Nuclear fusion of a ball of gas, some shit. It's like, what?
It's so dumb. It's so like they had to make where we don't live, the globe, so dumb that people actually bought it.
Yeah,
that's the weird part of it. The dumber it is, it's easier to believe it. I don't know, because they do a lot of dumb shit.
Well, like the guy said in the Truman Show, we believe the reality we are presented with.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But
more and more people are waking up because of the JAB.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's good.
Well, that's what it took to get people to understand that your government is not your friend and that they lie to you. I mean, wow, that's a pretty hefty price to pay for a lesson.
Yeah.
You know, when you can just look and see that, have they ever done anything honest? No.
No.
Have they ever really done anything that benefits you? No.
No. And you don't have to.
The only reason you are alive despite your government, not because of them.
Yeah. Oh, it's interesting. It's so interesting. And I tell people all the time, like, who are the government? Like, we are the government. Like, it's not one person.
Well, it's like here, government. What is it? Governmentus, control of the mind.
The mind. Yeah.
All right. So government really only exists in your mind. Everybody has to believe in it for it to exist.
Yeah.
And this is why they don't like people that don't believe in it.
Yeah.
See, I'm not wanting to go topple over anybody or anything else like that. Look, if there's people out there that feel that they have to be told what to do and ruled, then by all means, go be ruled. I don't want to participate in that. Doesn't mean I'm going to harm people. Doesn't mean anything of the sort, because I don't be a good person because the government makes me be a good person. I'm a good person because I know the difference between right and wrong.
Yeah.
And I choose to do what's right.
Yeah.
And so they're not, and are they protecting me? Really? Are they? No, they're not. If I call them, somebody could have already killed me by the time they get here. So who's really responsible for my protection? I am.
Yes, you are. Yeah, of course. Okay. You're always responsible for yourself.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. The government offers a lack of accountability. It really does. Yeah. Oh, I can't afford to feed myself. Mommy, daddy, government, come take care of me. See, and they want to put people in that position so that they be needed. It's like the thing where I said where the little kid, he sees a boogie monster outside of his window every night when he goes to bed. And he cries and screams, Mommy, Daddy, come, there's a boogie monster, right? And Mommy calms you down and hugs you. And Daddy does his role of checking around to make sure there's no boogie monster in your house and shit. And it's okay, Timmy, go to sleep. And this happens often. And then one day, Timmy's rummaging around and he finds the mask in his dad's closet of the boogie monster. And he figures out that it's been Dad going outside the window, scaring the shit out of him so that he'll scream and holler and need them.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That's evil.
That's what they're doing to us right now. They're just trying to they put an energy shortage, a food shortage, all that other shit, put everybody into abject poverty, and then say, oh, we have a solution. Come over to our little camp or our little 15-minute city and you'll be given a stipend and food and all this. The only thing is you have to adhere to these rules.
Of course.
Yeah. That's exactly what they're going to do, man.
Yeah,
do
man.
You know what I did last summer? I sold everything I had and I rented a container and I bought a van. So now I live in a van. And I fucking love it.
See in the world or what?
No,
we're gonna have to exchange phone numbers, I think.
I was thinking about that, Stinky. That would be cool. Yeah, man.
We've got this private chat for us in the stream, right?
Yeah, we do actually.
I'll send you the
We actually do.
Because I want to get I want to sell everything and get a van.
Just do it, man. Fucking do it. And buy a big fucking lithium battery.
Right.
Lithium.
Are you in Norway?
Yeah.
So do you use WhatsApp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll find you now.
Good stuff.
Cool, man. What's the time in America now?
It's 2 in the morning.
2 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm getting tired.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you guys see the headline the other day? I'm going to leave you with this little story, but did you see the headline that an American military man lit himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, I saw that.
And his name, and the guy's name, I don't believe this story was real, but the guy's name was Aaron Bushnell.
Oh my God.
Bushnell?
Bushnell. So they said a guy named Aaron Bush was on fire outside the Israeli embassy. So I'm thinking, okay, that sounds like a burning bush.
Yeah,
Right? Straight out of the Bible.
it does. And
Because
he
that's how
burned.
they talk. They say that there was a burning bush outside the Israeli embassy, and his first name was Aaron.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Now, Aaron's Moses' brother. So while
He is.
Moses was on Mount Sinai receiving the 10 Commandments from the burning bush, do you remember where Aaron was?
He was in the temple, wasn't he?
He was basically building a golden calf, a golden idol for the people, because the people were asking for it.
Yeah.
They were requesting. They didn't feel like waiting around for the Messiah, so they asked for a golden idol.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's all happening right now. Like we've had it so bad under Biden. And now what are we doing? We're kind of asking for that golden idol to come back, that we all are begging for Donald Trump to come back.
Isn't it interesting that C-3PO is missing his golden calf?
Oh, his calf, his leg. Yeah. And I think as badly as someone like me who's like a conservative, more right wing, like, yeah, we want Donald Trump back. But like we also know he's like completely controlled opposition. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Listen, I think he had a hand in throwing his own election. I really do, because this is the whole thing about that it's a Hegelian dialectic. They're going to make it so terrible, so fucking rotten that this guy can come in riding in like a knight in shining armor and save America. You see.
But he's going to fall short.
Oh yeah, well look,
because America,
the Israel's has already crowned him Moshiach. He received a crown, I think, last summer. Okay, while he was president, he moved our embassy to Jerusalem from the capital of Tel Aviv. I mean, he's telegraphing his freaking moves. He runs for president under the United States flag, and then serves his presidency under the Israeli flag. I'm not kidding you, man. He sold his kids off to that tribe
because ultimately they're globalists, and the goal is the one world government, the new world order, and that'll be headed by Israel, right? That's really what the Zionist movement. It's not just a Jewish state. It really has nothing to do with that. It's a one world government with Israel.
Empire.
Yeah, with the one world government with Israel at its head. And right now, America is the one world superpower. And for the one world government to be formed, America has to fall. It's inevitable. Like that's the plan. It's out of the ashes of America rises the new world order. It has to be that way.
Yep.
And that's how they're going to get us to beg for it. Like that's how they're going to get the American people to ask for the new world order.
This is why we did so much in the last 20 years in the Middle East, establishing bases of operation all around that area, all around who? All around Israel.
All around Israel. If you look at since 9/11, even long before 9/11, but the only people that benefited from 9/11 was Israel. There were no Muslims benefiting from 9/11, even if you believe the official narrative. Like the Al Qaeda wasn't going to benefit from the actions of 9/11. You know what happened? We went and we systematically took out every neighboring enemy of Israel. One by one. We fought their wars for them, like total goyim. I don't like to use that word, but that's how they treat us, and that's what we are. We send our people to fight their wars.
Yeah, you're right, man.
They call themselves the Israeli Defense Force, which is just like because they want you to think that they only defend themselves. They're never the aggressors. They're only a defense force. And then they have us Americans fight all their wars for them. So I'm against Israel on every level, and it's not even conspiratorial. I'm sick of Americans dying in wars based on lies for Israel. It's gross.
Yeah, and we've been doing it well. Yeah, and always for the banks.
Well, who owns the banks? The Rothschilds. Who paid for the
who owns Israel?
Who owns Israel? The Rothschilds.
Yeah. There you go.
It's all connected. Every war is a banker's war, and Israel is the banker's nation. And we fight their wars for them. World War I was all about Israel. World War II was all about Israel. They don't teach us that history, but those wars were all about the Middle East.
It's real.
Yeah.
It gets me worked up.
I know. But the thing is, it ain't no sense in getting worked up about it. Look, good always wins.
Yeah. It
Good
already has win.
The weapon makes no a shit's worth of difference. It's the heart behind the weapon.
Yeah.
All right. I'll even point out David and Goliath, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't very mighty, but his heart was strong.
Yeah.
Right. You can take a look at the Vietnamese, right? Here's a bunch of little bastards in black pajamas and shit kicked our ass.
We was always looking for someone named Charlie.
yeah, right. So I mean, that's the one thing when you're fighting for something you believe in wholeheartedly, your strength is increased tenfold, man.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sweating it. I'm watching it play out. It's going to be as it occurs.
Yeah.
I can't do anything about it except alert people to what the real deal is and what's actually going on in the world. And that's the best I can do with it.
Yeah,
That's
just
it.
inform people.
Yeah. For me to worry about it, that makes as much sense as me worrying that the sun's going to come up tomorrow, because it's gonna. It don't matter whether I worry about it or not, you know. And fear, what is that? It's derived out of what? A lack of being able to control the situation. Well, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Yeah. Oh,
amen.
Soul words. Hey Dave, what do you think about my my quote under my name?
Calm seas never made for skillful sailors. You're absolutely right.
I
will expand upon that. Wisdom only comes with scars.
Yeah, man, that's true. That's true. And I tell people all the time, there's a difference between wisdom and intellect.
Yes.
No, not intellect, but what it's called. Kunnskap på norsk. Not education, but wisdom and knowledge. Knowledge, yeah.
Knowledge, yeah.
Yeah, knowledge could be everything.
Not knowledge.
Yeah, a knowledge can be a lie. It's just information. But the wisdom that comes from God, because let's say you never have made a house before. Now we made a house. Now we have wisdom. Now we know how to make a house.
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right, man. And it's not just that. Knowledge and education are not necessarily one and the same.
Yeah, true.
And it's not a measure of intellect either, because anybody can memorize shit.
Yeah.
Can you take what you've learned and turn it into something? There's the measure.
Yeah,
Can
that's
you
true.
take what you've learned and apply it to something?
Yeah.
That's what you want to look at right there.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the difference. And if you just stick yourself to what someone else wanted you to learn and don't really explore the things that you'd like to look into, or even question that, what you've been told, you don't really know. You only know what someone told you.
Yeah.
So you got to verify everything. We go into school with the assumption that this person is intelligent because, after all, they're a teacher.
Yeah.
But you have to keep in mind, they learned everything the same way they're doing it to you.
Yes. They're not smart. They're just handing down information. That's not impressive.
Right.
I can do that.
Yep, a parrot can do that.
yeah. A parrot can actually do that. That's true.
I talk about this all the time. It's like if you have a high IQ and you trust somebody and they start teaching you wrong information, you might get really smart in a really dumb way. You know?
Yeah.
I find that's the case with a lot of these autistic kids.
Yeah.
They're really good at memorizing stuff and regurgitating stuff. They don't have the ability to think critically about it.
Right. Can I say something?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna give everybody a last word, and I'm gonna cut out of here.
Yeah. Don't believe your thoughts, people. Your thoughts are not your own. We don't have a free will. We will never have a free will. We are either influenced by evil, that's the thoughts, or we're influenced by good, that's our so-called intuition. So we don't have any free will. We just let go and let God.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
And there it goes. It goes right back to that serenity prayer, man. It goes right back to that you having the wisdom to know what you if you're unhappy about something, make sure it's something that you are responsible for.
Yeah, that's
that you can actually do something about, because 99% of your problems are self-created.
Yeah.
We have a tendency to blame everyone else or situations or what have you.
Yeah.
But no, most of your 99% of the shit that goes on in your life, your problems are self-created, directly or indirectly. So to be upset about things you have no control over, is doing you no good. You got bad health, a bad mood, and a bad situation.
Yeah.
But if you learn to look at things a little more from a Hermetic principle, and I like this about the Hermetic principles, there's no such thing as hot and cold. They're just extremes of one or the other.
Yeah.
Right? So what is actually bad can be good in a way, because let's say somebody, oh shit, I lost this job and I was there for so many years and blah, blah, blah. Well, that opens up a doorway to another opportunity if you have your eyes open.
Yeah.
You see, most of the time people will manifest their own despair by focusing on the disparaging aspects of their situation rather than looking at the positive aspects of the situation. And there always are, because everything has to be equal.
Yeah.
And there's where you find your happiness right there.
Yeah. But what we don't, people are looking for in life, that is happiness, and we will never find happiness. What do we want is peace, perfect peace.
Yep.
Regardless of situation.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Amen, brother.
Oh, you got anything to leave us with tonight, Stinky Cash?
Nothing as profound as what Osram just said.
Yeah, I like that, man.
God is real. So keep seeking truth.
Yeah.
And eat more meat.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. But be careful where it comes from.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely be careful where it comes from.
Yeah.
You know, I was going through Amarillo, and on the one side of Amarillo, before I even got there, it was like there was this horrible smell in the air. And I looked way up ahead, and of course, in that area, you can see a long distance. And it looked like, you know how when you see farmland with different crops growing in like squares?
Yeah.
Maybe like different shades of green. Well, this was like that, but it was like black, and here's brown, and here was this other, and this other. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Well, as I got closer, I found out those were huge cattle feedlots, and that horrible death smell that I could smell all for miles was from a slaughterhouse right there. And there were literally thousands of cattle chained up, eating in like an assembly line type fashion, going into this thing and meat coming out the other side, man. And it was just like, I was like, oh my God. Well,
Like
what
a
they're doing,
cartoon.
they're feeding them this GMO corn.
Oh.
You know,
Yeah, I don't
They-
support any of that. But
No.
veganism comes from Satan, and
That is so
eating.
dumb.
Well, here, just to let you know how this goes, and this is okay according to your wonderful FDA, right? So we have a lot of poultry houses around here. Not so many anymore, but when I first moved here, a lot of people were in that poultry business because the like Tyson or whichever the company is, they provide everything you need, right? But it works out to be kind of a company store type thing. It's a whole nother story. But anyway, when these chickens are grown, they're kept awake 24/7. And they're in this big, huge chicken house. And they can't be let out. They're quarantined. And they're constantly, the lights are on because as long as a chicken is awake, it will eat. And this food that they put down for them is heavily concentrated with hormones, growth hormones. So much so that a peepee, a small chicken, baby chicken, can grow into a full-size fryer in 5 weeks. And they're huge, bigger than a regular chicken will ever get. A free range, just huge. That's why you see these massive chickens at the supermarket.
Yeah, I don't
Chickens
understand
aren't that big. All right, so they send in these crews that come in and catch all the chickens, put them in these cages, they load them on trucks, take them off to the rendering plant. Then they take a bobcat and they go in there and they scoop up all the litter, which is full of all the chicken shit that's been going for the last 5 weeks. And they load it up into a big truck. And it's taken to a place where it's mixed with cattle feed. Why? Because of the excess growth hormone in the chicken shit that comes from them being fed these growth hormones. And that goes directly into the cattle.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, wow. Some of the sick shit that we're doing, you know, and you got to look, the Leviticus, I believe in Leviticus, the cleanliness laws of food comes about pretty much for a reason.
Yeah.
You know, like,
it's science.
You're not supposed to, like, yeah, I mean, you look at if you're not supposed to eat shellfish or anything like that, or there's specifics about fish. Well, if you look at it, the ones that don't adhere to the Levitican standard are usually bottom feeders and filtration fish and things like that. So in other words, basically they eat garbage.
Yeah.
And so then they're
bugs.
made of garbage. So the old adage, you are what you eat, is kind of true. So if you're eating something that survives on shit, you're in a sense eating shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a pig is the same way.
Right. Yeah. Well, that is
so,
very closely related to humans too.
Yeah. So then what becomes popular, like bacon wrapped shellfish.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Wow. Yeah, let's kid them all in one shot too. Any crazy. Called kosher foods. Yeah, kind of.
No, because kosher is really more of a procedural thing that the Jews have invented, where they add to the Levitican laws and they make it basically it becomes like a corporate process.
Well,
you don't need to eat quote unquote kosher foods to keep Levitican law.
Well, see, and here's the thing too, the method of slaughter that kosher uses is cruel and unusual.
I believe in halal.
I think it puts a bad vibration into the meat. I believe that fully 100%. And you'll take on that vibration of fear, anger,
stressing the animal.
Yeah, because that was what you've spoiled the meat through its vibration. But in any case, that was one of the things that happened after the Mustache Man took power. Was he put in place the first anti-animal cruelty laws anywhere, right? And this, of course, eliminated kosher slaughter. That was another one that pissed him off, you see. But anyway, we could go all night on that. I just go ahead and I'd like to thank you guys for coming on tonight. This has been a lot of fun.
Yes, man.
We'll get back on
Definitely.
here. I'm most nights a week I'm on here. So
Yeah.
I'll
I
probably
watch you every night, man.
What's that?
I watch you every night, man.
Oh, well, thank you, Osram. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
This is good. I mean, people, if you enjoy the content, that's cool. I love
I
it.
actually just learned who you were maybe a day or two ago in a small clip from the Robot Polisher channel.
Oh, really? I didn't
And
even
now,
know that.
and then you're in my live stream earlier, so it was kind of a weird synchronicity there.
I wasn't even aware I was on Robot Channel.
You were definitely in a compilation video. Yeah,
Oh, wow,
where
that's cool.
where you were debating somebody, and I don't remember exactly what you said, but you definitely owned them, and then that was that.
Cool. I didn't know that. Well, that's wild. So yeah, great. I'm glad to have you with your Stinky Cash. I've seen your material before. And like I said, I just used your perspective video last night on the show. And I thought, yeah, good job. And then I saw you were live today, and I was like, well, son of a bitch. I'm going to pop in there and say some shit in the chat, and it was good.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Because this has been a pretty good stream, man.
Yeah.
Even despite that schizoid that showed up with the giggle, that was kind of entertaining. You have to admit that was kind of entertaining.
Yeah,
man.
a little
It was. Yeah.
But a little bit goes a long way. Somebody cutting a fart's funny. Somebody continuously farting isn't. So it's like, okay, that you farted too many times. Go away, Timothy.
I loved it.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Well, thanks for coming on. And I want to tell everybody at home, don't forget, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey and see your doctor and fire him because he'll probably kill your ass. Y'all have a good night. And we'll see you next time on Unchained Mind.
Good night, man.
Good night.